area. And as we go forward on into the next, say, 20, 30 minutes or so, it is going to work its way right over top of Utah and eventually potentially head toward the Moundville area. Similar areas that were hit just a little over a week ago with the threat for some of those tornadoes as well, too. So kind of tracking it out here with you for this one here. Right now we can take this one, and it's moving fairly quickly here. And it looks like it gets to the Utah area about 8 minutes. Wedgeworth around 12 to 14 minutes. Evansville 15. Akron about 16 minutes there over toward Havana around 22, and eventually toward Ingram around 26 minutes. So if you're in the path of this storm here, you need to take shelter immediately. Lowest level of your home, basement or an interior closet or bathroom away from windows. If you're in a mobile home, want to get out of that when you do not want to be there at all with this storm as it continues to track its way here off to the northeast at a pretty good clip. So we're going to continue to watch this one pretty closely here. It is showing some fairly strong rotation with it, so that's why we are looking at here. This is where we're talking about, right in that location there. Going back to the radar, we'll show you that's that tail end of this. It's likely going to be a rain-wrapped tornado, so you're not necessarily going to get a good view or clear view of this, but it is heading right toward the Utah area at this time, and we'll continue to kind of track in this one here as it moves on in. And with that in mind here, again, just kind of giving you a better idea. Again, Bola G around 2 minutes for you. Allison there about 5 minutes. Utah about 15 minutes for you now. Evansville around 25, and Akron around 27 minutes. So does have the potential here for what we're looking at with a potential for a tornado to come on in. No confirmed reports of this right now, so that's definitely something to be watching as we go forward here as it moves off to the northeast, about 40 miles per hour or so. This is a fairly fast-moving storm. Go ahead and show you the motion of it for you. And as it continues to track its way here across part of Greene County, eventually on into Hale County, if it holds together, could get into Tuscaloosa County. Right now, though, again, just watch us here over the Utah area from the Tom Bigby Waterway area, heading over toward the Black Warrior River. That's where the storm is going to be tracking. So with that in mind here and with the location it's in, you're going to get heavy rain and get some strong winds with this as well, too, regardless if a tornado or not forms. But looking at the latest radar, though, it does show that we do have some pretty good circulation here tied in with this. Again, you're not going to necessarily be able to see the tornado here, but there is the potential for it to be developing. We're not getting any debris showing up on our debris tracker yet here, but nonetheless, though, we're going to keep a close eye on it just to see here if we can get anything at this point. But there has been some strong rotation showing up. That is the location where we're talking again right here, kind of zooming on in a little tighter just to give you an idea of what we're talking about with the storm here as it continues to move on in. Bola G, it's right over top of you now, so you definitely need to be in your safe place heading right to the Allison area. That is where we're going to see it moving to next. So the Allison area, watch out. Lizzieville as well, too, here. 5 points just to the south there, and this is not Birmingham 5 points. This is down in Greene and Hale County area. As this continues to track its way to the northeast, eventually kind of working its way kind of just north of the Walden Quarters area there, Walden Quarters rather as well. But Bola G Street, County Road 138, you need to take shelter immediately. The storm is moving right along those locations there at this time. So this is just south of Interstate 5920, basically right along Highway 11, which is the Bola G, if I'm saying that right, street here. So that is where we're looking at Highway 11. There's Interstate 5920. Rotation again, kind of backing up just a little bit here, as you'll see, kind of zooming out a little bit more. That's where we're talking about. So it says heading right up toward the Utah area. If you're watching us in Utah, the storm is coming right to your neck of the woods here, and that is where we're going to be continuing to watch there. Going ahead, looking at our reflectivity again. Not really seeing the clear-cut hook echo like we usually see with this, but we are going to continue watching here for this possibility of a tornado kind of wrapped there in rain. You can see a live look at Tuscaloosa right now, but that's not quite where we're looking for the storm yet, but that's obviously just off to the north there of what we're talking about. But looking at our latest debris tracker here, I'm going to go back over here to the Birmingham radar and give you an idea of what we're talking about. It's in this location here is where we're watching, and that's where we've seen that again. Pretty good rotation tied in with this here, with this storm. We've seen quite a few of them coming up here from Mississippi on into Alabama, and as they do so, they have the potential here to produce some tornadoes. This is the one that's actually made it all the way in here from Mississippi and has the chance here to be one of the strongest ones we've seen so far this morning, but this will likely be one of many we'll see as we go forward throughout the day today. Now, the bulk of the storms we're waiting to see for strong long-track tornadoes are likely going to be here across North Mississippi and northwestern Alabama. So this one's a little further to the south, still in that zone we're looking at for tornadoes today, not in the, quote, high-risk area, but you don't have to be in the high risk to get a tornado. Anywhere across central Alabama has a chance of getting tornadoes today. This one being the first one we're watching here through at least the 12:30 time frame right now. But kind of zooming back in here what we're talking about, let me take one more quick look at this just to kind of give you an idea of what we're talking about here. Looking at our debris tracker right now, haven't see much here. Switching over to the Columbus radars a little bit closer to that here, and then we'll go on in and show you just kind of what we're talking about. I'm not picking up anything there right now, too. But nonetheless, though, we're still watching a pretty strong rotation here, Griffin. Have you seen any reports of anything coming out of this yet?
No. As of right now, they're still calling this a radar-indicated tornado. I just want to list through some of the communities this could be potentially impacting that are within that tornado warning polygon. So this is going to include Utah. It's going to include Moundville, which, of course, was hit by the tornado last week, that EF1 tornado that caused all that damage. It's going to be impacting Akron, Allison, Walden Quarters, all of these areas that are in the northern tip of Greene and Hale counties is what we're talking about here. And again, this storm has the possibility of producing a tornado. We've been watching that radar indicated rotation. Here are some of those arrival times. Looking at Utah in about 8 minutes, Evansville in about 18 minutes, Akron 19 minutes for you, all the way up to Cypress if it holds together in about 28 minutes. So that's what the latest time frame is so far. And again, they're calling this a radar indicated rotation area that they're watching. And if we do have anything, it's going to be right about here, just to the southwest of Utah. This is tracking up to the northeast at around 40 to 45 miles per hour. If you're watching us in Tuscaloosa County, this is south of you right now. And it looks like most of this is still back in Greene and Hale County. We're looking live now at Tuscaloosa County, where obviously overcast skies. The storm hasn't quite made it here yet, but obviously keeping a close eye on it because it's tracking up to the northeast, which means it'll eventually, if it holds together, end up in Tuscaloosa County. So once again, the most, I would say the largest town that's currently in the vicinity of this storm is Utah. So if you're in Utah, you need to go ahead and head to your safe place right now. This will be moving into town within the next 5 to 10 minutes. The rain's already coming down pretty hard. And if there is any radar indicated rotation, it's in the back southwestern quadrant of the storm. So a lot of lightning strikes with that as well. Obviously, if you're in northern Greene and Hale counties, you need to go ahead and head to your safe spot. Interior room, away from doors and windows, lowest floor possible. We had a tornado watch that was just issued about about 15 minutes ago. That impacts all of us here in central Alabama. So another look at that area of rotation there that you just saw. So here's the tornado watch that we've got pulled up right now. This is going to be impacting essentially everybody in central Alabama, with, of course, the exception of a few counties down to the southeast. Tornado watch in effect until 8 p.m. tonight. So this could be a pretty long-winded event, just the first tornado warning of the day, first of many, Dave. So we're obviously going to be watching this very closely. And this Greene and Hale County storm is the first one of the day, off to an early start.
Yeah, that's right, Griffin. And you can see here, just looking at the velocity product here, this is showing where the rotation is in the thunderstorm. And as Griffin alluded to, it is coming right over top of Utah. So if you're watching us down there right now, definitely be in your safe place. Again, the basement, lowest level of your home, away from windows, interior bathroom or closet, best place to be. Mobile home, you don't want to be in them at all for the day today anyway. Go to a sturdy building, a friend, family home, someplace where you can be safer than a mobile home. They're just not safe when we have threat for some damaging straight line winds here of maybe 60, 70, 80 miles per hour. And of course, the threat for some tornadoes across the area as well, too. So this is the storm here. We're going to go ahead and show you that again with the radar itself looks like here. But again, the storm is likely, if there is a tornado, it's going to be rain wrapped in there right at the top of the Utah area. So as this goes forward here, we're going to continue watching this one coming right on in toward Utah. Highway 11 going right up the Highway 11 corridor, just kind of south of Interstate 5920 right now. So as this continues to move on in, you have the heavy rain, you have the hail potential here for maybe a tornado kind of working its way on in toward the Utah area at this hour. Going back here, kind of looking at the velocity, again, this is the circulation or spin we're looking at here. And again, it goes right over top of. So if you're watching us in Utah, this is not the place you want to be out and about right now. Be in your safe place here as it continues to work its way eventually on in toward Hale County. The storm is going to continue riding right basically along Highway 11 here, kind of just south of 5920 at this point as it continues to move on out here, eventually trying to move on in eventually to parts there of the Hale County area, coming out of Greene County, Hale County, and then not quite to Tuscaloosa yet. We're keeping an eye on Tuscaloosa County, but at this point, this is the main storm we're watching here across the area there with that pretty strong rotation showing up across the Utah area as well. Looking at the different radar here, just to give you a different perspective. Pretty heavy rain, likely some hail kind of mixed in with this as well. Some of it could be strong, large hail as well too. But this is the main storm we're talking about across the region right now. Went back across the area here, just to give you an idea. That's the one storm we're watching. Also watching some severe storms that have been popping up here, kind of just north of the Birmingham area at this time too. Looking at these are not necessarily tornadic type storms yet. Looks like it's producing some pretty heavy rain and hail. Fultondale, Center Point area. Already had reports of some flooding issues up in Center Point here, over towards, say, Gardendale. Some pretty heavy rain coming right toward Trussville. So here's Highway 11 again, north of Birmingham. Interstate 59 now at this point. This is where the storm is. Kind of give you an idea where this severe thunderstorm continues to roll through. Again, right on top of Fultondale. Last place you want to get some heavy rain and strong winds, at least at this point, based off the January tornado we had there. But we're going to continue watching this one, and at least at this point here, I'm going to go ahead and put some, show the velocity here, kind of give you an idea of what we're talking about. With rotation, we're not seeing really anything, which is good. The better areas to see that rotation are going to be farther to the south at this point. We're waiting for another warm front to move in. For example, right now here in Birmingham, temperatures about 65, 66 degrees. Down the way here in Montgomery, temperatures are closing in on 80 degrees. So that warm front's kind of right between the two. As that warm front moves to the north, which is likely right where that tornado warning is, that is where we have the best lift in the instability in the atmosphere to produce these storms that have the capability of tornadoes. That warm front is eventually going to live farther to the north, and when that happens, then we'll have a better chance of tornadoes spreading across North Mississippi, northwestern Alabama, and that is we have that high risk, level 5 out of 5 high risk for the second time in 8 days. We've seen that across our area. Conan, what do you have?
Well, we've got Hale County EMA Director Russell Whedon on the phone with us now to just kind of go over everything that's going on in that area. Russell, thanks so much for your time today.
Yes, sir. Our northern part of the county is under a tornado warning, so we've already set off the sirens up there. And it looks like it's close to Utah, so we're preparing for it to come across the line.
What is the most important message that you have right now for people living in that area about what they need to do right at this moment now?
Right. Make sure they go ahead and go into their severe weather plan. Make sure they get in a safe place. Make sure they get out of a mobile home. Make sure that all the kids have on bike helmets.
What are you seeing there? Are you starting to see any effects of the weather there at this point so far?
No, not so far, but all of our deputies are out towards the Greene County way watching for the storm to come across the line.
How have you and other emergency leaders in the area worked to get prepared for everything that you might potentially see today?
Yeah, so the big thing is just getting the word out and make everybody weather aware, make sure everybody has a way of getting the weather when we do go under a tornado warning, just getting the word out that it was coming today.
All right, once again, Russell Whedon, Hale County EMA Director. We're going to go back over to Dave Nussbaum for the latest right now.
Thanks, Conan. Yeah, we're still watching this. Again, it goes till 12:30. Current time is 11:52 here. So again, this is likely the first of many we'll see as we go forward here throughout the day today with these tornado warnings. And as mentioned earlier, this is right on that southern edge of where we're watching. So Tuscaloosa County, not involved with this warning right now, but we'll definitely continue to watch to see if that does change a little later on at this point here. We're getting, let's see, continues tornado. Okay, so still watching this one here. Yeah, see, we're watching that now up there across the Birmingham area here with the potential for some severe weather continuing. That's the Fultondale storm. Very heavy rain, a lot of lightning tied in with that one as well, too. So still watching this storm here. That's that severe thunderstorm warning until 12:15. But the tornadic type storm, if you will, down here, still working its way through parts of the Utah area as well. Kind of zooming back in there, giving a different perspective of what we're seeing. Seeing a lot of lightning show up. And one of the signs you try to see if the tornado storm's about to become a tornadic type storm is maybe see an intense amount of lightning, this positive strokes from the top of the thunderstorm down to the ground. And as that happens, sometimes we can see a tornado begin to develop there. So I'm going to go ahead and switch to a little closer radar there, Columbus, Mississippi radar. And that's the rotation we're talking about right past the Utah area here now, too. Our debris tracker is not really picking up anything yet. That's some good news. It's not to say we can't see something here momentarily, but at least at the moment, we're still watching this one just basically becoming what we're talking about right in top of this location. So let me go ahead and give you an idea here of the timing of this and exactly what we're talking about here. Kind of doing a little track just to give you an idea here. We're talking Akron about 8 minutes. It gets to your area there. Over towards, say, Stewart about 12 minutes. Moundville around 21 minutes. So if you're in Moundville, you need to watch this when you're in that tornado warning. Definitely go to your safe place here. Get ready as the storm kind of works its way up here across part of Hale County. And then going on into Sullivan around 22 minutes. Foster's there around 24 and Hull around around 27 minutes. So again, still seeing some pretty good rotation with this one. I say pretty good. That means the storm is rotating, watching to see if it is going to try to become more of a tornadic type storm, meaning producing a tornado. Right now, though, not seeing any confirmation of a tornado yet. We'll take that, but it does have enough of that rotation there, and that is why the Weather Service has issued that tornado warning that goes till 12:30 this afternoon here for that storm. So again, here's what it looks like on the radar for us. Again, it's right in through here. This is the back end of it, kind of just passing the Utah area now. As we zoom on in a little closer to this, kind of give you an idea of where we're talking about here. So Highway 11 runs right there from Utah heading up toward parts of the northern part of Hale County, just south of Interstate 5920, which is right up here at the top of your screen. And the storm's kind of riding right along the Highway 11 corridor at this point. So if you're in there, Utah area, definitely want to be in your safe place immediately right now. You can see a live look here over in Tuscaloosa County, kind of panning the camera around. Not seeing anything there yet, which is good news. But the Gossa area, the McClure area, you guys also are in the path of this. So you want to be in your safe place there. Here comes Highway 11 crossing right through there from Demopolis Highway 43 up to 11, which is, of course, what we just talked about there. And it continues its way toward County Road 165, also watching out there County Road 20. State Route 14 moving just through there. So again, looks like this is maybe just past Utah, heading toward the McClure area. If you're watching us there, this is where we're talking about, heading over toward the Dara area as well as Akron and also on in toward Oak Village. So I'm going to go ahead and look at the velocity product there, and kind of just in this location is where we're talking about with respect to where the storm is. So there you have your Dara area, Utah back to the west now of this, but you're going to be watching that pretty closely moving forward here as to what this storm is going to attempt to try to do here. Right now hasn't done anything, which is good news, but still watching this. Now you can see kind of showing a little more of a hook echo to it. So there's this storm here. What's that, Griffin? It is. It's getting a little better organized. It's likely riding right along that warm front I was talking about that's going to be coming up here from the south. We're down south of us. We're in the upper 70s versus the 60s here across the Birmingham area. So we're still watching that storm here, but we have another storm we're watching here across part of the Birmingham area. This one is just to our north now, and as that moves on in, that's actually impacting Fultondale pretty bad here with some very heavy rain and thunderstorms. This storm's continuing to work its way toward Trussville now, and as this storm continues to move on in, just a severe thunderstorm warning with this, at least at this point, that goes until 12:15. So we're going to continue watching this one here. Has not really shown much in the way of significant rotation yet, but it's starting to get a unique shape to it. So we're going to continue keeping an eye on that. Not seeing that stronger rotation showing up on velocity, which is good news. The thing with this one, it is north of that warm front I was talking about. So the conditions aren't quite as great as they are farther to the south. So that makes a difference. In either side of the warm front you are, whether you're along it or south of it, that's where we're going to be dealing with that better chance of tornadoes. If you're north of it, you have conditions for severe weather, of course, like we have, but the tornado threat is not as great yet. It won't take long before that front gets up here, but when it does, we'll be dealing with, again, the potential for that severe weather spreading across the entire area. Also up near Coleman area, points there to the north, we're looking at some flash flooding conditions for you. Heavy rain continues to fall. Saw earlier parts of I-65 near exit 308 were closed because of water over the roadway. So heavy rain is another feature with this. So we're talking potential for strong long-track tornadoes today, damaging winds 70+ miles per hour, some large hail and flooding rains. So that's kind of what we're looking at here as we go forward here. Now, right now, again, severe thunderstorm here, just kind of north of Birmingham. This is headed toward Trussville, Aniana area, so be careful out there for that one. But we still have that storm producing that tornado warning as it continues to go through here. Still, let's see, keeping that one from the Weather Service, still keeping that tornado warning now. I think just kind of looking at Hale County at this point. So let me go ahead and zoom back into that storm. Storm is not really weakened much here. Now, once it crosses over the warm front, that may help to maybe weaken it just a little bit, unless it's going to be running continuously right along the warm front there. So I'm going to turn the lightning off. And it is, Griffin, you can see here, kind of get a little better shape, trying to the inflow notch we look for. This is where those winds are going into the storm, helping it to get to better organized here. And its rotation is pretty strong at this point. Looking at a debris tracker here, this is coming out of the Birmingham radar. Let me go ahead to Columbus radar and see if I can, it's a little bit closer to it. Columbus, Mississippi radar. There's our strong rotation headed right toward Akron. If you're watching us in Akron right now, you want to be in your safe place. It'll be 2 minutes away from you at this time here. That circulation will be right over your Stewart, about 6 minutes. Cypress, they're about 10 minutes. Try to give you enough lead time. Moundville, 16 minutes as well, too. So we are seeing, again, That rotation continuing to show up there at this point, and looking at the latest radar with it here, it's starting to get more of that shape we look for potentially the storm kind of getting better organized, trying to produce something. So this is now only in Hale County. For those in Greene County, the Utah area, the storm has passed you. You still have some heavy rain, but if you're in your safe place in Utah, you can get out of it right now. But again, anywhere beyond that, all the way to Moundville, we still have to be weather alert here as the storm continues to move in, and eventually trying to cross into southern parts here of Tuscaloosa County as it moves on in. So there you see Tuscaloosa there to the north. This looks like the storm is going to be kind of moving just off to the southeast of Tuscaloosa at this point. So basically along and south Interstate 5920, riding right along really close to Highway 11 here. Of course, Highway 11 kind of cuts its way up toward Tuscaloosa. But just basically south of the interstate here is where we're watching the storm pretty closely to see what it may or may not try to do, at least at this point here. As it gets a little better organized, you can see more of that hook echo kind of showing up right now, right along the warning line there. Heading back over toward the Birmingham radar, just to kind of give you an idea of what we're looking at. Yeah, if they can work with me here. There we go. That's what we're keeping an eye. Yeah, and even looking at the velocity, it's pretty strong rotation, and that's still fairly high up in the atmosphere by the time the radar beam gets down there. So, Griffin, we're still going to be watching this one here closely, kind of timing it out here. Again, Akron got 2 minutes, Stewart around 6, 10 minutes, Cypress, Havana at 12, 16 in Moundville, all the way to Inglewood around 28 minutes. So definitely something we need to continue watching very closely here going forward here, kind of zooming on in with this storm as it moves on in. So if you're in those areas, safe place right now, lowest level of your home, basement would be preferred. Out there under a staircase is a good place as well too if it's in the middle part of your home, away from windows as well. As you take a live look at Tuscaloosa there, you can see not much going on there, some low clouds zipping by. But we do have, aside to this, Griffin, we have some really strong winds that have been blowing around there, haven't we?
Yeah, and potentially some pea-sized hail that's falling on that section of the Black Warrior River here. We've got, there's your forward flank downdraft here. If there is a tornado, this will be passing just to the north of Akron. If you're in Moundville, I would definitely take this one seriously because it's tracking right up to the northeast like that, and that would eventually have it crossing over Highway 69 in northern Hale County and southern Tuscaloosa County. There's the rotation that you see right there. This will be crossing over White Road, approaching County Road 21, County Road 46, all of these areas that are on the southern end of Moundville. You definitely need to take this storm seriously. That tornado warning in effect until 12:30 p.m. If you're in Utah, this has definitely passed you. If you're in Utah, you're in the clear. But if you're in Akron, you need to stay sheltered immediately. It looks like this will be passing just to the north of that little downtown area. If there is if there is a tornado there, that's where it would be. As Dave mentioned, the radar beam is still pretty elevated at this distance. You know, we're looking about 4,000 feet up into the storm. So if there is a tornado, it would be beneath that. But there's certainly enough indication there that the storm is rotating, that it's definitely capable of producing a tornado. And once again, this will be crossing over White Road in northern Hale County, just near Akron. Within a couple of minutes. So Moundville, stay sheltered. Again, that tornado warning in effect until 12:30 p.m. And of course, we're watching that second storm, which of course, as Dave mentioned, is not really showing any sign of rotation, but there is definitely some damaging winds in there. This northeastern Jefferson County storm that is passing to the northeast of Trussville, impacting places like Springville and Margaret. Check out the lightning strikes here, 123 of them in the past 15 minutes. Very impressive storm there. This severe thunderstorm warning in effect for just the next little less than 15 minutes. A lot of heavy rain coming down now in Center Point. We just had a pretty good burst of winds there in Center Point as well. So again, keeping a close eye on this storm. So Michael, if you're ready, I'll toss it to you.
Yeah, Griffin, and we want to emphasize this is just the beginning of a very long day. This is the first of what will likely be many tornado warnings. Again, this tornado warning for Greene and Hale counties until 12:30. It's not overly impressive, but it's tightening up a bit. And we're coming up on that time frame that we've talked about now for the past couple of days, beginning around lunchtime, which is where we are right now, through midnight tonight. This is going to be a long stretch, so you need to know exactly where your storm shelter, your storm safe place is. That's the smallest room, the lowest lowest floor, away from all windows of your home or your business. Just know where that is right now. And you cannot be in a mobile home. You just can't. You have to make arrangements at this point because we don't want to get you down to the last minute with a tornado potentially approaching your location and you have no options in terms of your safe place. So plan right now, please. This is going to be a long afternoon. This is a different setup than last week. And that said, we still had 25 confirmed tornadoes last Wednesday. This looks like we could have fewer tornadoes, but stronger tornadoes today, this afternoon, into this evening. So as you look right now, we have this severe thunderstorm warning coming out of Jefferson County into Blount County, Calhoun County, Etowah County. This is due to the potential for damaging straight-line wind and large hail. Something that's not included in the severe criteria is lightning, but that is something that you have to be careful with as well. Lightning does not determine whether or not a thunderstorm is severe, but it is deadly. So we do not want you outside with lightning around. We can't predict where lightning is going to strike. It's easier to track a tornado because with one lightning strike, that could do it. So that's another reason to stay inside as conditions continue to deteriorate this afternoon. So we look at Greene and Hale counties now under this tornado warning until 12:30 this afternoon. 12:30 this afternoon. This does not look like a classic setup, at least not within this storm, for a large long track tornadoes. But as Dave just mentioned, we have this unstable air coming in from the south, coming in from the Gulf of Mexico, and all these ingredients will just come together. And they'll do so very quickly today, and that will lead likely to widespread tornadoes. And I said it throughout the morning show ad nauseum. The I-59 corridor and points northwest of there, along and northwest of a line, from Tuscaloosa to Birmingham to Gadsden, this is a setup for some large, long-track tornadoes. Outside of that, absolutely. Anniston, Gadsden, Oxford, Talladega, Sylacauga, there's still a threat for you as well. So we don't want you to be complacent in East Alabama. It's just that the parameters are coming together more so along and northwest of I-59. So we'll take you into Moundville. Tuscaloosa, this is not your storm to worry about at this point. But we look at that, we have that inflow notch right there, guys, and this is beginning to look more and more like a storm that can and likely will produce a tornado. As of right now, it's not all that tightly wrapped. We're showing you the velocity right now, the inflow and the outflow from this storm, the storm relative velocity going toward and away from the radar site. And this, again, it's tightening up just a bit, so we have to be on our toes. Your safe place right now, Moundville. I know you had a rough go last week, and we're going to do it again today. That's just the fact of the matter. Moundville, you have to be in your safe place here as we speak. Smallest room, lowest floor, away from all windows, a hole going back toward Duncanville, and the I-59-20 corridor. Now is not the time to be driving between Coaling, Vance, and Tuscaloosa. Please do not be on the road. That includes the Mercedes plant in Vance. I know that you're probably coming up on some shift changes. That doesn't matter. Just be in your safe place right now until this storm passes. Dave?
All right, thanks so much right now, Michael. We are looking at, again, there's two areas of storms, one with that tornado warning we just talked about in Hale County, although also up here across part of the Birmingham area. We're dealing with some pretty hefty thunderstorm here. Not seeing rotation with this one. We definitely are, hence the tornado warning there off to the south and west of Birmingham. Zooming in on first there with the storm here kind of just north of Birmingham, kind of coming closer into the Trustville area and be over toward Aniana. We are picking up, again, some pretty heavy rain. I did have a report of some quarter-size hail with this storm as well, too, as it moved on through part of the Gardendale area, not far, of course, from Fultondale. So that's what some of the magenta color you see in here would be some of that hail. So as this continues moving off through Springville, you're going to be doing some very heavy rains. If you're watching us out there, don't be surprised to see some small hail mixed in with this, too, some gusty winds potentially. You can see winds easily here with 60 miles per hour. A lot of winds even outside the thunderstorms. You probably noticed some of those clouds zipping by above your head there at a fairly low level. That is that inflow, the jet stream, the lowest levels of the atmosphere coming on in, that bringing in all that moisture from the Gulf of Mexico right up our way. And that's what we're dealing with again as the storm continues to move on in. So from Springville area, Margaret area, Audenville area, be careful of this here. Headed just outside of Trustville. Storm's about past you at this point and kind of giving you an idea of where this is going. Argo there around 2 minutes, Margaret around 5, Springville 9 minutes here when the bulk of the heavier part of the storm comes moving on in. Asheville 21 minutes, over toward Ragland there about 24 minutes. So still looking at this as it continues to march its way here off there to the north. northeast with that severe thunderstorm warning now in effect, the new one here, until 1:15 this afternoon. So we're going to still dealing with this lasting for a little while longer here. Still very, very heavy rain coming from this storm as well. So we'll continue to watch this one here as it kind of moves there off fairly quickly. I'll go ahead and move it for you here off to the east, about say 40 miles per hour. So these storms are moving here fairly quickly as we go forward here on in throughout this lunch hour here. It's 12:09 current time right now, so we're still looking at that moving on in. The other storm we've been watching, again, the one down here farther to the south as we go just south of Tuscaloosa. We still have that tornado warning for down there in Hale County at this point. This storm continues to get better organized here. Haven't had a report yet of a tornado with this one, but it does have that shape we look for, that a classic hook echo we call it here as we analyze everything. And so with that in mind, we do have this one here. It does have the potential to possibly produce a tornado at any moment. That's why you need to be in your safe place here, kind of just off to the south, the Moundville, going to be clipping just past the Moundville area as well, and pretty close here to Tuscaloosa County. So I wouldn't be surprised if we do get a warning coming out for Tuscaloosa County with this one here shortly from the Weather Service. It is moving in that direction here. Kind of give you an idea here, kind of put it in motion of where this is. Kind of working its way off there from southwest to northeast. Many of the storms are going to be moving in that direction during the day today here. So looking back at the reflectivity, again, this is what we're talking about. That is the location of this circulation here south of the Moundville area. And again, no report yet still here of a tornado, but potentially we could see some of that. That's some of the wind going on in. Some of those severe thunderstorm winds just immediately south of Moundville, at least at this point. So kind of giving you a better perspective of what we're talking about here. Kind of moving on in as we'll go here back and if we can get the data to come back in. Let's see, go here. There we go. Looking back at what we're talking about, zooming on in a little tighter to the storm here, kind of just near the Moundville area. That is where we do have, again, Highway 11 just south of 5920 corridor right now. And you can see some of these the storms kind of getting a little bit more interesting shape to it here, as it does have kind of that hook echo. You can see where Moundville currently is located. You have some very heavy rain, maybe some hail mixed in, but this is the kind of part we're looking at right in through here, kind of giving you an idea what we're talking about. This is where we look at the rotation. This is the area we're watching, right in this area here. So if you're watching us right now, we'll go ahead and take that for you. Moundville about 6 minutes, 5 minutes for you. Hull around 11 minutes, Maxwell 14, Duncanville 17, same for you in Inglewood. Hagler 24, Grimes around 27 minutes. So you want to be in your safe place. The storm looks like it's trying to get better organized here, potentially could produce a tornado at least at any point. So we need to be aware that this has the chance of producing a tornado here fairly quickly at this time. That velocity is looking pretty get stronger out there, and we're seeing that shape, very interesting shape to this as well too with the storm. And so with that in mind, this is that storm we're going to be keeping an eye on. Here's the Tuscaloosa line right up here. So the warning goes to the line there for Tuscaloosa County. I wouldn't be surprised if we do see that warning extended up there based off the shape of the storm. Now, as I had mentioned before with the storm here, as it continues to work its way in, it does clearing the Akron and Utah area, but it's riding right along that warm front. So that's where the divider is between the really warm and humid air versus just some mild air coming on in at this point. There you go. Tornado warning coming in now, Tuscaloosa till 1:15. So they just extended that. It'll pop in the system here momentarily. But that's for that same storm we're watching here. It does have the chance of being that potentially moving on in. There you see that new warning coming on in. That warning does go till 1:15. So if you're watching us in Tuscaloosa, the storm is moving just to your south, but definitely going to be moving into parts there of the Tuscaloosa County area. And then eventually, if it holds together, we'll have to see if it does try to get in closer to Birmingham. But it's, again, right along that warm front, and that's what's key here. And that's what's allowing it to definitely produce that chance of maybe a tornado down here. Again, the rotation with it is fairly strong. The shape of it is definitely something we watch for here for potential for a tornado kind of working its way on in. Looking at the reflectivity, or velocity rather, I should say. This is that spin. Remember, velocity means spin. You're looking for counterclockwise circulation. And this is going to be heading there toward that Coaling area eventually. So Hull around 11 minutes, Maxwell 14, Duncanville 16 minutes. This is a lead time for you over towards, say, Inglewood, about 15 minutes till it gets to your area there as well. Headed toward Grimes around 26 and about 29 minutes for the Coaling area. So if you're watching us in those areas, do need to be prepared for this storm as it continues to move on in. You can see here kind of where its strongest rotation is right now and where it's going to be heading, at least at this point. So if you're in those areas, areas, kind of northern part of Hale County, southern and southeastern part of Tuscaloosa County. You have to be in your safe place right now. You should already have that figured out, have all the supplies you need in that location as well too, as the storm continues to move on closer and closer to you. Here again is the storm we're watching. This is the area we're going to be watching south of the Moundville area. Looks like Moundville got the heavy rain, maybe some hail mixed in with you as well too at this point, and it's going to continue working its way here basically along here and just south of Interstate 5920, not too far away from Highway 11 and through this area as well. Not a huge thunderstorm here, has not produced a tornado, at least as of yet, which is good. Looking at our debris tracker, not quite seeing anything yet, but definitely something to watch here. Again, that storm is starting to get a little better organized. The rotation with it is much stronger here as well too. So with that in mind, I'm going to continue watching just to see if this will try to possibly produce a tornado. If not, you may have to deal with those 60, 70 mile per hour winds, possibly very severe heavy rain, of course, and maybe some of that hail across the area. So that is including right now kind of northern part of Hale County and off to the central, the southern part of Tuscaloosa County. Tuscaloosa itself, you're not in this, it's going to be moving just south of the 5920 corridor, and it continues here off there to the northeast, as you'll notice that motion here kind of making its way up into parts there from Alabama, from Mississippi, and eventually kind of working its way closer and closer toward potentially here Jefferson County if it holds together. So there's Hoover. You can see location of the storm basically going to be going right along the interstate at this time. So be watching this one to see just exactly how this one is going to be playing out. But it does have the rotation. It is in an area we've been talking about all day today for favorable for us to be able to see tornadoes. And this is kind of the first one we've seen thus far here. Just to give you an idea of what we're looking at, something like this all day long. I suspect we'll see many more of these developing here. Parts of northern Mississippi and eventually here in northwestern part of Alabama will be feeling the influence of this. So this is kind of right on the fringe of that, right where that high risk to moderate risk is. It doesn't matter if you're in high risk, moderate, enhanced, or slight, or even marginal. You still have a threat for tornadoes today. The only difference is the highest high risk areas where your greatest chance and coverage of tornadoes is expected to be out there for today. Again, still looking at everything here north of Birmingham. We still have some pretty intense storms coming on in there. I don't want to forget about you across part of St. Clair County, heading on into just outside of Jefferson County, Etowah County. You're going to be watching this one as well. This storm is kind of moving just through Springville right now, over top of the Margaret area. There's probably where your hail is likely going to be coming on down at this point, heading right into Asheville at this time. So as this continues on that track there, kind of giving you an idea of what we're talking about here. Asheville around 16 minutes, Raglan around 20 minutes for you, Steele around 24, Ottery 27, and Leicester about 29 minutes with this one. Griffin?
And Dave, that same storm has a history of producing hail. Back in Gardendale, we have this picture on the side of quarter-sized hail that fell in Gardendale. That report coincides, or that picture coincides with the report the Weather Service got about 15 minutes ago of that quarter-sized hail that fell with that same storm that's headed towards Asheville and Springville right now. Obviously, our main concern is this new storm. It's not a new storm. It's a storm that has a history of radar-indicated rotation that passed through northern Hale County. This new tornado warning got a bunch of new folks tuning in Tuscaloosa County. This is not going to impact downtown Tuscaloosa. This is down to the south of Tuscaloosa as you travel down Highway 82. In the southern part of the county, if you live along Highway 82, south of Tuscaloosa, kind of southwest of Coaling, you need to be in your safe place because there's an area of rotation that just passed to the south of Moundville. You don't even have to look at the velocity here. You can see the rotation here and that classic, kidney bean supercell shape. It's another one of those supercell storms, just like what we dealt with last week. So this storm has not produced any official confirmation of a tornado, but there's enough evidence there to continue that tornado warning into northern Bibb County and southeastern Tuscaloosa County. And you do have a lot of lead time. I mean, this extends all the way out to Lakeview. This is about an hour of lead time with this potential tornado. So I know that it would take a long time to get to you if you're in Vance or Coaling, but you do kind of have to definitely have your guard up. You probably don't need to go to your safe place immediately if you're in Coaling or Vance, but in a few minutes' time, if this holds together, you definitely need to go ahead and head to that interior room. But if you're closer to that area of rotation, let's pull up some of the crossroads if I can, because the rotation is certainly there. I mean, you definitely have the greens touching the reds. You've got it passing over South Sandy Road soon. It says State Highway 6, but that's the same as Highway 82 coming out of Tuscaloosa. Tuscaloosa. It's a pretty rural part of the state, but if you live near National Forest Road 706, you need to head to your safe place as well. It's in a pretty wooded area, but fortunately, our main concern was obviously Moundville. This storm appears to have passed down to the southeast of Moundville. So good news for Moundville. It appears to have cleared the area for you guys if you're in the immediate vicinity of Moundville. But if you're down to the southeast of it, kind of stay put for a little bit longer. So that new tornado warning for Tuscaloosa County and Bibb County continues until around 1:15 p.m. The Weather Service did mention some possibility of what's called side lobe contamination. In layman's terms, that just means the rotation looks a little bit stronger than it actually is. And also, you take into account that we're kind of looking up high up into the storm. So this rotation may be pretty strong, but it's not at the surface. That could be the case here. So it's certainly possible that it could produce a tornado. It's definitely rotating, but it's not a given just yet. Regardless, if you're in that warning polygon, you need to go ahead and make those safety plans if you can. So that tornado warning, once again, if you're in Brent, or if you're in Centreville, if you're in Lakeview, Brookwood, much of the same places that were actually hit last week by that strong EF1 tornado that hit on St. Patrick's Day. Lakeview, Brookwood, Coaling, go ahead and get to that safe place one more time while this storm passes. So once again, radar indicated area of rotation, which has passed Moundville. It's fully past Moundville. I think I can say that with confidence, that if you're in Moundville, you're in the clear. So that's some good news. But obviously, it's not the last storm that we have today. For those of you just tuning in, let me give you the broader picture here. We do. Oh, okay. Yep, we do have an area of debris here that's showing up now. Dave just pointed that out. So let's pull up the correlation coefficient, and there you go. That is enough indication for us to say that there is a tornado now. So there is a tornado that is passing over County Road 50 here, approaching South Sandy Road. So if you're anywhere east, just east of Moundville, or just south of Highway 82 in southern Tuscaloosa County, you need to go ahead and head to your safe place. Once again, this will not be impacting the city of Tuscaloosa, but if you're south of Tuscaloosa, kind of further out of town, maybe about 10, 15 minutes down the road outside of town, go ahead and head to your safe place right now, because there is a TDS, otherwise known as a tornado debris signature. If you're in Duncanville, head to your shelter. This will be near you in about 11 minutes. If you're in Hagler, 18 minutes from you. Harmon, 23 minutes. And Coaling, about 25 minutes away from you. Michael, over to you.
Yeah, Griffith. You're talking about that area of rotation, and it is tightening up, as you just mentioned. That's going to be, and talked about it being a forested area. That's going to be very close to the Okmulgee Wildlife Refuge, just south of Tuscaloosa. A beautiful place. I've been there many times, especially when I was in school at the University of Alabama. But in and around that area, just south of downtown Tuscaloosa, heading up toward the Interstate 59 corridor, you have to be in your safe place, and you have to be there now. And just get ready to do this at times throughout the day, because this is going to be a rough afternoon. I'm very concerned. Also, let's look at East Alabama, Anniston, Gadsden. That's showing some indication. That storm heading toward the Calhoun County line outside of moving through St. Clair County near Asheville, or just south of Asheville, toward Ragland. So if you live in, let's say, Ohatchee, if you live in Alexandria, even Jacksonville, potentially as far south as Anniston, we have to keep a close eye on this for you. Even though it's not a tornadic storm right now, that could change at any point. But the storm of concern at the moment, very close to Tuscaloosa, just southeast of the city of Tuscaloosa, edging toward Vance. So as Griffin has already mentioned, if you live in Vance, Coaling, or even the West Blockton exit, you have to be in your safe place. That's the smallest room, lowest floor, away from all windows. Dave?
All right, again, this is what we're talking about here, that tornado here in northern part of Hale County and then Tuscaloosa County just here to the north. Again, this is our debris tracker, and we are showing, again, pretty significant debris starting to show up here now on our indicator here. So this is what we need to be aware of, just exactly what we're talking about here. Again, this is off to now almost the due east of Moundville. Moundville, you're not involved with this, which is good, but you see that blue shade kind of mixed in with all the reds. That is the indication here what we're talking about with the threat for that tornado. So you can see here on our reflectivity. There you see that would be kind of that debris ball we know too well here, kind of moving up there as well too with some of the high reflectivity, strong rotation with it, and of course we are talking about debris coming in with this. So if you're watching us in this location here, you need to be definitely taking shelter right now. National Forest Road 706, if you live along that road, you're going to be dealing with this. South Sandy Road here in Tuscaloosa County, you need to be aware of that. County Road, say 50 right now. The storm has just passed over that area right now, back over toward County Road 44. They're kind of coming together there. This is the storm we're continuing to watch here. Not too far away from, let's see, is that China Grove Road there? I'm trying to say here, China Grove Road, just north of you, north of the Phillips area. Is what we're doing at Phipps area. That's where you can see. This is where we're talking about. That is where our tornado is located right now. So kind of getting a little tighter in here, showing you exactly some of the locations. Unfortunately, this is not a really highly populated area, as we saw last week with some of the storms that moved on in, but you can see here with that in mind. So I'm going to go ahead and give you a better idea here, tracking this and just locations that are involved with this as well, too. Giving you an idea of what we're talking about. Hagler, if you're watching us there, you got 13 minutes to this heads up your way. Little Hope, 16 minutes. Harmon, 18 minutes. Coaling, 20 minutes. Same for Eoline there, as well as in Stewart Settlement. Going over towards Scottsville, 22 minutes. Over toward Belchers, there around 24 minutes at this time. So if you're watching us in those locations, safe, please. Immediately, lowest level of your home, away from windows. Again, interior room and bathroom or closet. If you don't have a basement, obviously the best place to be there. If you do not, go under a staircase, the middle part of your house. Make sure you have your helmets on too, shoes on as well, so in case this does come right through. Still seeing again a pretty good continuation here of that rotation. That tornado warning goes till 12:30 here for Hale County, and it currently is 12:24, but up there in Tuscaloosa County going a little bit longer there until right around 1:15 this afternoon. So there's our location of the tornado, and that is we're going to continue watching this here. It's been on the ground here for probably at least debris showing up here for about maybe 5 minutes or so, maybe 6-7 minutes with that. But that's the storm we're going to continue to watch as it moves on in. And as it continues to do so, there you see Highway 11, it's just south of Interstate 5920, but it's about to cross from Hale County on in toward Tuscaloosa County at this time. Live look there, you can see Tuscaloosa. We keep an eye on it. Tuscaloosa, the city itself, you're not going to get directly impacted by this, which is some good news. So we don't need to worry about that one at this time here. But this is the storm we're watching. This is, again, we're seeing confirmed tornado indicated by Doppler radar at this point of where we're going to be dealing with again. So this storm is going to continue racing here off there to the northeast. And as it does so, it's moving fairly quickly, about 40 or so miles per hour. And this is the main storm right now that we're talking about with a confirmed tornado based off of what we see on Doppler radar right now. You can see there's the Tuscaloosa camera pointing toward the storm. Tuscaloosa, again, the city of Tuscaloosa, you're not going to be directly impacted by this. There's Tuscaloosa, storms down due south of you, heading off to the north. So this one's going to be moving, staying away from Tuscaloosa, but Coaling area, definitely heading your way toward West Blockton, right along Highway 11, over toward the Interstate 5920 corridor. Again, the storm hit, at least Doppler radar indicating right now that the storm does have rotation with it. That is that little area we're watching right in through there, and you'll see here we're kind of zooming into this a little bit better too. We're talking about that storm coming just over right along the county line now, Griffin, and still producing some pretty good debris showing up there, at least with our debris tracker indicated by the Doppler radar.
Yeah, definitely, Dave, and this is pretty consistent. We just got a new scan of the radar just in the past couple of seconds here, and this is right on top of the Hale-Tuscaloosa County line. This is going to be passing really close to Duncanville. Right there, it's a bullseye. That is without a doubt there is a tornado there because, you know, you really have to, anytime there's a TDS like this, there's almost, 99% certainty that there's a tornado there. So you need to take this seriously. Obviously, that with that Tuscaloosa camera, we're looking at it from the north. All the heavy rain is in the way. We're not going to be able to see it, unfortunately. But it doesn't matter. If seeing it or not, this is certainly enough evidence that you need to take the storm seriously. So if you're in Hagler, you're the next community that's in line to potentially be impacted by this. So if you're in Hagler, definitely stay sheltered for until further notice, until this thing passes. Same goes for Duncanville. This is all of the southern area of Tuscaloosa County that we're concerned with right now. So again, Duncanville and Hadler, get to your safe spot right now. Interior room, away from doors and windows. You can't be in a mobile home. If you're in a mobile home, just stay put though, because you can't. I wouldn't go out and drive during this either. So just hold steady for a little bit longer and wait for this storm to pass, because there is we are almost positive that there is a tornado there, and it is passing over South Sandy Road. Labeled on the map here, it says State Route 6. This is actually Highway 82 coming out of Tuscaloosa. This is just south of Duncanville. Duncanville, you're really close though. So anybody who lives along South Sandy Road, County Road 37, Hargrove Road, as you move farther east, stay in your safe spot until further notice. Until we give you the all clear, just stay put. Same goes for Pearson. This is going to be coming pretty close to you as well. All of these little towns that are in the southern suburbs of Tuscaloosa County, definitely stay put, because that's definitely a debris ball that's right there crossing over South Sandy Road. And it's been consistent. I mean, there's the new scan. It's still there. It's not showing any sign of weakening. It's been on the ground for at least 10 minutes now, and we're keeping a very close eye on this. It's just going to be passing just south of Duncanville, but it may be approaching places like Hagler. So stay put for just a little bit longer. If you're just now tuning in, let me give you a quick reset here. Give everybody their bearings here. This is the storm that we're talking about. The broader picture here. There's a tornado down in southern Tuscaloosa County right now that's tracking up to the northeast towards Duncanville and Hagler. We have another storm that has a severe thunderstorm warning with it that produced some hail in Gardendale that's impacting Gadsden and Anniston right now. As of right now, though, it's much farther north of the warm front, so in all likelihood, it's not going to produce anything tornadic. It's just going to be a lot of heavy rain, a lot of lightning, potentially some damaging winds. Still something you need to take seriously, but you don't have to worry about a tornado if you're up towards Gadsden or Anniston at this point. Obviously, our main concern is this storm now that is in southern Tuscaloosa County. Michael, if you're ready, over to you.
Yeah, Griffin. Again, the storm of concern right now moving into the southern part of Tuscaloosa County. It's coming out of a fairly rural area. The problem is it's getting awfully close now to Interstate 59 and 20. Of course, that takes you from Tuscaloosa to Vance to Birmingham. Of course, we have the Mercedes plant right here. And notice how the area of rotation, if it maintains its course, will come awfully close to the Mercedes plant. So we don't want you leaving that installation. I know we're on lunchtime here, but don't leave your current location. Just stay in your safe place, and don't be driving along Interstate 59 and 20. That includes Vance, West Blockton here, this exit. We have that Chevron gas station right there on the southern end of the interstate. But this storm moving on off to the northeast. Now, this is our short-term model forecast to show you where this will go. We'll take it out to 1:30, coming again very close out of Tuscaloosa County, the southern part of Tuscaloosa County, near Bessemer. And if it holds together, it will come along very close to 1:30. Don't take it down to the exact minute, okay? But within the next hour, close to Birmingham. And conditions will become more and more favorable over the next several hours. So remember, even though we don't have widespread tornadoes at the moment, the atmosphere will become much more primed and unstable through this afternoon. We've warned you about that, and your time is running out to get prepared for all this. In terms of the storm coming out of St. Clair County into Calhoun and Etowah County, that will move on off into Georgia, crossing the state line through Cherokee and Cleburne counties over toward eventually Haralson County in Georgia. So don't travel that direction. So bottom line today, you need to go ahead and make plans right now to be in your safe place. That's the smallest room, lowest floor, away from all windows. I know many schools are out for spring break, so you might have your kids at home, or perhaps parents or grandparents are keeping them. Make sure they know exactly what to do. Smallest room, lowest floor, away from all windows, and we'll stick with you right here through this whole thing.
All right, thanks so much, Michael. Right now, again, still watching that storm, still has that debris signature as we talk about here. The technical term, basically debris is being lifted in the air by a tornado. Doppler radar is indicating that it is not rain or precipitation, but rather debris. And that is moving off there from the southwest to the northeast. Again, if you're in Hagler, safe place right now, Harmon area, Stewart Settlement, Scottsville, you're going to be in there about 10 minutes for you. Headed to the Belchers area, 14 minutes. Banks around 17 minutes to you. Shawtown around 19 minutes. West Blockton, again, 20 minutes. kind of a lead time for you, so you need to be in a safe place. And you can see if we get all the way over toward Hebron, around 25 minutes, 27 minutes or so. So this is moving there off there for about 45 miles per hour from the southwest to the northeast here. And again, we're going to keep an eye on this moving forward here, because if it does hold together, could possibly try to get its way closer on in toward Jefferson County. Right now, that's not the case, but definitely be watching this. There's the West Blockton area. There's Vance. So again, this is going to Interstate 5920 to your north, A82 corridor. It's about to cross right over top of the 82 corridor now, and as it continues moving there off there to the northeast, we'll keep an eye and see exactly where this is going here. But again, just to give you an idea, there's where Alabaster is located, Hoover. So again, if this holds together, could become dangerously close there in about 30, 45 minutes. Again, if we're going to watch this to see if that is the case. So if you're watching us out in those areas, part of Jefferson or Shelby County, definitely keep an eye on this. Looks at the latest scan dish, shows some of that debris not quite as intense. That's some good news. That means the storm has weakened just a little bit. Going back to the reflectivity here, this is their Doppler radar image of it. Still seeing again that hook echo with it. Obviously, we did have that report of a confirmed tornado by the Doppler radar here. I've not seen anything. Fortunately, it's moved over a very rural area. Yes, I know many of you still live there, but it's not one of the bigger populated areas. So with probably a lot of trees down. If you have that really strong smell of pine in the air, it's likely pine trees have been sheared off by this likely tornado as well too. At least the Doppler radar indicating that too at this time. So there's we can see it's crossing right over Highway 82. Again, as Griffin pointed out, it says 6, but this is the Highway 82 corridor right now, heading its way on into Tuscaloosa now County, Hale County. If you were in your safe place, you're in the clear. You can get out of your safe place there in Hale County as this continues to work its way on in toward Tuscaloosa County right now, kind of the southern part there of Tuscaloosa County. If you're watching us here, Coaling area, Vance, need to be in your safe place immediately. Brookwood, you got hit by the tornado about a week ago. This one looks like it may be coming pretty close to you as well too, so definitely keep an eye on that. Lakeview area as well. Definitely keep a close eye on this. You're starting to see some of that rain moving in now. The tornadic part of the storm will be farther here to the south. Looking at the reflective velocity here, still showing some rotation to it. Looks like it's starting to weaken a little bit. That's great news, but it's not gone. So that's why we're definitely keeping an eye on it. You can see our crew kind of driving through Tuscaloosa right now there on the other side of your screen. Looking at our debris tracker, though, still showing up in the debris right at this point, so we're not seeing it quite as impressive as it once did. That's wonderful news. We love to see that is the case there as well, too. But this is where we're watching. That is where our debris indicator is still showing debris is being lofted in the air by this tornado being picked up there. And you can still see it's kind of showing up. Here's Highway 82 corridor. It is crossing right over top of that location right now. So zooming on into where that debris is, we are going to continue watching this storm here. Hagler, it's coming right over top of you, probably right over top of you as we speak. So this is the debris. This is what we're talking about, the tornado. Again, remember, this is a snapshot. So just think about if you're driving or sitting next to an interstate, you see an 18-wheeler coming, you take a picture of it. By the time you look at your phone and then go look at the 18-wheeler, it's already well down the road. Doppler radar works the exact same way. So last scan headed here, it's probably right over top of Hagler to Pearson. Better be in your safe place. Again, we're talking about the tornado moving right over top of the 82 corridor at this point, heading right through your town here. Again, lowest level of your home, away from windows. Basement is definitely preferred, not in a mobile home. If any one of you are watching us right now and you live in a mobile home, you need to find a better place to be, a sturdy building, someplace, or at least a storm shelter nearby you to hang out in, because this is just the first of what we'll see many more of these developing throughout the afternoon hours. I know we just had this a little over a week ago, but as many of you know, this is the time of year. This is very common to see tornadoes this time of year in central part of Alabama, really all of Alabama, and rather the deep south. Again, this is Dixie Alley after all. We're used to this in springtime. So we're going to go through another event together, just like we did last week. We're going to do it again this week. So do be prepared for this to continue to move on in. There is where our location of the tornado is at this point. So we're going to continue watching that. If you're watching us in Vance area, Coaling area, West Blockton, again, the storm is not gone. It has not totally weakened yet. May not see as much debris being lofted into the air, but it's still showing up there here on our debris tracker. Look at the latest reflectivity. There again, your hook echo. Heavy rain, likely some hail coming into Coaling, about to get into the Vance area at this time as well. So you're still going to be looking at that. Seeing some more showers kind of popping up here out ahead of the storm itself. But this is the main individual supercell. It's these individual ones. The ones that are all by themselves. They have the greatest chance to produce tornadoes, some of them potentially long track and strong out there for the day today. I'll go ahead and put a little loop on this here over the last, say, 45 minutes, and you can see that storm as it continues coming up here. maybe moving immediately just near or south of Coaling. Here's Interstate 5920, Highway 11 corridor, just crossing over 82 right now, Highway 82, and then heading toward the West Blockton area and Vance at this time. That storm is coming up your way, and as it continues to move up your way, again, has the threat there for potential for tornado. Looking at the velocity here, not quite as intense as it once was. That does mean it's weakened a little bit, but it's not gone. So we can't put our guard down here at all with this storm here. But looking at our debris tracker now, you'll see again still showing some of that debris at this point. Again, it's not as impressive as it once did, so that is a little bit of some good news. But you can see here we had that coming through as it moved on in. It did produce, it was a tornado at some point, but definitely continuing watching this one here as well with that storm. And Griffin, we're continuing to watch this one here. For those in the path, need to be in your safe place now.
Yeah, absolutely, Dave. And anytime you have a TDS pop up, that is all the evidence you need for you to go to your safe place. Now, here's the good news. This tornado, we can call it a tornado with a debris signature, it's past Duncanville. It's cleared Duncanville, and it is passing most likely down to the southeast of Duncanville. Also, some more good news. The debris signature is not as loud, so to speak. You know, you normally have those deeper blues show up when you have a large tornado on the ground. It's not as strong of a signature now, but that is probably not enough evidence if you're in, especially Hagler, if you're near Coaling, if you're in any of these communities in western Bibb County. Definitely stay put. Places like Little Hope, Harmon, Scottsville. Farther to the southwest of West Blockton. This does include West Blockton this warning, so if you're in West Blockton, which is one of the more populated areas of Bibb County, definitely stay put for just a little bit longer before we wait for this storm to pass. It's definitely tracking up to the northeast, so especially if you're in Vance. Coaling, probably a little bit too close to call for you guys, so just stay put for a little bit longer. That includes the Mercedes plant as well. So once again, if we do have a tornado, that's the debris signature associated with it. Again, not quite as vigorous as it was a couple of scans ago. And let me switch over to reflectivity. Obviously, the velocity signature is not as impressive either. And here's probably what's happening. We have this little cluster of showers here. That's probably interfering with the inflow of the storm. And whenever you have these showers, you have stable air going into it, that's a good thing. That means that the storm doesn't have enough moist, unstable air to feed off of. Whenever you have rain-cooled air going into a storm, that can obviously cause it to weaken a little bit. And that's probably what's happening here, is that it's not really, it's certainly kind of cycling a little bit and probably not as profound as it once was a few scans ago. So again, we switch over to velocity, and the rotation does not really appear to be there anymore. But obviously, we can't say for sure that you need to, we can't give you an all clear just yet because obviously, this storm, without a doubt, produced a tornado when it was in southern Tuscaloosa County, northern Hale County. Obviously, not a very well-populated part of the state, but it's certainly enough to kind of extend that warning farther downstream into farther southeastern Tuscaloosa County and northern Bibb County. So, Dave, that's definitely some good news that it's kind of weakened a little bit. Michael, if you're ready, I'll toss it to you.
Yeah, Griffin, and we want to point out here, we do have this storm coming into Tuscaloosa, the city of Tuscaloosa, along Interstate 359. Of course, that takes you right into Lorraine B. Wallace Boulevard in the city of Tuscaloosa, heading back off toward Northport. That is not part of the storm under a tornado warning. That is east of Tuscaloosa, east of Cottondale, and coming very close now to I-59 and 20. So again, Coaling, Vance, the Mercedes plant, you have to be in your safe place here as we speak. Brookwood, this area of rotation passing just to your south and southeast. Now we're getting closer and closer now to Birmingham. We're coming up on 1241. We're at 1241 now. This is the scan for the next hour as this storm will pass through Jefferson County. And as Griffin just mentioned, it could very well be cycling. So if it holds together and we get into this environment where these storms this afternoon will become more and more favorable to produce tornadoes, we have to watch very carefully Jefferson County, all the way through Bessemer, Birmingham, Interstate 65, I-459, I-20, and heading back off to the east, not as dramatic in terms of the intensity in Etowah County, Blount County, but leads along I-20. toward your direction, conditions will become, again, don't let this fool you, because conditions will become more favorable for tornadic thunderstorms. We're looking at temperatures now all the way into the, let's see, Alexander City at 76 degrees. But the main parameters coming together over northwest Alabama, Tuscaloosa now at 74. So just because you had that thunderstorm, that very likely tornado moving through the southeast part of Tuscaloosa County, we're only just beginning this. This will be a long duration event. And now, guys, it looks, have y'all seen the latest SPC update? Birmingham now included in the high-risk area. So the Storm Prediction Center, this is just now coming in, has now expanded the high-risk area to include Birmingham, Jefferson County, and all the way to the county line of Calhoun County, St. Clair County, Etowah County. So we're just getting started, all right? You have to stay with us today, and it's very rare to have a high risk, much less 2 high-risk days within 8 days of each other. So strong tornadoes likely, especially within that high-risk area. And as we've talked about this morning, please don't, let's say a tornado develops in Shelby County. It's not going to decide all of a sudden, once it moves out of a high-risk area to a moderate-risk area, that it's going to weaken. So I don't want folks in Anniston, Talladega, Sylacauga, Sycamore to become complacent because these storms mean business as we progress throughout the day.
All right, thanks a lot, Michael, and thanks, guys, for all those updates throughout the day. We want to show you some of the visuals that we're seeing out there. We've got Jake Chapman driving in Tuscaloosa near U of A campus. So, Jake, tell us a little bit about what you're seeing at this point.
Well, Con, the rain has really been coming down the past few minutes. You can see right there a lot of splashing on the side of the road right here. We're right now going down right past University Boulevard, and again, we're seeing, traffic going at a normal pace right now, even though rain has really picked up. We've seen some lightning strikes throughout the area, but I've also talked to emergency management and the Tuscaloosa Fire Department. Good news so far is that there have been no reports of damage yet. Some minor flooding in some back roads, but other than that, this is what we see right now. Heavy rain coming down right here near Alabama's campus. We're going to be out here monitoring the situation a little bit, but stay with us. It's going to be a lot of rain out there today, so just stay with us both on air and online. But, Con, I'll send it back to you right now.
Yeah, you see the water when he hits that ponding area, too. Some dangerous driving, right, Jake?
Yeah. Very dangerous driving right now, guys. If you could avoid the roadways, we advise you do that right now. A lot of water is going to be picking up throughout the afternoon, especially with, as you just heard from our meteorologist, a lot of bad weather heading this way.
And fortunately, it is only, like Jake said, like the small ponding on the side of the road, minor flooding at this point. But in any situation like this, you certainly want to make sure that you're extra careful if you're out driving, and really try not to drive at all.
Right, and we're also seeing a lot of businesses are closing down early, so you hope you can get those employees and customers and anyone else back home off the road so they don't have to deal with the situation there where you are, Jake. It's okay for now, but just south of you, we've had a tornado warning ongoing. So dangerous at different locations throughout the afternoon, no doubt.
Oh, sorry.
And once again, that is Jake
Chapman. That one more time. I couldn't hear you right there.
Oh, you're good. Dave, we're going to go over to Dave Nussbaum. Jake, thank you for that live look there. Dave, what do you have?
Again, right now, though, take a look here. We do see that the Storm Prediction Center, in their latest update, has now spread the high-risk area into Birmingham, Alabaster, Asheville, Gadsden area as well. The moderate risk from Clanton, Talladega, and Anniston, and Hansricks, Alexander City. Again, it doesn't necessarily matter that if you're in the risk or not. You still have the threat for some damaging winds, obviously strong long-track tornadoes, and some large hail out there for the day today. So looking at the latest radar right now, I want to show you that storm we're watching here with that tornado warning coming into the Vance area as we speak. This is the storm here. We've been tracking with that debris indicator showing that there was a tornado here coming out of Hale County into southern Tuscaloosa County, and that is where we have right now. Still watching very closely here. Of course, we have Jefferson as well as on into Shelby counties next down the way. No warning for those areas yet still, but still be watching this to show you just to see what the storm is going to eventually do here. And it still has that rotation kind of showing up and not as intense as it once was, so that is some good news. news, but we still have to watch that. You got the red going outbound, green going inbound. You get your counterclockwise circulation. That is your tornado we're looking at. And looking at our debris tracker here, still showing maybe a little bit still tied in with that, but as Griffin had pointed out here, what we're watching is some of these individual storms kind of coming right up into it. So let me zoom out a little bit, kind of show you. There's our main storm here. And I'm going to go ahead and put this a loop on there. And you see these other storms kind of coming into it. That starts to cut off the warm, humid air coming up from the south. Now, as Michael just showed you, it's 74 degrees in Tuscaloosa and roughly about almost 10 degrees colder here in Birmingham. So that is where a warm front is. It's likely this thunderstorm is riding right along that warm front as it moves to the north. And that is where you have your lift going on in, your best ingredients just to the south of the warm front, and that's what's fueling the supercell thunderstorm. Remember, supercell means rotating thunderstorm. And this is what we're going to continue watching here, moving out of Tuscaloosa County, possibly into Jefferson and Shelby counties now as well, with the storm as it continues moving off there to the northeast about 45 miles per hour. Go ahead and stop that loop for you here. And you can see with the storm itself still has a lot of lightning tied in with it. So when you watch to see that and starting to see more and more lightning showing up, positive strikes, sometimes that's a sign that the storm is getting better organized here. But as we go on in a little closer to it, we'll show you that again, where is Vance located? There's Highway 11, Lakeview. If you're watching us there, West Blockton, need to be in your safe place right now. The storm is coming up here from the southwest here to the northeast, moving right over these locations here. And as it moves on in, it does have the chance there possibly producing a tornado with it. Again, has a history of it, may even still have one with it right now. It's weakened just a little bit, but it's an individual thunderstorm. And when you see these individual thunderstorms on a radar map, when you have a day that and the ingredients are coming together to chance to produce some strong long-track tornadoes, it's these individual ones you really, really need to watch. They're the ones that are going to produce those. When you see a whole cluster of thunderstorms, like they're not going to be necessarily those stronger tornadoes, but still producing tornadoes. And of course, any tornadoes we found last week, whether it's an EF1, 2, if 0, 1, or 2, could easily produce some damage at this time. So this one's coming on in toward the Vance area right now. Getting a tighter look on into Vance just to show you what we have with this here. Again, looks like the storm is going to continue getting a little bit, trying to get better organized. Still has that classic hook echo we look for here all the time. So again, North Scottsville Road, County Road 9, Vance Road, all again, watch out here. This is where we're watching here. There's Vance, heavy rain, maybe some hail continuing to fall across your area there. So again, you need to be in your safe place right now here. West Blockton need to be in your safe place as well. Here's Highway 5 at this point, Highway 11 coming on through. This is south of the interstate. So here's Coling. Coling, you're in the clear of this right now. That's some good news for you. But over toward Vance right now, this is the storm. This is where we're watching right in through here. And again, a debris tracker is showing that not showing as much with it right now, which is good news. It's not what's here in West Blockton. That's not our debris. That was right in this location here. So at the moment, without seeing anything being lofted into the air. That means the storm may have weakened. Storm may be trying to go through what's called a cycle phase. A lot of times here, these individual thunderstorms can only be strong for so long to kind of take a little break, and then they kind of ramp back up again. And that's what we need to watch because, one, it could do this. Two, because the direction and place where this storm is potentially going. Kind of zooming out a little bit here. They're still into Tuscaloosa County right now, but as mentioned before, you can see Birmingham kind of here at the top of your screen. There's Hoover, there's Chelsea, Pelham, Alabaster area, and Lakeview area. So this is moving toward West Blockton and again could be impacting those areas of Jefferson and Shelby counties. You need to keep an eye on it. Right now there's no warning for you. Still going to be watching. This one has still a long way to go in Tuscaloosa County at this time. But nonetheless, though, we're watching this storm here. Now we've seen some other showers and storms have been severe across part of Etowah and Calhoun counties here further off to the north and heading toward Gadsden. Looks like this one has just passed through you, potentially producing some pretty strong winds as it passed on by. So just keep that in mind, even though you don't have a tornado threat because you're cooler up here and don't have quite the dynamics together to give you the tornado in the Gadsden area. You still can see some straight line winds coming on in, heavy rain, and maybe some hail mixed in with that system as well too. So with that in mind, still watching that one. Things are a little better for you in Anderson area back to Aniana. Talladega looking pretty good. Sylacauga, things are fine for you right now. Back over toward Coleman, more of that heavy rain. Still have some of those flash flood warnings in effect for you. The flash flood watch goes into effect till 1 o'clock tonight into tomorrow tomorrow morning as more heavy rain continues to come in, possibly producing some flooding issues across those areas. So definitely be prepared for that as we go forward here. But again, here is that storm we're watching, kind of part in here in the southeastern part of Tuscaloosa County. Has a history of producing a tornado at this point as well, and we'll continue to watch this one. Let me zoom out and show you what's coming from Mississippi. This is the storms we're going to continue watching here out of the Jackson, Mississippi area. Kind of switching over to Columbus radar just to give you a little closer perspective here of these thunderstorms. Now these, as they move on in, they're going to be moving into an environment here, again, warm and humid air, and have also the potential to produce some tornadoes. Now if they're clustered together like this, makes it a little bit more difficult for them to go ahead and do that, but still watching this one here. These lines coming out of Jackson back toward Meridian, Mississippi, up into the Starkville area and heading toward Columbus. We'll continue watching those, and then once they cross into Alabama, get a better idea of what this may or may not do for our area. But we still just have that one tornado warning in effect here. That is this storm here, again, in parts of southeastern Tuscaloosa County. Not looking quite as impressive here. Let me go back to the Birmingham radar. That's probably one reason why it doesn't look that way. There you go. It still has that kind of hook echo. West Blockton area, be in your safe place right now. Can't stress that enough with this. And that tornado warning still goes into effect here for that Tuscaloosa County area here. That does go until 1:15. Current time right now is 12:52. Griffin, what you got?
Yeah, Dave, I would just want to throw out that, yeah, like you discussed earlier, these storms like this can cycle. They can go up and down. I think maybe about 10 minutes ago I was encountering some showers, but I think now it may be starting to wrap up again. I mean, you don't really even have to look at the velocity here. You can sort of see the inflow curling around, and same with that rear flank downdraft. And this is only about 3 or 4 miles west of downtown West Blockton now. I also want to point out, even if you are to the north end of this storm, there's some hail in there, potentially up to golf ball size. One little return there just east of Vance, on that far northern tip of Bibb County. There's a lot of hail in this storm too, north of where that area of rotation is. So even if you're not going to be impacted by the tornado, you're probably getting just some absolutely torrential rainfall in this storm. Almost non-stop cloud-to-ground lightning strikes. Just within this storm alone, 100 lightning strikes in the past 15 minutes. So again, in that latest velocity scan here, yeah, it's definitely wrapping up a little bit. This is going to be just west of downtown West Blockton near Shawtown. That right there. That is tracking up to the northeast like that near Vance Road. It'll be passing over Mount Carmel Drive here in a couple minutes. Griffintown Road. We've got Old Woodstock Road, Hebron, McCully. All of you need to be in your safe spot because once again, this storm may be starting to kind of wrap up again. It'll be crossing over Highway 5 in a couple of minutes here, just to the north of downtown West Blockton. We don't have a camera in West Blockton, so we're not going to be able to show you this with a camera, but all the evidence we need is right here on the radar. There's a supercell storm tracking through northern Bibb County. It is 12:55 p.m. and this warning is in effect until 1:15 p.m. But it looks like we just have a new warning. Yep, that popped up. So, okay, this is going to include southeastern Jefferson County. The southern suburbs of Birmingham are now included in this warning. So that's going to include Vestavia Hills. That's going to include Hoover. It's also going to include all of the Birmingham suburbs in Shelby County as well. So Pelham, Alabaster, Chelsea, all of these areas now included in the tornado warning. So this one's going to be in effect until 2 p.m. You got a lot of lead time with this, so it's going to be a while until the actual dangerous part of the storm, way down here, makes it up here. So again, tornado warning in effect until 2 p.m. for southeastern Jefferson County. It's going to include Hoover. It's going to include Vestavia. It's going to include Mountain Brook, all of these popular suburbs in the southeastern part of Birmingham. Got a long way to get to, but again, tornado warning in effect for Jefferson and Shelby counties now. Conan, I'll toss it over to you.
All right, thank you. We want to go to Malik Rankin, CBS 42 news reporter. She is in Dora, where the police department there, Malik, has talked about flooding in the area. What are you seeing for where you are?
Yep, we're seeing some flooding right now, Ani. And here, Ron, let's point over here, show some of this that is just running down the roadway here. We just had a resident stop by that was driving through this road, letting us know that if the rain continues and picks up again in this area, this entire street will flood. So we certainly won't be sticking around for when that happens. But this area, we're just off of Sharon Boulevard. I'm going to step over here. We got a car coming through, Ron, so we'll let them pass by safely here. But this area just off of Sharon Road in Dora, Alabama, and this is in in Walker County. I was talking to the Walker County Sheriff's Office, their PIO, TJ Walker, today, and he let us know that storm shelters are open in this area. For residents right now, they should go to the EMA's Facebook page to get familiar with those shelters located near them, as well as go to the Sheriff's Department's Facebook page for updates as to when those will open and how to stay on top of the latest alerts. And of course, our CBS 42 News app has everything you need to know. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
Okay, Malik Rankin with the latest on flooding accumulating in Dora. Let's go back to Dave Nussbaum now for the latest look at the radar, Dave.
Yeah, right now you can see here, looking at the latest radar, this is that supercell thunderstorm right over top of the West Blockton area. Again, you need to be, if you're in that area, watching in your safest location of your home. Again, the basement preferred out there. That's the tornado warning there again for Tuscaloosa County that goes until about, say, 12:30 at this time. So that continues there, or 1:15, I should say. And then now we have the new tornado warning here for parts of Jefferson and Shelby counties that goes in effect till 2 o'clock this afternoon. So a long lead time with this. Looks like the storm is starting to get ramped up again and try to get better organized. The velocity, yep, it is intensifying right now right over top of West Blockton. So this storm is likely about to produce another tornado if it hasn't done so already. And there it is. We do have that new, looks like debris showing up here just kind of north of the West Blockton area. That is the location where we're seeing here. So Shawtown area, West Blockton, tornado is just moving through your area as we speak, kind of crossing right over there is that Highway 5. Heading farther, just kind of moving just north of Flat Top, Italian Town area here. This is what we're talking about. So the storm has re-ramped up, and it's now trying to produce, it is producing, at least Doppler radar indicating, another tornado at this time. So going ahead and giving you the latest track here with this one. Let me zoom out a little bit more and just kind of give you an idea here of where this is going. Tracking here, Hebron 3 minutes, Gray Hill 7 minutes, Anita 11 minutes, Gurney there around 12 minutes, over toward Turner 15 minutes, Ryan 20 minutes here, heading over toward Roebuck area around 22, Helena again 25 minutes, Alabaster again if it holds together that far, same for Pelham 25 to 27 minutes with this storm as it continues heading off there to the northeast at about 45 miles per hour. So if you're watching us in the Hoover area, Pelham, Alabaster, you need to keep a close eye on this. It's a ways away from you, but nonetheless though we're still watching that. It looks like, again, we're seeing the storm here try to get ramped back up again, and this would be that tornado we're talking about right in that location here. Not to the south there, but this little dot there looks to be that's where we have our debris ball showing up there just north of the West Blockton area. That's where our strongest velocity is. That, again, that's that spin we look for the rotating thunderstorm. So this storm has gotten stronger. It looks like the new scan even stronger showing up here as well, too. Again, so this is likely going to be a large tornado here. Debris tracker showing up. There it is again. This is what we're talking about, folks, right in through there. I'll go ahead and kind of indicate you here right now. This is where we're talking about, right in through there. That is what we're dealing with again. That is the debris tracker showcasing we do have that tornado. It is still in Tuscaloosa County here, but it is working its way toward Jefferson and parts of Shelby County. So if you're watching us advance, you're in the clear of this. West Blockton, it is just immediately to your north right now. It is heading just off to the northeast here, about 45, 50 miles per hour. Lakeview area kind of just between you and West Blockton. So there you can see Highway 11, Interstate 59 and 20. Again, this is a tornado, and it is moving closer and closer toward the Birmingham area. It's still in Tuscaloosa County right now, so we're still going to watch this one here, but I want to give you all a good significant lead time of what this is doing. So if you have a safe place for those down the way here, definitely get ready to be in that. It's coming closer and closer to you. Here again, this is our tornado. This is where we're talking about right now here. Have me step out of the way, kind of give you some roads. Griffintown Road, Mount Carmel Drive area, Old Woodstock Road there. That is where we're talking about. Hebron, it is heading right to your direction. So we're still watching that one here that's coming right in toward your direction there. This is our tornado. This is our debris tracker showing we have a storm and tornado lofting that debris into the air. And here, but you have to be in your safe place right now as that storm continues to move its way here off to the northeast. Again, still giving you guys a little bit of some time here. Again, Hebron, you've got 3 minutes. Get in your safe place now. Gray Hill about 7 minutes. Anita there about 10 minutes. Glen Carbon 13 minutes. Over toward Ryan around 20 minutes. Heading towards Colmont 20 minutes for you as well too. Roebuck about 22 minutes. And if it gets to Helena, Alabaster, and Pelham, we're talking about 25, 27 minutes for you. That is the storm we're watching here. Again, with that, this is it. That's our tornado heading right toward Hebron. There's Hebron. There's Gray Hill. It's going to go right over top of that area there. So if you're watching us in those locations, need to be in a safe place. That's County Road 21 coming right through there. Looks like a Smith Hill Road. It's coming over top of there. Griffinstown Road, right in that location is where that tornado is located. It's still in Tuscaloosa County, but this is the county line here, heading up toward eventually toward Shelby County and eventually on in toward Jefferson County. So we have this storm is now produced, looks like a second tornado. May have produced one, took a little break. Now it's kind of ramped back up and producing another one here. And you can see here on our reflectivity, this is where we talk about that's where your debris ball is here, and looking at the velocity showcasing that pretty strong, very intense rotation showing up here with this storm. Again, this is what we're talking about, that red goes away from the radar, green goes toward. You have a counterclockwise circulation, and that is what we have here with the storm here. This is the only storm, fortunately, going on right now with something we have to worry about. Has a classic hook echo shape to it. There's your debris ball with it. And again, the best way to point out where the tornado is looking at a debris tracker. That is it right there. So again, looking at that line here, still a persistent, fairly large tornado. I'm going to go ahead and say this is, Griffin, a fairly large one. We have working its way through parts of Tuscaloosa County. West Blockton, you're in the clear of this right now. Lakeview, you're in the clear of this. So it's kind of in rural parts of Tuscaloosa County, but it's going to be heading on in towards Shelby and eventually potentially maybe even to Jefferson County as well too. So we have storms over top ahead of us here right now here at the station. So this is the one supercell we're watching here, but you can see part of it actually heading up our way, and you can see from the lightning tracker we have some of the lightning strikes there all the way back down to the system. Griffin, what you got?
Yeah, Dave, this is the National Weather Service is tagging the tornado damage threat as considerable, and they only really do that with the strongest supercells that we normally get. Obviously, we had this storm produce a tornado back in southern Tuscaloosa County. It lifted, and now it's back down again. It's part of this same storm system. So there is a tornado down in Hebron right now. It just passed over Griffintown Road. It's passing right through the center of Hebron. It's passing near Gray Hill as well. This is the far northeastern tip of Bibb County. Over here is Shelby County. Shelby County is included in this tornado warning, but it's got a long way to go before it actually gets to more populated places in Shelby County, like Helena and Pelham and Alabaster. But there's a tornado there. Without a doubt, there is a tornado there, and the damage threat is considerable. That is a very large debris bowl right there in the center of your screen, and that scan is held for the past 5 to 10 minutes. It's been down on the ground. So if you're on Bishop Ridge Road, you need to be in shelter right now. If you're in River Road in far western Shelby County, if you're near Turner, if you're near Gurney, Glen Carbon, Anita, any of these places, you need to be in your safe place right now. It looks like our graphic system's pulling up, even also indicating on that area of rotation too. So this is definitely a large tornado. There's the Barron product showing you that severe wind embedded within that tornado. We could see winds as strong as 120, 130 miles per hour in this storm as it crosses over Bishop Ridge Road. Glen Tree Drive, any of these places I'm listing, you need to be in your safe spot immediately. It's soon going to be crossing the county line, so it's coming up on that Bibb and Shelby County line. This kind of helps to highlight where that area of rotation is. The most dangerous part of the storm is right here. And if I switch over to reflectivity, you'll see that on the northern end of that storm, in Bessemer and Hueytown, all McCalla, 459, it's torrential rainfall right now, a ton of lightning strikes. But the most dangerous part of the storm is probably going to be passing south of that area. It's right in here where that potential tornado is. There's the inflow notch, there's the rear flank downdraft, and the tornado right about there, soon to be crossing over into western Shelby County. So again, this is going to be kind of far away from those Birmingham suburbs in Shelby County, Pelham and Alabaster. It's still about 25 minutes away from potentially impacting you, but it's close enough that I would go ahead, if you haven't done so already, get to that interior room away from doors and windows, because this is a tornado. It is down and it is causing damage, and this storm has had a history of producing damage back into Hale County and Tuscaloosa County. Dave, if you're ready, I'll toss it to you.
All right, Griffin, yeah, the same thing we're continuing to watch here, just looking at that debris indicator, because this is the best way to kind of show you at home what we're talking about. This is all messy stuff. What we're watching is this right there. That is where a tornado is here, a dangerously large tornado indicated by the National Weather Service, about to cross over out of Tuscaloosa County now, and heading on into parts there of Shelby County, eventually possibly on into Jefferson County as well, too. So still be watching this one here. There's that county line just to the north. So as we continue to watch this one, again, need to be prepared for you in those areas of where the storm is going. This you probably hear the thunder, a lot of lightning. If you're watching us here and you hear the thunder and lightning, you're looking outside, there's no rain falling. It's because we have a lot of it still popping up out ahead of this storm. And sometimes when you start to see that lightning start to increase in coverage, especially a lot of those strikes that come from the top of the cloud down, those are called positive strokes, which are more intense lightning strokes. Those actually are a sign the storm's trying to tornado. And of course, we do have one right now with this here. But you can see Alabaster, Pelham area, and as we go on in toward, say, just where our storm is located here, potentially here, about to cross on in towards Shelby County right now. And again, here's Jefferson County just to the north. Here's Interstate 459 at this point. Still going to be watching to see how this reacts once it crosses over into there. So if you're watching us, Alabaster, Pelham, Hoover area, need to be aware of this and watch this very closely. It is a long way away from you, but definitely need to watch it. You can see we do have that classic debris ball showing up right now here with this, kind of zooming on in a little tighter to you here with that storm as it continues to move through right along the county line. Really strong rotation still showing up with this. When we talk about the word tight rotation, that means the storm is really rotating really well, and it's likely it's moving right along that warm front I was talking about, that's kind of nudging its way northward here toward Birmingham. But that is our tornado. That is the direction we're talking about here, continuing to work its way through the region. And as it moves on in closer and closer to the area, again, this is not the tornado. It's that little spot we're talking about right in through there. And it is moving fairly quickly at right about, say, 45 miles per hour. So kind of giving you a potential track here. Again, this is could go toward either direction with this here. But nonetheless, though, we're talking Glen Carbon area, 6 minutes, Turner, 7 minutes, Brantleyville, 12 minutes, Colmont, 11 minutes for you, Roebuck, about 13, Calliston there, about 15 minutes, Helena, 16, St. View, Alabaster, Pelham, about 18, Hoover, potentially 24 minutes, and that's by the city center there. So again, Hoover areas, you know, is kind of long and stretched out. So if you're watching in those areas, you need to get down to your safe place now, as the storm continues to get still fairly organized and continues to get a little bit stronger. So where are we looking? Right in through there. That is our tornado right now. Looking at your Doppler radar, you can see there's that debris ball. Some of you have indicated, oh, I know what that means. That is where we're talking about. So here's your thunderstorm, the very tail end of it wrapping up there. As we talked about yesterday and even this morning, these storms are going to be moving here from the southwest to the northeast. That's the way the environment has always been climatologically here, and we're continuing to see that. This one is going to be moving into a very much more populated area than most of the tornadoes we saw last week. Remember, we had 25 last Wednesday and St. Patrick's Day. So this is the first one we've seen so far. Potentially here 2 different times in parts of Hale, Tuscaloosa counties, and then now coming on in towards Shelby and parts of Jefferson County. I need to watch this. Let me go ahead and turn the lightning off, and just so we can see this a little bit better for you here, kind of give you an idea of this one. So this one is a cause of concern. We have, again, confirmation here of a tornado moving right through the Gray Hill area as we speak. We're right over top of Hebron at this point as well, too. And it'll continue moving its way here as it goes closer and closer on into the area. So kind of zooming on in. Green Tree Drive area, County Road 12. We're watching those areas very closely here as the storm continues its way towards, say, Glen Carbon, Lindsay Crossing, Superior area there. You're all going to be very close to the path of this storm here as it continues to move on in. There's River Road coming on in as well. It's going to be passing right over top of River Road right now. So if you live along River Road there, not too far from the Gray Hill area and County Road 12, that's where you're talking about this coming on in. Here's County Road 270 as well, Glen Carbon, County Road 260. If you're in those areas here, and County Road 13, that's what we're talking about. So here's what we're talking about. That is the storm right over top of River Road. If you're watching us here, looks like it's moving its way on in towards Shelby County right now as it's made over the crossover there. Even our radar is indicating that circulation here are fairly strong with it as well, too. But this is the circulation center. Looking at the debris tracker here for you, that's what we're talking about. At the moment, it looks like it's maybe weakening just a little bit. Just saw a lightning strike there on that video in Jefferson County. A lot of cloud-to-ground lightning strikes coming on in, so now not the time to be outside. But again, this is where we're watching. Now that debris indicator has come down just a little bit. which would be some good news. But nonetheless, though, this is where we're talking. So all that would show is that maybe not as much debris is being lofted into the air, which would then indicate that the tornado may have weakened. As we showed you earlier, briefly, it may kind of recycle once again too, so don't put your guard down, and that's why we're continuing to watch this here. Still seeing some strong rotation within that storm. There's no doubt about that. We have that, even if it's not producing a tornado, maybe taking, hate to say it, a little breather before it tries to go back and do a tornado again. A reflectivity again still showing where that debris ball would be located here in the storm, but looks like it's got a little flanking line behind it, which is typical. This is normal for this to happen here. Sometimes what may happen is if this can get a little stronger, it would rob the energy of the big main storm here, which would be good, which would continue to weaken it, but the southern storm may take over and start to intensify. So I'll be watching to see if that starts happening here with this storm. But as this storm does have a ton of lightning tied in with the two, so while the storm itself may be kind of south of Bessemer, south of 459, at least at this point, it is producing some very heavy rain. Intense lightning strikes are coming on in, although lately I'm not seeing as much. That could be a sign that it's weakening a little bit, but I'll be watching to see if all of a sudden a lot more lightning starts to show up. That could be a sign the storm's trying to get a little bit stronger out there as well. Again, our debris tracker is still showing some of that debris, although lighter in color. You see here more toward the yellows. When you start seeing those blues and beyond, and that is when we indicate some really heavy debris. Heavy rain continues to fall here over top of Red Mountain right now, and you can see with that storm here across the Birmingham area, we're getting some of the edge of this storm coming on in. So this is not the tornado part of the storm. This is just the anvil or the outer part of it here continuing to come on in. Same for you in Hueytown to Bessemer area. The storm's kind of staying away from you right now. So if you're in Bessemer, that tornado part of it is not going to head your way, but could be working its way here toward parts of northern Shelby County here, southern part of Jefferson County. Here's the 459 corridor. In parts of the Hoover area, need to be watching this one here. We have that tornado warning for Shelby and Jefferson counties until 2 o'clock. Right now it is 1:12, so we still have some time on this one here until that warning does expire at this point. So we'll be watching to see that very, very closely here. Storms exiting out here of, say, Tuscaloosa County, but now coming on into parts of Shelby County, heading on in toward Jefferson County there, and so be continuing to watch this one as it kind of goes through the part of the Cahaba River area and potentially here going on into the right now kind of rural parts of Shelby County. But that is where we're talking about with that rotation. And zooming on in there, this one here continues to try to get we'll see, maybe it does get a little better organized here, Michael, but it definitely is still showing some strong rotation with it as well, too. Maybe a little bit weaker than what we saw earlier, which I would love to see that continue to weaken even more as it gets closer into more of the populated metro area.
Yeah, Dave, and we saw that going back into to Tuscaloosa County just a little bit while ago. You mentioned the cycling process, and that could very well be going on. The reason I say that is because the dynamics will become more and more favorable over the next several hours into this afternoon. Now, this is not a situation where we'll be finished after the storm moves through. We'll have multiple waves of severe thunderstorms. So still, along the I-59 corridor, coming in now to Jefferson and Shelby counties, Pelham, Alabaster, down Interstate 65. You have to be in your safe place, the smallest room, lowest floor, away from all windows. Excuse me. Even the city of Birmingham, we have plenty of lightning. Even if you don't have a tornado warning in your particular location, you still need to be inside because this lightning, it's not messing around. So I-65 up toward Hoover, and it looks at times like this is trying to make a right turn. I believe that's probably a little bit deceptive because Interstate 2059 kind of banks to the northeast as you come out of Vance and Brookwood. But Birmingham, again, downtown Birmingham, it appears as of right now this particular storm, in terms of the likely tornado, will pass just south of downtown Birmingham. And we're not forgetting about you farther up to the north. I know you see this red. There's Gadsden, Rainbow City, Reese City, West End, Steele, and Etowah County. That red is a flash flood warning. That is not a tornado warning. So Gadsden, Etowah County, including Glencoe, back down toward the Calhoun County line, toward Jacksonville. You are not under a tornado warning, but you are under a severe thunderstorm warning from Ohatchee back over to Jacksonville and Weaver. There's a 431 that takes you back down to Anniston, Oxford. There's I-20 right here, heading back into Cleburne County and eventually into Georgia. But this is the track. This is the short-term model to show you this storm over the next hour will come through Birmingham, riding very close to Interstate 59, eventually crossing over 459. So we do not want any travel at this point along Interstate 459. Of course, that's just south of Birmingham. This lightning will continue and eventually up toward near Leeds and Trussville within the next hour. And this, remember, this is one of those days favorable for the large, long-track tornadoes. And if that's the case right now with this particular storm, you will have to deal with this. And we will stay right here with you. The problem is, it's potentially cycling. It's also coming into a more favorable environment. The atmosphere will become more favorable over the next several hours. So this is really just the beginning of all this, not the end. We are under a high risk for severe weather all across central Alabama. So again, I-20, that's that same storm. Look at this. Okay, this is the model forecast for that same storm. See how it's trying to indicate the possibility of this wrapping back up. That is at 216. Very close to Leeds, all right? Very close to Leeds. That is showing a hook echo with this, and that would indicate the possibility of a tornado. We're not forecasting a tornado crossing over Interstate 20 at exactly 216. I'm just telling you it's a possibility. It's that likelihood is there given the environmental conditions. That's why we want you to be in a safe place right now. Temperatures are continuing to come back up. Birmingham 71, Alabaster 72, Clanton now in the middle 70s at 75 degrees. So again, smallest room, lowest floor, away from all windows as soon as a tornado warning is issued for your location. And unfortunately, we feel like there will be many more tornado warnings issued this afternoon.
Yeah, that's right, Michael. And of course, we're keeping a close eye on this storm that's just crossed over into Shelby County. It's been the same supercell that produced a tornado back in Hale and Tuscaloosa counties, the southern end of it. Now it's into Shelby County. And here's the good news. The rotation, not quite as strong now. If there is a tornado there, it's going to be right on top of County Road 13. This is going to be pretty close to Helena, though. So if you're in Helena, while the storm may be cycling, it's still too close to call. You need to stay sheltered for just a little bit longer. This is going to be passing to the south of McClendon Chapel Road. It's going to be south of Porter Road. There's obviously a lot of torrential rainfall right now happening in the Birmingham metro, but the only really dangerous part of the storm that could be producing a tornado is likely going to be passing south of downtown Birmingham. Here's Birmingham here. That's where the tornado is, and the closest community in the vicinity of that potential tornado on the southern end of the storm is Helena. Pelham, same for you. It's going to be kind of a close call, so stay put. Interior room away from doors and windows. On the forward flank downdraft, we've got McCalla, we've got Bessemer, we've got Ross Bridge here. Torrential rainfall on Ross Bridge, but once again, the most dangerous part of the storm is going to be to the south of that. We've got a lot of lightning strikes and hail up in here happening now, just to the west of Hoover, along Highway 150. It's coming down very hard right now, but thankfully, the most dangerous part of the storm, once again, going to be to the south of there. We're keeping a close eye on this cell because obviously cells like this, they kind of hopscotch. They can produce a tornado in one spot, lift back up, and then produce another one later on. And that's what we're seeing now, is this cell is kind of cycling up and down. Here's another thing to note. This is the southernmost storm, and there's not much happening south of that. So it's getting a lot of unimpeded southerly flow up into the storm. So there's really nothing holding this storm back from potentially holding together and continuing up to the northeast. So once again, if you're in Helena, especially, you need to be in your safe spot because it's going to be definitely too close to call. This could be coming up right towards Helena. Pelham, same for you guys. Stay sheltered. Anybody along Highway 31, anybody kind of near Oak Mountain State Park, especially west of that, and even north of that, Indian Spring Village. If it holds together, this would be potentially tracking up to the northeast towards Indian Springs Village in about 10 to 15 minutes. So let's draw the storm track out for you, moving northeast at around 40 miles per hour. This will give us some of the arrival times here. So Helena, about 7 minutes away from you. Pelham, about 9 minutes or 8 minutes now. Chelsea, still got a lot of time, 25 minutes away from you, roughly speaking. Lake Purdy in about 25 minutes as well. This will be if the tornado holds together, but down to the southwest towards Helena especially. You guys are the closest town that's in the path of this potential tornado. tornadoes. So if you're in Helena or Pelham, especially, be in your safe place right now because it's definitely too close to call. Here's the severe wind product. We'd almost never get one of those, all these yellower colors to show up. That almost never happens unless there's really high confidence that we have something there. And this storm obviously has a history of producing tornadoes. Let's switch over to the debris indicator. There's a little bit of something there right about here, just south of Chestnut Glen, south of Bamford there and west of Roebuck. If there is something there, that's where it would be. I will say it's not as impressive as what we saw back in Hale and Tuscaloosa County where we had that big, deep, loud signature that showed up. But if there is something there, it would be right near Chestnut Glen. So if you're in Chestnut Glen especially, head to your safe spot right now, that interior room away from doors and windows. If you are watching us in McCalla, I think we can give an all clear to especially McCalla, you know, right here where the Full Moon Barbecue is on that exit 1 right here on 459. That's going to be passing down to the south of you, so you don't have to worry about that. But if you're in Helena, if you're south of 459 in Bessemer especially, going to be kind of too close to call for you, so just stay put a little bit longer. It's coming down really hard, the heavy rain that is in Hoover and in Vestavia right now, but thankfully I think that this will pass down to the south of Hoover, at least the most dangerous part of the storm. So again, just getting another warning from the Weather Service. We've got another TDS that's showing up, they're saying. Okay, so let's pull that up real quick. Yep, there's a little bit of a TDS there for sure. So just another indicator that especially if you're in Helena right now, you need to be in your safe spot right now. That's where it is, the TDS right there, center of your screen. Roebuck, Helena, safe place right now. Dave, over to you.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Again, this is now in Shelby County, so we're talking about here kind of south of Birmingham, as I mentioned. This is it right here, kind of just off to the south, east there of Chestnut Glen, heading right to Roebuck, Helena area, Cahaba Valley, States area. Need to be in your safe place, lowest level of your home immediately. This storm's kind of going through this cycle, as they traditionally do. We've seen this many, many times in history here across Alabama, and that is now what we're talking about. That is where a tornado is located. It's getting ramped up fairly quickly. It took, I hate to say it, a little breather, and now it's getting back into playing here with another tornado. Dunway Farms area can move right off to the north of you, but right through Helena. If you're watching us there, take shelter immediately right now. This could work its way toward Pelham area, Blueberry Estates area, Hardy area, Cahaba Valley Estates. This is Highway 31, Interstate 65 here, moving on in. So we're going to watch this one here as it continues to get a little bit stronger there. Go ahead and get this track on here and see if it can exactly it's going to try to move on in. I'm going to show you the reflectivity here. Again, this is where we're talking. There's the velocity showing a little bit stronger here, but again, the debris tracker showing we still have some debris. Maybe if weakened just a smidge at the moment, but giving you an idea of what we're talking about. Roebuck, 2 minutes. Colmont area, you've got 2 minutes. Helena, 4 minutes. Calston area right there, about 4 minutes for you as well. Pelham, 6 minutes. Hoover, again, we're talking about the Chevy County version of Hoover, at least at this point, are close to the county line. Right about 14 minutes for you. Stay in your safe place right now. Over towards Simsville, about 15 minutes here. Inverness, about 18 minutes. Chelsea, if it holds together that far, 23-minute lead time for you. So definitely watching that one as it starts to get a little bit better organized here at this time as well. We've got that tornado warning going until 2 o'clock this afternoon for Shelby and Jefferson counties here. But this is where we're talking. That is our tornado. The storm is kind of going through these cycles where it took a while to get started, produced a tornado. Tornado likely lifted, dropped another tornado there in parts of Tuscaloosa County, lifted. Now we're seeing it again here as well, too. Now, if there's not a tornado, as Griffin was pointing out, we do have some pretty strong winds coming on in here. These are 60, 80 mile per hour winds tied in with that. So not only if that is where the tornado is, but also some strong winds kind of tied in too. As you can see, that is our rotation. We have what's called a pretty tight circulation and rotation with this, and that is what we're talking about here as it continues to move on in with this storm. So if you're watching us here in Pelham, it's going to be coming dangerously close to you, north of the Alabaster area at this point, but right over top of Helena, County Road 52. We're talking about Roebuck. It's coming right into your neighborhood right now. Foxhaven, Calston area, Helena. There it is. Again, the storm has just jumped a little bit here, so Helena, it's probably right over top of you. Now, you need to be in your safe place. Basement, interior room, closet. Can't stress that enough. Cahaba Valley Estates is headed your way. Here's Pelham right now, kind of giving an idea of what we're talking about. That is where our tornado would be located here, kind of near the Foxhaven area, County Road 52, Helena Road, right into Helena, the heart of Helena. You can see here looking at our debris tracker. This is where that tornado would be when that Scan went right over top of it, so likely coming right over top of Helena. So we do have, again, the tornado right in that location as we speak. So please, this is moving now into a much more populated area than when it once stood there, going through parts of Greene, Hale, and Tuscaloosa counties. Now we're into Shelby County right now here, just south of the Jefferson-Shelby County line, the Cahaba River, of course, too. But this is where we're watching here. This is what we call a tornado detection signature, or TDS is the technical term for it. But when you see this, know that that means debris is being lofted in the air by a tornado. The Doppler radar goes around, it hits it, indicating some of the debris. When it's those darker blue shades we had just a bit ago, that's kind of more of the thicker debris coming on in. But that is what we're talking about here. So Toccoa, Helena area, again, you can't stress enough. State Road was that 261 right there, Helena Road. This is coming right over through. It's probably over top of you. Remember, as I said before, when the radar comes in, it's like taking a picture of a fast-moving vehicle. As it comes by, you take a picture of it, you look at the picture, and then you go look and see where the truck is. It's already down the road. Same thing what happens with the radar. So when you see this update, it'll be over top of Helena, if not just past there at this time. So there you see the reflectivity. This is where we're talking about. There you see it, jumping right over top of Helena. The tornado would be right over top of you right now. So again, if you're listening to our voice here, please know you need to be in your safe place. This has the history of producing tornadoes, potentially large tornadoes as well too. As you can see here, this is what we're talking about, exactly where that storm is located. Kind of zooming in even more here to the Helena area, 3rd Street, Old Town here, Elm Street, all of you again, it would be the potential path of this as well too. Mullins Drive area, Ruffin Road, what I have here, Roseberry Road here, Folliston Road, say Plantation Place. All of you, again, this is where our tornado is located, and it will continue working its way here on eventually toward Industrial Park Drive. Cahaba Valley Estates, the storm is headed right to your direction. Here is Highway 31. This is going to be crossing over all those businesses here right around Highway 31 at this point as well, so do be prepared. Little Oak Ridge Estates is coming toward your direction. Chandelier South area coming right over top of you. Paramount area, the storm is coming on into your area as well too. So that is where we're talking about the storm. It is right over top of Helena, heading in that direction there, and eventually crossing over Highway 31 and eventually Interstate 65 as well. Of course, the two of them are in parallel, but that would be our tornado here right over top of Helena as we speak. And this is going to continue its way closer and closer, very close here toward the Pelham area. Kind of zooming out a little bit here to show you exactly what we're talking about. There's Helena, there's Pelham, kind of coming just close to you. Indian Springs Village, going to be very close to you down the pike here as well too. Again, the storm has a tendency to get strong, produce a tornado, weaken a little bit, get strong, produce a tornado, weaken a little bit. This is the 3rd time it's done that. So again, if you're watching us down those areas, need to take shelter immediately. Kind of giving you a rough estimate here of where we're talking here and tracking this out, but it's moving at about 45 miles per hour. So if it continues on that track here, taking it to Simsville around 13 minutes, Chelsea around 23 minutes at this time as well. So we'll be watching that. But still, that is where our tornado is located, just north of Pelham here. Here's the Jefferson County, Shelby County line, Indian Springs Village. It's going to be coming dangerously close to your area, pretty close to crossing the interstate as we speak as well here at Highway 31. I'll go ahead and I can get that pull up here, zoom in a little bit. We'll show you what I'm talking about here in the Pelham area. The storm is going to be just off to your north. There's Highway 31 right now in Pelham as we speak, and there's potential tornado will be just north of the main area of Pelham here, right over Cahaba Valley Estates. That is where a possible tornado is. Debris tracker is showing up still. That detection is indicating that we're going to be seeing that. So here is what we're discussing with that storm continuing to move on into your area there. So Paramount, right over top of your area, Cahaba Valley Estates again. This is where we're talking. That storm continues moving its way. Here's Highway 31. I'll be crossing over there as well too. So obviously a much more populated area here with the chance there that this tornado is going to continue working its way here very quickly, about 45 miles per hour here off to the northeast. Go ahead and show you the reflectivity right now. And again, that is where we're talking about. That's our hook on the hook echo as it continues to move through. There's Indian Springs Village here as it continues on that track crossing Highway 31. Here's Interstate 65. Again, zooming out just a little bit more, we'll show you what we're talking about here with the storm as it continues to move on in. Let me go ahead and take that off. There we go. And you can see here's our hook. here's what we're talking about. There's the highway or interstate, and here's Highway 31, Montgomery Highway, as the storm continues to move on in, going just north of Pelham, but it came right over top of Helena at this point. And again, just north of you in Pelham, here is where that worst is. You're still going to get sideswiped with some strong winds out there, and kind of looking at those severe winds at this point, you can see, look at that. That is where a tornado would be. You don't usually see, as Griffin indicated here, that strong of a wind. You see sometimes the darker green shade there, but we're talking the reds at this point too. The rotation with the storm, not as strong, which is good news. It's starting to weaken just a little bit, but again, could be going through that cycle as it crosses over those very, very populated areas here.
Yep.
And a lot of those businesses coming on in too, Griffin. So
yeah,
going to be continuing to watch this one. Again, it wouldn't be surprised if we do have some reports of trees down, maybe some damage across the Helena area at this hour.
Yep, and I want to take a moment to acknowledge we have another tornado warning farther west in West Alabama. This is going to be in effect for Pickens County until 2:30 p.m. Really quickly, I'll show you that and give you some of the communities in the path of that storm. There's a tornado, an area of radar indicated rotation over in Mississippi that's about to cross over the state line. So if you're in Pickensville, if you're in Carrollton, if you're in Aliceville, anybody along Highway 17, you need to go ahead and go to your safe spot. This is a new storm that's coming over across the state line for Mississippi. So once again, new tornado warning for Pickens County. The most pressing storm of all, though, is this. This is a well-populated area. These are it's a very densely populated suburb of Birmingham here in Shelby County. This is going to be crossing over right on top of that Highway 119 exit, just to the north of Oak Mountain State Park. If there's a tornado, it's right about there, passing through Pelham right now. So there's a lot of businesses here. If you're in Indian Hill, Indian Springs Village, all of these areas along 119, you should have been in your safe place about 15 minutes ago, but stay there. Stay there just a little bit longer because this tornado is right on top of potentially that 119 exit right now. Near Indian Hills. Oak Mountain Amphitheater is right there. We've got the Pelham Civic Center where the Birmingham Bulls play. It's right on top of there right now. So if you're anywhere within that northern section of Shelby County in the Birmingham Metro, stay sheltered for just a little bit longer. I'm going to rotate between products and see if we can see anything. The debris indicator is kind of noisy because we're actually too close to the radar site, so it starts picking up on other things that might be debris. But if there is a tornado, it's right there. It's right on top of Highway 31, about to cross over I-65, tracking up to the northeast into those Indian Springs Village neighborhoods. There's a lot of neighborhoods up here. So if you're anywhere within, okay, yep, there's a TDS there again. It just popped up. So it just popped up right on top of I-65. Let me pull that up right here. Wow, look at this. So there's a TDS right there. There is a tornado down just right on top of that Highway 119 exit, tracking up to the northeast. So you need to be in your safe spot right now if you're in Shelby County, and that includes the southern suburbs of the Birmingham Metro. Everybody from Indian Springs Village to Grandview, all up and down 280 near Lake Purdy, go to your safe spot right now. There is a tornado down right on top of I-65 at the 119 exit. Sarah, over to you.
Yeah, Griffin, I hope everyone can hear the concern in our voice because this is a very dangerous situation along I-65 near the Valleydale Road area. This is a dangerous, large tornado potentially that is moving through this area. There are a lot of communities right off that exit towards Indian Springs Village. This is tracking right towards you, so you need to be in your safe place right now. Through the Cahaba Valley Road, right off the Interstate 65, John Finley Drive, towards Indian Spring Village, Heritage Oaks, some of the other roads, Valleydale Road, Meadowbrook Road, towards 280, towards the Oak Mountain area. So anyone who lives near any of the Oak Mountain schools, you guys need to be in your safe place right now. Thankfully, kids are out of school right now, so if you are home with your children, get into that interior-most room. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you have a basement, get into that right now. So this is tracking over Interstate 65 right now. Very clear radar picture of a large, potentially very dangerous tornado tracking along Interstate 65 near the Valleydale Road exit, tracking towards Oak Mountain Park Road, up towards Heritage Oaks, all the communities through the Indian Springs Village area. So So all of these neighborhoods, you all need to be in your safe place. For folks who live along 280 near Highland Lakes, Donovan Valley Road, even up towards Mount Laurel, you guys need to be getting into that safe place right now. We're trying to give you as much time as possible to get into your shelter. I know we're all trying to communicate with our families at home. We have a lot of family who are all getting into their shelters right now, mine included. We are going to get through this together, but if you guys are in the Indian Springs Village area right now, you need to be in that safe place. This is right over top of you right now, tracking towards Heritage Oaks, tracking towards Highway 280. So the Oak Mountain School District, you all need to be in your safe place. And then farther up towards Donovan Valley Road and eventually Mount Laurel, you guys need to be getting into that safe place right now. This is just south of Interstate 459. So I-59 or 459 is included in the tornado warning, but the actual circulation does look like it's going to stay south of there. But still, if you are right off of Interstate 459 near the Grandview area, still get into that safe place, because as we've seen with this supercell, it is possible that we see a little variation in the track. That's why the tornado polygon expands a little bit farther to the north and farther to the south to account for that potential change in the track here. But here's the tornado potentially right over Indian Springs Village right now, tracking towards Heritage Oaks. So get into that safe place right now. Dave.
All right, yeah, this is definitely what we've been talking about. You can't stress it enough here. This is a tornado, folks. This isn't a potential for a tornado. This is right through the Indian Springs area now. All right, now Indian Springs Village, Highway 19, plenty of homes, well-built homes here. A tornado emergency. So, yeah, 119. Right here is what we're talking about here as the storm continues to move on in through that location here. We have a confirmed tornado, a tornado emergency. It's basically driving right along Highway 119 here, crossed over 31 and Interstate 65, ramped back up as it's been doing over and over again with this individual storm here. As it continues to do so, if you live in those areas here, this is not a potential. This is a confirmed tornado emergency right now. This is Highway 119. A lot of homes here, folks. A lot of well-built homes as well in this location that are going to be definitely impacted here by this tornado. This is your tornado here. This the blue shade you see showing up. This is 119 here just to the north of there. As we continue to track this one, it's going to continue on that track along 119 and eventually far enough down the way eventually toward the 280 area. But Oak Mountain Park here, it's going right through parts of Oak Mountain Park, kind of just immediately south of Interstate, or rather Highway 119, right through the Indian Springs area at this time. And continuing here its way eventually toward Heritage Oaks. This is the storm. There's Hickory Ridge. Now you can see this is a fairly large tornado. I hate to say, we're going through a very populated area here. There's Homestead, Heritage Oaks. It is coming right into your neighborhood now. Already is clear the Indian Village area. Highway 119 likely has plenty of trees down, I'm sure. Plenty of power lines as well, with this large tornado coming on in from Oak Mountain State Park area as well too. You can see here where we're talking about this storm as it continues to move in. Looking at the reflectivity, there's your debris ball we're talking about here as it continues on that track. Here's 280. It is headed toward the 280 area, going to stay north of Chelsea right now, but definitely seeing the storm looking very intense with that rotation showing up here. But the best way to kind of describe and show you where it is, not this blue, but it's that little circle right in through there. That is where we do have this storm. Again, this is a tornado emergency now because we have a confirmed tornado producing damage along Highway 119. You can see they're right over Heritage Oaks as we speak. And if you follow 119, of course, we know that does eventually hit 280. So Little Ridge Estates area, be aware of that. If you live along 280 here from Heritage Oaks right over to north of Chelsea, the storm is headed in your direction. So this is where we're going to continue to track this one, moving about 45 miles per hour at this time. So just went through the Indian Springs area here. This is south of Birmingham, of course, but the storm again has a significant a tornado emergency now.
Dave, you saw this text message. Ashley Gann said that she saw this tornado. She's, yes, she lives near that Indian Springs Village area, and she says this has to be right on top of Highway 119.
It's driving, literally moving right over top of that right now. Abbott Springs, 18 minutes to you here. Dunavant, about 19 minutes here. Vanderveer, around 20 minutes for you. Sterrett, 21 minutes. Over toward Arkwright, around 24 minutes. Vincent, about 25. It's headed in your direction. So if you live in those areas, the storm has had a history of producing tornadoes. This one is a significant one coming right through. As you can see, there is where the tornado would be. Birmingham to the top of your screen. This is the only game in town right now we've been tracking, but here, this one coming right through a very populated area of Birmingham. Griffin alluded to, we have another tornado warning out here. The tornado itself is actually back over to parts of, still back here right along the state line. It's literally on the state line right now here. Coming closer to Carrollton, the Aliceville area. You'll eventually potentially get this coming right over top of you in Aliceville. So if you're watching us there, this is going to be coming on into Pickens County there from Sumter County as it moves on in. This also has the chance here producing a tornado. Not quite seeing anything yet on the debris tracker, but definitely be watching that.
And Dave, I've got the Grandview camera pulled up to watch this as it comes by. Obviously, Grandview is going to be north of where this potential tornado is, so it's just blinding rain that we're seeing right now from the Grandview camera. But if it begins to clear up a little bit, we're probably going to be able to see this thing if it's down, because this is going to be passing all through that southern area, south of Grandview.
Very, very close here.
Very close.
Let's see here. Kind of zoom. This is where our tornado would be down in here, coming on in. So as we kind of zoom in a little bit tighter, there is 280. We just talked about there. So here's the 280 corridor coming on in. So the storm is definitely moving in that direction there. You can see Shoal Run area, Inverness, kind of just near you. Hickory Ridge, Hickory Oaks, or Heritage Oaks, right over top of your area now. So this is where we're talking, right into that location here. So we're going to be watching here that road. This is 280 coming up from Chelsea, heading eventually toward the Birmingham area. So that's what we're talking about. I think that one of the camera shots we have, again, watching this closely. Going to go ahead here and see. Now, we do have a good, of course, intense wind tied in with this, but looking at our debris tracker now, it's kind of messy situation here, but this is where we're talking about here.
Multiple calls for assistance from Pelham Fire Department.
Okay. Reports of damage. When you start getting those calls in, that means we have damage, and this is right along Highway 119, so that area definitely hit hard. We still have that, not this, but this little piece here on the end of it. This is where we're looking. How do I know that? Looking at the reflectivity, that is it. That's our tornado here. That's our debris ball showing up. It's coming really close. Here's 280 right now, so it's going to be coming right over 280. Very populated area. It moved through really big homes coming on into this area here. Just north, just north of Chelsea. So hard to tell there on the velocity, but again, this is the best way to show it. And again, just to give you an idea, Chelsea is just down here at the bottom of your screen. There's Chelsea. So Chelsea, you're safe from this, but this is it right here. Here's that 280 corridor, making a little bit of a dog leg or whatever you want to call that right through there. But Highway 119 came right through there from Indian Springs, about to cross over on in toward that 280 corridor here. So this storm here has had a history of producing a damaging tornado. We're talking Eagle Crest, Eagle Hollow, Eagle Valley, Eagle Point area. That's that big subdivision there off of 280. The storm is right over top of you right now. Triple W Lane heading just off of 119, of course, too. Heading over toward County Road 485, Eagle Point Drive. Those areas, this tornado is coming right over top of you. We do have a tornado emergency for this. And again, as we just heard here from Sarah, reports of calls coming into the Pelham Fire Department because of the tornado as it moved on in. So now it continues here. Again, here's 280. It's moving right over that Eagle Point subdivision area, Little Ridge Estates area, just to the north there. This is where we're talking. It is crossing 280 as we speak, heading eventually on in toward Crest Road area, Spring Hill Court area we're looking at as well, too. Highland Park Drive here, Salisbury Lane area, Highland Lakes Road, Highland Lakes Trail. You're going to be in the path of this storm. Shoal Creek Golf
popular,
Club. Yes, yes.
Formerly they held a PGA tournament there formerly, and now this is going to be passing really close to there.
Really close. Again, this is north of Chelsea, well south of the city of Birmingham, but right along the 280 corridor here. This is where we are talking about. So if you're familiar with those areas, that is where we need to be in your safe place immediately. This is not a potential. This is a tornado, folks. So we do have this here. That is our tornado coming on through, crossing over the 280 corridor right now. And as it does, it is to continue heading toward Highland View Drive area, just north of the Donovan Valley Road area, eventually toward County Road 41 and Shoal Creek. This is coming in from Pelham.
Wow. Yeah,
it's likely that tornado is in there. This was, of course, Pelham was just to the south, so this is looking to the north of that
But you
storm
see there, Dave, it's rain wrapped.
It's rain wrapped.
We're
You
in
cannot
broad
see
daylight,
this.
and if there is something there, it's right in the center of your screen where you've got those two darker bands of clouds coming together. So again, that shot earlier from Pelham, and of course we have reports of damage in Helena from the county fire department. Damage in Helena along Cunningham Drive, and the Pelham Fire Department says they're responding to multiple calls for assistance. So this is a very considerable threat here, and this appears to have passed through Indian Springs Village, riding right along Highway 119, tracking up to the northeast through that Highland Lakes neighborhood. Fortunately, this appears to have passed completely through most of Birmingham proper. If you're in Homewood, Vestavia Hills, Hoover, this is passing southeast of you. But if you're near Inverness and places like Chelsea, Westover, definitely stay sheltered for the time being, because this is this is a very dangerous situation, folks. Let me switch over to velocity once again so we can see potentially where that is. And there you go, right on top of Greystone, it looks like, Highland View Drive. This is going to be passing right through. There's a lot of businesses here right near the Lake Purdy area. There's been a lot of development out in that general direction over the years, and there's potentially a tornado passing through there now. This is the same storm that produced damage back in Helena and parts of Pelham as well. It looks like the Weather Service office is saying they're driving along 119 east of Pelham to report any damage they see. So obviously we'll get word on that soon. It looks like, once again, this tornado that could potentially still be down is passing through the Highland Lakes community near the Shoal Creek Golf Club, just east of Lake Purdy. This is going to be passing east of the Summit. Many people around here know where the Summit is. There's a lot of big shopping center there. This is going to be passing east of Grandview as well. I'm going to pull up the Grandview camera and see if we can see anything. And as expected, we're kind of in the big rain shield of it, so we're not going to be able to see much. That's 280 there at the bottom of your screen. There's still some traffic out there. That's concerning. That's not something you want to see. But if you are listening and you can hear my voice in Shelby County, especially down 280, this is a well-populated part of our viewing area, you need to stay sheltered for just a little bit longer. Switching back to the velocity now. Once again, it looks like they've now extended the tornado warning to include St. Clair County. So next in line with this potential storm is Moody, Pell City, Asheville, Ragland. Asheville and Ragland's got a long way to go before it actually makes it to you. But again, there is a potential tornado causing damage in Shelby County, tracking up to the northeast. So if you're in Leeds, you need to be in your safe spot right now. Same goes for Moody. All these communities on Highway 411. The new Buc-ee's is right there on the eastern side of the Birmingham suburbs. This is going to be passing down to the south of that Buc-ee's. Very well familiar landmark there, tracking up to the northeast through the Highland Lakes community. I'm going to pause for a moment and talk about that Pickens County storm as well. So we've got 2 tornado warnings in progress. Another warning for Pickens County for what looks like a potentially rain-wrapped tornado as well. So switching gears here to this Pickens County storm. So there's an area of rotation that is just west of Aliceville and south of Pickensville. There's Highway 14 here, Highway 17 right there. 17 runs parallel to the state line with Mississippi. It's tracking up to the northeast, potentially towards Carrollton. It'll probably arrive in Carrollton in about 10 to 15 minutes. So if you're in Carrollton, go ahead and go to that safe spot right now. Same goes for Aliceville. This will probably be passing just west of Aliceville, but still too close to call. Go to your safe spot right now. This tornado warning in effect until 2:30 p.m. So once again, further down the line, you've got Reform and Gordo. No warning in effect yet for Reform or Gordo, but that can obviously change. So once again, 2 tornado warnings in progress. The more pressing storm, without a doubt, is this Shelby County storm that just prompted the warning for St. Clair County. This storm has produced damage in Helena. We know for a fact the fire department has reported damage, so it's definitely important that you take this storm seriously. It looks like the Weather Service is relaying a few more reports, so looks like they're going to continue that warning into St. Clair County and still go with that catastrophic tornado damage threat. They rarely ever do that. And it's possible that this tornado could still be down as it right now passes just east of Lake Purdy. So I'm sorry, one more time, Mickey. I apologize. Okay, we've got video from Indian Springs Village. Look at that. So there's all the, you see the trees jostling around there. I believe that Ashley Gann said that she had a few trees. Okay, so this is this is Ashley's video. She sent us to this. She said she had a couple of trees that were uprooted in her yard as well. Just another confirmation that this is a very serious situation. You definitely need to take this very seriously because we've got multiple reports of damage coming in. Very striking video. You can see just how powerful the winds were there. Now, fortunately, this has cleared most of the well-populated area of the southern suburbs of Birmingham, but it's still tracking up to the northeast, up into St. Clair County now. The St. Clair County warning is in effect until 2:45 p.m., and that's going to include Leeds, it's going to include Moody, Pell City, all of the, most of the houses on the northern shore of Lake Logan Martin included with that as well. So all up and down Highway 231, south of Pell City and north of Pell City, you need to go ahead and go to your safe spot right now because this storm has a history of producing damage in Shelby County. So again, this is a very serious situation. This storm goes all the way back to Hale County. So about an hour ago, this storm was still producing tornado damage across a less populated area near the Talladega National Forest, that little detached bit of the Talladega National Forest in southern Tuscaloosa County. But if there is a tornado, that's where it is. It's still just a really impressive looking storm. You've got your inflow notch here, your rear flank downdraft here, forward flank here, and that's where the tornado would be, right there in the center where those two come together. Tracking up to the northeast like that. Let's zoom in a little closer to see what roads will be in the path of this. So if you're in Van Diver, you need to go to your safe spot right now. You're in the immediate path of this thing. Weehopah Lake Circle, County Road 43, Lawley, all of these places in the rural part of northern Shelby County. You need to go ahead and go to your safe spot right now because that rotation appears to be wrapping up yet again. So definitely need to take this storm very seriously. Going back a little bit further, so if you're in Chelsea, the good news is this storm has cleared Chelsea. It's going to be passing up to the north of Chelsea. I think I can go ahead and give an all clear to Chelsea for sure. Same goes for Pelham and Alabaster. Obviously, there could be more storms that pop up later in the day that we'll have to watch, but from that particular storm, you're in the clear. Same goes for Indian Springs Village. It has passed Indian Spring Village, past the summit in Inverness, so an all clear for you. Now the immediate concern is obviously for St. Clair County as this tracks up to the northeast. So that, again, in effect until 2:45 p.m., that new tornado warning for St. Clair County. Dave, if you're ready, I'll toss it to you.
That's right. Just seeing here, again, Cahaba Valley Fire Department reporting a large tornado come through the Eagle Point community. Some damage there as well, too. So we're getting reports of that as well. I've been also watching our other storm we've been keeping a close eye on here. This one here on near the Carrollton to Aliceville area. Getting reports now of a tornado here just north and right in the Aliceville area. This is going to switch to the Columbus, Mississippi radar here. Just going to give a better idea of where we're talking. Hard to tell here with this, but because the distance it is from the radar. But we are getting reports here right near the Aliceville area of a tornado that is producing some damage there at this point. So if you're watching us there in Pickens County, definitely take your safe place immediately. There is a report here of, again, we're talking about again, a tornado near Aliceville at this point. So stay in your safe place right now, kind of working its way here through parts there of a Columbus Road area, State Highway 17 area. If you're watching us there, Macaw Bottom Road is area, Baptist Lane, right through the heart of Aliceville. This tornado is looking like it's going to pass right through Aliceville as we speak here. Seeing that rotation kind of moving through Aliceville at this time. So if you're watching us there, definitely need to be in your safe place immediately here. The storm is going to eventually kind of work its way closer toward the Carrollton area and maybe up toward Highway 82, Gordell, Reform area if this holds together here. So this one not as impressive as it once was, but still watching that one. By all means, we're still watching our other tornado warned storm here. This storm has been impressive looking, still has the debris ball showing up here, kind of working its way south of Oak Crossing area. County Road 43 kind of riding right along it. Hard to miss here. Again, this has been a significant, large tornado producing significant damage and also some of that debris still continuing to show up. Dunavant area kind of just south of there. This is our tornado. You need to take your tornado precautions here coming out of Shelby County, working its way toward eventually St. Clair County as well, too. Sarah, what do you have for us?
Yeah, Dave, I want to show you the 3D scan of this storm and just show you how impressive this is. This supercell that produced damage through Pelham and Helena, tracking over 280 right now. Doing a 3D scan of that storm, you can see that the reds and the yellows here are extending all the way up from around 20 to 30,000 feet. So that is a very impressive tall thunderstorm. Whenever we see these supercells and seeing the reds and the yellows here extending really high up into the atmosphere, that shows you how strong these storms are. We're seeing all of this lightning in the 3D image as well. So this is a very impressive supercell. Griffin was mentioning earlier, you can see how there's nothing to the south of this storm. That means really warm, unstable air is just flowing unimpeded into this storm. You can see the hook echo right here, likely tornado right here. All to the south of this. Nothing is, there's no rain-cooled air to help stabilize this storm at all. So this is going to continue to strengthen likely as it nears the I-20 corridor here. You can see that 3D scan, the reds and the yellows here going all the way up to close to 20,000 feet. This is the typical type of supercell that we see here in the springtime in central Alabama. These really tall thunderstorms, very dangerous situation that we're seeing on radar here. This is tracking up I-20 towards Leeds, towards Moody. You all need to be in your safe place. Just look at this image here. You can see the reds that shows all the water droplets. When you see those really bright reds, that shows you how much material is being lofted into the atmosphere, how much rainfall is being suspended up in these cloud tops here. That is all going up to 20,000 feet in the air. So very impressive supercell. We're going to go for the latest track right now with Dave.
All right, again, this is when we talk about supercell thunderstorms and what they look like and what you see, again, in the textbook. This is a classic looking supercell we have here. There is your debris ball. There is your tornado here. Still part of Shelby County, heading towards St. Clair County right now. Again, that is our tornado. It continues to show significant debris. It's been persistent here, really got ramped up as it went farther off here, just south of Birmingham, going right over top of Helena area there, crossing through just north of Pelham, heading right over top, right along Highway 119. Area, Eagle Point subdivision area. They're reporting some damage as well along Highway 119, trees down, likely power lines as well too. Crossed over 280, and now we're getting on into parts here of over toward far eastern Shelby County here, and still again watching that persistent tornado signature here. May have weakened just a little bit there in this last frame, but nonetheless though you can still see here on the radar, there's where our debris ball is, still showing there's rotation showing up on our radar as well too, these little rotation skits we call them. But this is our one main supercell. It's all by itself, as we noticed before, from Childersburg, Sylacauga, Calera, nothing south of this. So it is taking all that moisture coming up from the Gulf of Mexico as our warm front has moved through. If you haven't stepped outside in a bit, it's definitely becoming much warmer, more humid. Not a good thing when you're talking severe weather. That is fuel for those thunderstorms, and that is indeed what we're talking about out there right now, and that's what's fueling that thunderstorm right now as well too. Don't want to forget about what's going on here over in Pickens County, Aliceville area. That tornado coming right potentially through your area here. Haven't had a confirmation yet, but again, reports of it out here. Going to go ahead and switch to a little bit closer radar for you there. But again, right through Carrollton, Aliceville area. That's the report that we're talking about of this tornado coming on through that location as we continue to watch that one here. Looking at our debris tracker here, not really picking up as much there. I'll switch over to the Birmingham radar and see if it can try to pick it up too. But kind of far away from what we're talking about. But nonetheless, though, inside this heavy rain right through here, right through the Aliceville area. That's where we do have that tornado warning. The storm is moving off there to the northeast as it continues to do so, kind of giving you an idea of what we're talking about here. Carrollton, roughly in about 3 minutes or so. Reform, 14 minutes. Bell, about 15 minutes. Gordo, about 18 minutes. Palmetto, about 23 minutes with that storm as it continues to track its way off to the northeast. So again, getting reports here of a tornado in Pickens County right now, moving through the Aliceville area, heading off to the northeast, and if again holds together, eventually cross over Highway 82 corridor toward Reform in the Gordo area. If you're watching us there, again, you're not immediately in that tornado warning, but definitely need to be watching this one here very closely as we're keeping an eye on that storm. Also watching some storms here coming out of Meridian, Mississippi area. These storms have been starting to intensify too, and this is the area we really started to expect to see them crossing into Alabama here and eventually on that same track. So we're going to be dealing with, again, these storms here for quite some time across our area here. So again, again, that one tornado warning we're still watching there. That one there, again, across part of Pickens County does go until about, say, what time is it now? 2 o'clock this afternoon, so a little bit longer for that one there, around 2:30 this afternoon. And then we're still watching, of course, the one kind of working its way through Shelby County right now, and as that one continues to move on in, that's the one we've been talking about, kind of just moved through parts of the Helena area, heading over toward the, just north of Pelham area as well, too. That's that storm there. I'm going to go ahead and zoom in on that one for you here.
Near the Highland Lakes neighborhood. I just retweeted some video of it. It's right there. If you're looking south on 280 on top of that hill that's right there.
Okay.
There's video of this as it was passing through there. There was a storm chaser down there that appears to have caught video of that.
Okay.
There's definitely a lowering there. Just incredible.
And
obviously Ashley Gann was caught in this back when it was in Indian Springs.
Right, yeah. And this storm here, you can see here, still has that well-defined Hoke echo with it, still showing that rotation tied in with the two. Looking at the velocity product, you can still see what we're talking about there. But the best way to show this for everyone at home is that debris tracker. And as that continues to come on up here, we'll show you that is the tornado. Now, it may have gone through a little bit of a weakening stage, which, hey, we'll take. The weaker it gets, the better off we are with that. But again, right where these little shear markers are, that's kind of what we're talking about here with respect to where that tornado is. So kind of moving just south of the Moody area right now. This is Interstate 20 here, kind of just missing the Leeds area at this point, but it's down to the south there. That is where we're talking about here with that respect to that tornado. Let me go ahead and turn off those shear markers. They're kind of hard to see with these on where we're talking about. But the storm, again, does not have quite that debris ball here like it once did. But that doesn't mean anything. It's still showing rotation with it. You can see here, that is the rotation here tied in with it. And we look at our debris tracker right now. You can see it's still likely a tornado is embedded in here. May not be as big or as strong as it once was when it came on through. But nonetheless, though, we're still seeing this continue to work its way through the area there. And you can see just indicating where the stronger winds are. That's likely where we are talking about as well, too. So as we continue to watch this one here, I don't think this storm's by any means going to be done as it crosses out of Shelby County into St. Clair County here. We've had obviously a history of this one kind of ramping up, dying back, ramping up, dying back. It's done it many times. The strongest, unfortunately, right as it passed south of Birmingham from the Helena area north of Pelham, heading over parts of all along the Highway 119 corridor to Highway 280 area. So still watching this. So the Leeds area, Moody area, you are in the still rough weather for you, but the tornado is down to your south at this point here, kind of just near the Shelby County line here at this point. So we're still going to be watching to see here this one as it moves off to the northeast. If you're watching us in Pell City, you do need to be ready for this one to come toward your direction as well, too. Looks like it could be in Pell City in about 18 minutes. So take shelter immediately right now with this storm here. Again, it may have died down just a little bit, but we could easily ramp up. It's done it so many times already. Pleasant Grove, 5 minutes. Chula Vista over there, about 12 minutes. Pell City, again, 17 minutes. Coal City, 23 minutes. Take shelter immediately. Lowest level of your home, away from windows. This had a history of producing tornado, a fairly large tornado, had a tornado emergency with it. So again, even while it may have weakened temporarily here, as it continues off to the northeast here, going to be coming really close to crossing over, pretty close to I-20 there from Coal City, Lincoln, Pell City area. We're going to see this again, may possibly produce again another tornado at that point. So still be watching here with this one as it comes on in. But you can see it's just about, looks like, Griffin, about to exit Shelby County now.
Yes.
And crossing over here kind of maybe just south of Moody, but still headed toward Pell City.
Right. It's near that kind of triple point between St. Clair, Jefferson, and Shelby counties.
All right in through there.
Yeah. Fortunately, we can give an all clear for the Birmingham Metro from this storm, the immediate Birmingham Metro inside of 459. This is all going to be passing you. Also want to take a moment to correct myself. I said a few times that Ashley was caught in the tornado. That's actually not correct. Derek, her husband lives in Indian Springs Village, so apologies there to Ashley. Derek saw the video of that tornado that we saw earlier down in Shelby County. But again, obviously immediate concern is for the storm that was in Shelby County that is now crossing over into St. Clair County. Now, if you're in Moody, you need to be in your safe spot right now. Stay put. Tornado warning in effect until 2:45 p.m. for you. Looks like Pell City is going to be the main, within the main crosshairs of this storm, so to speak. It's probably going to cross over I-20 somewhere west of Pell City and eventually cross over Highway 231 north of Pell City. So let's zoom in a little bit more closer so we can get some cross streets here. This is going to be coming pretty close to Chula Vista. This is a pretty hilly part of our viewing area here, but near Chula Vista Mountain Road, Jernigan's Road, Roberts Mill Pond Road, Eden, everywhere west of Pell City, especially along County Road 27. Go to your safe spot right now and stay there until we give an all clear for you. This storm has a history of producing tornado damage, especially in Shelby County. The reflectivity presentation at the moment doesn't appear too impressive, but obviously with a storm like this, it can go up and down in a heartbeat. It can sort of hopscotch up and down. But again, this storm produced significant damage in Helena, up and down Indian Springs, all up and down Highway 119 it produced damage, just north of Oak Mountain State Park. And it's headed in the general vicinity of Chula Vista and Pell City. So if you're in the immediate vicinity of either of those places, you need to seek shelter immediately because this is a very significant storm. For those places that were impacted earlier along Highway 119, we can give you an all clear from this storm. It's cleared the area. It's now out of Shelby County completely. It's just some light to moderate rain that's coming down now across much of Shelby County at the moment. So that's the latest with that storm. Let's switch gears over to the Pickens County storm, which is now coming up on places like Carrollton, Gordo, and Reform. Switching over to the Columbus, Mississippi NEXRAD. There is some rotation there that's developing east of Carrollton, but if you're still in Carrollton, you need to be in your safe spot right now. Dave, over to you.
All right, Griffin, thank you. We're going to take a look at some of that damage that's out there now. She said it's out of that 119 area, but now they are assessing damages. And this is just some of that video we got earlier from Derek Gann, this storm in Indian Springs in his backyard. And look at how the leaves are just swirling there.
Yeah, and you can see the debris there. We've been in contact with our chief meteorologist, Ashley Gann, as she's getting information from her husband who took this video. And there are actually 3 large trees in her backyard that are down. But she also tells me right now her husband is pretty busy right now. One of the neighbors there has a tree and he is trapped. This tree has fallen on his home. He is trapped. Derek is trying to get that neighbor out and also getting in contact with 911 to get emergency personnel to him as well.
In fact, so that's happened. Derek's on the phone right now. Derek, tell us just immediately what's happening where you are.
Hey guys, yeah, so we're in the Indian Springs area, right off of 119, and it looks like it passed right above us, or right through us, I guess. And so there is a tree on somebody's house. I heard kind of the intro. Those people are okay; they're safe. They do have a way out. They said through their basement, so they're not totally trapped inside their house. But there's multiple trees on multiple houses, cars damaged. A lot of debris, and the road's closed off. You can't drive through it, so we're all kind of stuck here until the road's clear.
And Derek, we were really concerned about the tornado as it was moving through that area because it is so highly populated there. Tell us what it was like as the storm was moving in. Give us a sense of what that was like.
Yeah, absolutely. So of course, I knew it was coming, right? So my wife being who she is. But we all went to our safe place, had a lot of heads up. The meteorologists there at CBS 42, they were doing a great job. I had them on our app, and so I knew exactly when it was coming. And then you could hear it, you could see. Once we started to really see the rain pick up, we ducked inside, and you could see it. You could hear it. After we went inside, you could hear the trees snap and the trees fall and the wind hitting up against the house, and so it was. It brings to life everything that the meteorologists talk about when it says seek shelter. That's for sure. Everybody definitely needs to seek shelter when these things are coming.
Derek, as you're talking, we're looking at that video you got, and we could see a tree falling. We see another one falling right now in that video from your vantage point. When you got a chance to get out and look around, you said the roads are blocked right now, but are you kind of walking around in the community to see what's happening?
I am. So I'm out here right now. There's actually 1, 2, 3, 4 guys that have got some chainsaws trying to clear the road a little bit. The community, a lot of people, once it passed, the community has come out of their homes and they're kind of walking around. I did knock on a door. A sweet young girl was actually dog sitting the house. She was there by herself, and you could tell that she was just in tears, kind of from fear of what all just took place. And so we are out walking around right now, standing in the neighbor's front yard, and they have probably 10 very mature trees that are down inside, roots and all. So there's just big 10-foot high balls of roots that are sticking up out of the ground right now. Wow. So.
Yeah, just really wondering how much damage there is in the Indian Springs Village neighborhood there, Derek, as you were out and about. You said you kind of surveying the neighborhood right now, checking on neighbors.
Yeah, so there's, thankfully, a couple of the neighbors, they are going to have some pretty significant damage to their roofs. I've seen a couple of trees laying across cars, so the cars are totaled. But I haven't been able to walk that far. I've got a creek on one side, a tree across the road, and so I've only been able to go so far. But there's definitely some significant damage and stuff that'll be felt, for years to come, with just the trees and the landscape being changed now.
Derek, thank you. We want you to be safe out there, and we'll check back in with you and get some more of those images as you're able to get them to us. We're getting reports from Pelham, the police saying numerous houses damaged in the Chandler subdivision, the Civic Complex, utility lines down in northern Pelham, all that, Highway 31, Highway 119, and Shelby County tweeted near Highway 280 in the Eagle Point subdivision, North Shelby County, 280 is blocked because of storm debris, telling people to avoid that area. So for Derek, as far as them getting in there, roads are blocked. They're going to have to get that stuff cleared out so they can get in and rescue.
Absolutely, and we want to let you know, of course, you're watching the CBS 42 severe weather coverage this afternoon as we're looking at the tornadoes that are moving through the area. We also have some video from the Pelham area as well. We were looking at that video from Derek Gann in the Indian Springs Village area. So we're going to get to that video. Also some video from Ross Bridge we'll have for you as well. But let's get back over to meteorologist Sarah Canty. Sarah.
Thanks, Art. I want to show you where that tornado moved out of northern Shelby County and is right now tracking into St. Clair County. Active tornado warning. It does look like this storm has weakened significantly, which is good news. But what we've noticed is this storm will strengthen, weaken, strengthen back up. So everyone that's in the blinking tornado polygon through Pell City, up through Asheville, Raglan, all needs to be in their safe place right now, even though we are seeing not a clearly defined hook echo like what we saw towards Shelby County as it lifted up into St. Clair County, weakening right now. Zooming in to show you some of the places that this is tracking through, and you need to be in your safe place, mainly along 231 through Pell City, through Bradshaw Road, County Road 27 in St. Clair County, and then up towards Lincoln. You guys have a significant amount of time, probably about 20 minutes before this tracks, mainly just north of Lincoln. But if you are in Lincoln, you should be in your safe place right now. I want to show you the structure of these storms. They were very tall thunderstorms that have continued to build, and we'll continue to see these storms lift through the area over the next several hours. Our tornado threat is not over anytime soon. We're going to be dealing with this for the next several hours, and then we will see a squall line likely develop around 8 o'clock tonight. So we could have a secondary line to move through the Birmingham metro, down through Shelby County. The areas hit very hard are going to see heavy rainfall and even the potential for some strong winds throughout the evening tonight. For the latest track on all the tornado warnings we have active right now, let's send it over to Griffin.
All right, thank you, Sarah, very much. We obviously have had a lot of damage that's happened in Shelby County from a result of this storm, which is now in St. Clair County. It has fully exited Shelby County. We can give you an all clear in Shelby County from this particular storm. I want to just relay a few of the reports we've gotten. The Helena Police Department has tweeted out they have received major damage in Helena, and they are urging people to stay out of the area of Old Town on Highway 261 while they survey the area in the event of potential entrapment or damage in that area. So please stay off the roadways if you're in Helena. Don't go out sightseeing in this, because there could be people that are potentially entrapped in homes, and the emergency responders need to not be impeded in their efforts. So That same storm, once again, now is tracking into St. Clair County. And it does still have a pretty good-sized area of rotation, maybe not as tight as what we would normally look for from a potentially large tornado, but it's passing just west of Pell City. So if you're in Pell City, stay put for the time being. If you're in Moody, it's past you, so we can give you an all clear if you're in Moody. But if you're in Ragland, if you're in Lincoln, if you're anywhere on the northern shore of Lake Logan Martin, and anywhere along Highway 231, just north of Pell City, stay put for a little bit longer because there's still an area of rotation that could be indicative of a tornado. So again, this is the main concern in St. Clair County from that particular storm. Switching gears over to the Pickens County storm, it looks like that warning has now expired. So that's very good news if you're in Pickens County, if you're watching in Reform, Gordo, all of those towns that are along Highway 82 as you travel up towards Columbus, Mississippi, all clear from that. It's just a big mass of heavy rain now that we're seeing across much of Pickens County, and same goes for Tuscaloosa County as well. So just doing a quick reset here. We have a tornado watch in effect for a large chunk of our viewing area until 8 p.m. tonight. Let me pull up all of the watch warning maps, all the watches and warnings we have here. We just have one active warning at the moment right now for St. Clair County. Looks like the northern tip of Talladega County as well, and western Calhoun County. That's the only active tornado warning that we have in progress. Those darker red boxes you see there, those are flash flood warnings. So tornado or not, probably not a good idea to be out driving and sightseeing on potential damage. Just stay inside. It's a pretty serious situation. There's certainly some flooded roadways here in the Birmingham metro. We know that. We've had a lot of reports that have come in there about that. So very active situation. Once again, we got that tornado watch in effect for a large chunk of our viewing area until 8 p.m. Now back to the St. Clair County storm, which was the Shelby County storm. Same thing. This is still tracking up to the northeast, and it's right on top of Pell City right now. Not the tightest circulation, but you see it there. Let me draw this out for you. We've got winds flowing into the storm like that, and if there is any rotation, it would be about like that. That's what we're kind of watching here. There's a lot of inflow, really strong winds going into that storm. Let's query some of the values here. Wow, that's 90, 100 mile per hour winds that are funneling into that tornado-warned storm, I should say. So definitely still something you need to take very seriously. This is a really powerful supercell, and if you look down to the south, there's nothing in the way of it. You know, there's normally, or hopefully, you would hope that there's some showers down to the south that could impede some of that inflow, but that's not the case with this storm. It is the southernmost storm. As Dave has talked about earlier today, it's kind of riding along the warm front, so it's kind of riding along this boundary where it's kind of ingesting enough rotation to drop multiple tornadoes. Going back all the way to Tuscaloosa and Hale counties, this storm produced tornado damage near Talladega National Forest. So let me show you the laps here of how this storm has tracked over the past hour. It started all the way back in northern Bibb County. It's had a tornado warning pretty much the entire time it's passed through our area. You see how it tracked through Shelby County there. Fortunately passing north of Chelsea, but definitely caused damage in Helena, in the northern sections of Pelham, all up and down Highway 119. When the Weather Service called this tornado emergency, it was right on top of that Highway 119 exit on I-65. It crossed right over there and continued parallel to that, right near Oak Mountain High School, very well-developed part of Birmingham. But fortunately now it has cleared the area and is now in St. Clair County. Again, not quite as strong of a signature here, but we're obviously watching it very closely. Dave, looks like you've got some of the arrival times, so I'll toss it over to you.
Yeah, that's right, Griffin. Right now, watching that storm, parts of St. Clair, part of Talladega County in this warning as well, too, coming right over Pell City as we speak now. And again, looks like the storm kind of had weakened a little bit. Now it's going through one of those cycles again as it continues to move into Pell City here. Coal City about 6 minutes, Lincoln about 14, Ragland about 18, Sulphur Springs there at 21, and Ottery there at 28 minutes. So we're continuing to watch this one. We talked about these long track supercells and tornadoes here, and this is definitely living up to those expectations, what we had for this the system as it moved on into the area here. Looking at the latest debris with this one here, maybe trying to see a little bit trying to develop there, but as Griffin pointed out, that's some significant rotation tied in with that storm here. So that is the main one. Really, that is all we have really going on. These are flash flood warnings you see there for all the heavy rain that was falling. Our storm here in parts of Pickens County, this one has weakened quite a bit. The tornado warning was allowed to expire there, but it still can produce some very heavy rain as it moved through Reform and Gordo. Again, probably strong winds tied in with this one as well, too. You can see the wind's not too bad now, but earlier we did have some pretty strong winds coming in at 40 to 60 or so miles per hour. That storm can continue off to the northeast there across Highway 43 eventually, staying north of Tuscaloosa, but headed toward Fayette County, and then maybe a crossing part into parts of Walker County as well. We'll keep an eye on it, but again, it's not showing the rotation, and let me go ahead to switch the radars here as it once did. It just has some stronger winds with it. It's kind of moving too far north and out of the best environment for what we look for that weather. And that's one thing we'll be watching here. We have this warm front moving through that's allowed it to be so warm and humid out there, and that's, of course, fuel for all these thunderstorms, and in some cases, some very strong thunderstorms and tornadoes, as we just saw moving just south of Birmingham there. From Helena area, we're getting reports of significant damage in spots there of Helena area. Right now, no injuries. Let's just hope it stays that way from Highway 119 to 280 to where it's going through to part of St. Clair County now. But definitely watching this one. Looks like it's going to stay just north of the Anniston area now, which is good news, becoming maybe right between Gadsden and Anniston here. It's Highway 231, so crossing eventually over that area, possibly near Jacksonville State University. So we'll see if that one does hold together there and eventually could work its way on into even Georgia now. So here in town, again, Birmingham area, we're just dealing with some pretty heavy rain coming in from Coleman, Jasper area, and Fayette, Hamilton. Nothing severe with any of that. Again, these are these flash flood warnings that are in effect till 6 o'clock tonight. That's what you're seeing there. But we still have that tornado warning till 2:45. Currently, it is 2:20 right now. So we're going to kind of go back into this storm here. It's coming right through Pell City right now, and again, still trying to hold itself together here as it continues to move through the region here. There's the Raglan area right now, going to eventually goes toward Lincoln. So it's just crossed over. Say here's Highway 231 area through Pell City. So this is kind of what we're looking at as that moves on in. That's going to continue not too far away from Interstate 20. That's about right where it is. So I don't know if we have any traffic cameras out on I-20 that way, but it'd be worth keeping an eye on some of those as they cross over there. The Coosa River coming on in eventually, and then heading over toward Lincoln area. So this one here, again, not really seeing any debris showing up on our debris tracker now, which is good news, but still has that pretty strong rotation with it. So the storm is rotating. We, again, have nothing blocking this storm from continuing to develop and continuing to go through these cycles where it does become strong, produces a tornado, takes a little break, produces another tornado again, and that trend will continue here with this storm. Because if we go down to the south here, there's nothing really at all as you go down to Montgomery and anything. So that warm, humid air from the Gulf of Mexico is fueling that. We're also watching these storms coming out of Mississippi now. Some of these are definitely be keeping an eye on because they also have the chance here as they move off to the northeast here, producing some tornadoes. Right now, we just have that one severe thunderstorm warning in effect. No tornado warnings in Mississippi. So at least the only thing is good news, if we have anything, is there's just that one storm that does have that tornado warning with it right now. So again, going back to that one, just to give you an idea of what we can expect with this one here as it moves through the areas here, going from Pell City toward Lincoln to the Raglan's area, kind of just south of the Asheville, Springville area. You're in the clear. Leeds area, Trussville, you're far enough away from this, but it is kind of riding just along the north of Interstate 20 at this time. And as we continue to moving on in, you'll see as it moves on through the area there, still has a chance of then trying to do something or to produce maybe a new tornado from this as it's gone through all these different cycles from time to time throughout the day today. As we said earlier, this was a tornado warning came in just before the noon hour, so over 2 hours ago, for Hale and Greene counties. And it didn't do too much there when it got to the northern part of Greene County into Tuscaloosa County. That's when it likely produced its first tornado, and then eventually on into parts of Shelby County, and it continues where it is now. So we're still looking at this one here as it moves on in. We'll continue to do one quick track here for this one. And again, Raglan about 12 minutes. Sulphur Springs about 6 minutes for you. Ottery around, or 16 rather. 22 minutes for Ottery. Great in there, about 26 minutes. So we're still going to watch this one here as eventually crossing over the Coosa River there.
All right, Dave, thanks a lot. We want to get back now to some of the storm damage throughout the area. Our Andrea Lindenberg is in the Oak Mountain area, and Andrea is on the phone. Andrea, tell us, what are you seeing there where you are?
Well, Art, I'm on Highway 119. I went outbound on Highway 280 and took a right on 119. That takes you up along the backside of Oak Mountain State Park, and just before you come up on Oak Mountain Middle School and Oak Mountain Elementary School, there was a tree across the road. Saw some law enforcement. I'm actually having to move my car so some people can get out of this area, and there is damage, trees down, looks like some home damage. And if I look down 119 toward Oak Mountain State Park, you can see the tops of the trees are just chewed off. This is in the path of that storm that came out of West Blockton, moved through Helena and crossed through Pelham, and then onto Highway 119 over 280. So there's damage. I can hear occasionally a siren on the other side, farther down on Highway 119, but it's completely blocked by trees and what appears to be power lines.
Andre, as we listen to you, we're looking at some pictures right now of this storm, which our meteorologists have said was rain-wrapped. Is that road blocked? Are they rerouting the traffic, or are they letting people through?
Yeah, no, you can't get through, Sherry. There's a tree all the way across the road just down from where I am. As a matter of fact, there's an 18-wheeler trying to get out of the area right now, so it's impassable. And I don't live too far from this area, and my family said that they could see the tornado go over on the 119 side and the way the trees were bending and twisting, but significant tree damage. And I'm concerned what I would see if I was able to get around this tree down there. But again, it's just that thing that you all have covered tornadoes for years too, and you see those trees broken off at the top. There's crews down there starting to work on the trees to clear the road, but it's going to be a hot minute before anybody can cross down 119. And again, I am just east of Oak Mountain Middle School and the elementary school. So if you're in that area, you're trying to go that way, understand that there is a tree just all across the road.
And Andre, you were on the air with Conan Gasquet earlier, just before Sherry and I came on air. You haven't been able to make it home yet. Is that what I understand because of the damage in that area?
Yeah, I went a little bit past where I was to turn off to see if everything was okay, and so once I leave here, I'll head over there. We didn't have any damage at our home or at my family's home, but there is a lot of trees down, and some of these trees are just massive. Those big old oak trees that have been here forever, and there's a particularly large home that's been so beautiful past 5 or 20 years now, and all of their trees in their yard are just gone. So I'll make my way back around, and as I get further into the neighborhood, to let you know what I see. But on this end, it definitely has that signature look in the trees of, and I believe Ashley Gann, our other meteorologist, said she saw it go over as well, and this is right in that area where she was.
It was actually Ashley's husband, Derek, who was in the storm, who saw the storm go by and also got some video and was helping one of his neighbors where a tree fell on that neighbor's home. That neighbor partially trapped. But we're glad you're safe. Be safe out there, and let us know what you have as you get more information about some of the damage out there. Now, meteorologists have been talking about that area, 119, saying that there was definitely a tornado on the ground there and that there was lots of damage in that area, and we're getting some firsthand accounts of it now.
That Oak Mountain area, Helena, now they've staged a media area at First Baptist Church there in Helena. And Helena police also said their phone lines are down. People who need help need to call 911 because you can't call in directly to the Helena Police Department. So these are communities, Helena, Pelham, that Oak Mountain area where we know there is some damage.
And if we could get that picture back up, just before we were talking to Andrea Lindenberg, the picture that we were showing you is actually from one of my neighbors out in the Shelby County area who took a picture from atop Double Oak Mountain, looking back over Highway 280, looking at the storm. That is from one of my neighbors who sent it in. The neighbor texted me that picture there as we were seeing the storm, and our meteorologist can give us a better sense of what we're seeing in that picture there.
That's
the tornado.
That is the tornado. You can see the debris flying around, and this theory that tornadoes don't go over top of mountains.
Yeah, that debunks that myth. I mean, this went right over top of Double Oak Mountain.
Yep.
As you're driving down 280, there are all those houses that you can see as you're driving down on top of that hill there. And this passed in a very familiar part of town. You know, this is just about 2 miles south of Grandview Medical Center. That's the tornado that's there. It's just really striking to see that up close.
Yeah, and I want to show you the track of that supercell. This is going to be a historic tornado, no doubt, because of the damage that this caused and the track that this went. This went up from Hale County all the way up and is continuing to move through St. Clair County towards Etowah and Calhoun County right now. Active tornado warning for Calhoun County. So this supercell tracked more than 80 miles. You can see the tornado icons here and where this storm moved through, moving through the Double Oak Mountain area, and towards the 280 corridor, towards Eagle Point. We saw damage of roof damage through the Eagle Point subdivision. How this is going to work from here on out, the National Weather Service will send survey crews out in the coming days, and they're going to look at all this damage and rate this tornado. Based on that damage, they'll estimate the wind speeds, and this is going to be a very destructive, possibly a very significant tornado from this supercell that tracked more than 80 miles and is continuing to track towards Etowah, Calhoun County, and then eventually towards Georgia. So right now the wind speeds are starting to die down just a bit in West Alabama, but over towards East Alabama, towards Lake Martin into Tallapoosa County, still seeing winds sustained at 21 miles per hour. The supercell track that we saw was the southernmost storm tapping into this really warm, unstable air that's lifting up from the Gulf of Mexico. Our temperatures are still in the upper 70s south of the 2059 corridor. You can see Alexander City sitting at 77 degrees right now. So we'll continue to see these storms lift through the area, and we'll have to watch this area, mainly Shelby County, Chilton County, over towards Coosa and Tallapoosa counties here. If any redevelopment occurs, we're going to see this line move through later this evening. We'll be watching that very closely to see the potential as these storms move out of Mississippi across the area in the coming hours here. We do have active tornado warnings in East Alabama. For that, we'll send it over to Dave.
All right, thanks, Sarah. Right now, though, still watching this tornado here, a potential tornado. Again, the Doppler radar still indicating that we have a tornado here not too far from Ragland, heading toward Ottery in about 8 minutes. Ohatchee there in about 10 minutes. Great in about 11. Bethel 13. Alexandria about 15 minutes for you. Union about 16 minutes. Post Oak about 17, and about West Point there in Glencoe about 20 minutes. Could work its way here, kind of north of Anniston area here, but not too far away from Jacksonville. So we're going to watch this one in that area there. Of course, historically, we've seen a few tornadoes up your way, but this one's going to continue on into parts there of those areas from Ragland to Ohatchee to Duke area. So be watching that. But Anniston, this one is going to stay just north of you, so that at least is some good news for the Anniston and the Oxford area.
We'll have a good vantage point from the storm from our Anniston camera.
Yeah.
I'm looking west right now. We don't see anything yet. It's just a bunch of dark clouds and lightning strikes. But
little far still from there.
Yeah, yeah. I'm thankful. I mean, but the thing is here, we're going to be south of it, so we're not going to be, caught in the forward flank downdraft. This is the live look from Anniston right now, which is a little bit north of downtown Anniston, but looking over to the west. I've seen a few lightning strikes pop up off in the distance there. So we're going to have to watch that closely. If this tornado holds together and passes close enough that we can actually see it, this is where we'll be watching it from. So obviously watching that very closely.
Yep, very close with that one. And fortunately, again, this is the only storm we're watching here at this time on the whole picture here. So from parts of St. Clair, kind of very, very northern part of Talladega and the Calhoun counties, we're still watching this storm. Again, north of Anniston, south of Gadsden, right between the two. So Jacksonville area, again, you're in the tornado warning. Get ready. All those areas we'll be watching here very closely with this moving forward as well, too. These are flash flood warnings continue to come on in. Watching more storms coming out here of Mississippi right now. None of them have a significant concern with them, but this is still early. It's only 2:30 in the afternoon. We're expecting this to continue for a while until our front moves through. Let me go ahead and show you kind of a bigger picture of what we're going to be watching here as we go forward throughout the day today. There is our storms we have now. You can see river flood warnings showing up here, but not a lot has developed yet into Mississippi. So waiting for that to get on into parts of northern Mississippi, northwestern Alabama through our area. Remember, we are in that level 5 out of 5 high risk now, including here in Birmingham. So again, we've had one long track tornado, as Sarah told us, about 80 miles. The supercell was around for. So the tornado not necessarily on the ground that long, but nonetheless, though, you can see here what we're talking about with that. But coming back back into the viewing area right now, you can see here we are talking about, again, these storms coming on into the region here. And as they move back through, fortunately, none of them have really been significant or severe, except for that one we're watching off to the east. We'll watch a few of these coming out into parts there of Pickens County, heading over toward parts of Sumter County as well, too, and heading to Tuscaloosa County. Off on the other side of your screen, you can see there is some of the tornado damage we're seeing there in the Pelham area. So kind of just north of the center point of Pelham, up to the north there along Highway 31, heading over toward eventually the Oak Mountain area. Again, that's some pretty roof. Looks like there's metal rooftops blown off there, tree damage as well too. So we're seeing damage really from the Helena area through parts of the Pelham area, Indian Springs area, along Highway 119, as we heard from Ani, parts of it impassable due to downed trees and power lines. Eagle Point subdivision, some damage to homes there. I've seen some pictures online. These are very well built brick homes too, with some rooftops ripped off, parts of the roof ripped off as well, and windows blown out. So we have some damage there, a lot of tree damage as well. System crossed over 280 and it continues to where it's currently located now here, kind of just north of the Anniston area. And as it continues on this track, it has not been as impressive looking, but again, what I think is what's going on with this supercell is it's been riding along the warm front. That warm front's kind of dividing line of the really warm, humid, rich, warm, humid air to some slightly less cooler air and not necessarily as humid. So as it was continuing to move through parts of the metro Birmingham area into Shelby County, that's when it really got going and had all that unobstructed air coming into it and helping to actually keep it around. Now it's running further off to the northeast, and I think what's happening here, while we still have some pretty significant rotation tied in with this storm as it moves to Raglan, so it's right over top of your area in Raglan now, it's kind of running out of the best environment for it to survive and be near as strong as it once did. It's not done yet, so we're not done with this one here, but you can see in the Raglan area though, we do have that. Again, that's the area we're watching. If you're in Raglan, you need to take your shelter immediately. Ohatchee area, this is coming to you next. This has had a history of producing some major damage with it as it went through, again, just south of us into Shelby County, south of the Birmingham area, I'm saying here. So this storm continues to move through. Asheville, you're okay with this one, but as it continues to hold together here, heading on into Calhoun County, Jacksonville, you will be in the path of this, Ohatchee, Weaver area as well, but it will stay just north of the Anniston area. And right now, 431, you can see here's that corridor as it goes north through Jacksonville. That's what we'll be watching to see along that corridor there as this moves on in. So right now you're under a tornado warning. That tornado warning is in effect until 3:30. So we'd have almost an hour for that warning for it to continue across the area. Still have some of those flash flood warnings out as well too. But as we continue to keep an eye on all that, we'll be watching to see how this one reacts. Of course, we do have some higher terrain areas there as well, too, with this. Not that that matters. We saw the tornado hitting right there along Highway 31 and 280 area. So we'll be continuing to watch this one. Right now, we're not seeing really any debris showing up on the debris tracker here, but still has some very strong winds tied in with it. We're talking 60, 70 mile per hour winds. Raglan area, you're dealing with that right now as we speak. So we'll continue to watch this one here. Still showing some strong rotation with it. There still could potentially be a tornado with this showing up as we have right now, but definitely be watching that for you in the Raglan area. Moving here on in a little closer to Raglan, if there is a tornado, it's likely going to be rain wraps. You won't be able to tell or see it, but State Highway 144 area, Highway 26, Macon area. This is where that storm is right now. Boiling Springs area, Reagan Chapel area, Francis. We are looking at that moving right through your area and your neighborhoods as we go forward here. So definitely need to keep a close eye on that as we go on in. Heavy rain falling with this too. So if there is the tornado in here, it's likely going to be rain wrapped. So you won't be able to see that very easily. So again, if you're watching us in Raglan right now, definitely watching that. The tornado warning goes till 2:45 this afternoon with that one here. And then there's additional tornado warning that continues that's more into parts of Calhoun County going until 3:30 this afternoon. So we still have some time to watch this one for you in Calhoun County, but Ohatchee area, this is headed up your way. Again, the debris tracker not showing that well-defined debris we saw earlier when it was closer into Birmingham, but we still have a strong rotation tied in with this, and so because of that, we still need to keep a close eye on this storm. Griffin?
Yeah, I've got the Anniston camera pulled up, and we're looking off to the west. It's just been non-stop lightning that we're seeing here. You can sort of make out, a little bit hard to see here, but right about there is your updraft, and if there is any sort of rotation there, I think it would be kind of on the left-hand side of the screen. This is going to be east, kind of east-southeast of where that area of rotation is. So the main concern right now is if you're in Ohatchee, you need to be in your safe spot right now. This is a storm that's very dangerous. It's caused significant damage here in the Birmingham metro around Indian Springs Village, Highway 280, Highway 119, etc. So this is a storm you really need to take seriously. We're going to keep a close eye on that camera to see if we can see anything in particular, but as of right now, it's just a big mess of rainfall and a lot of lightning strikes. But look at how strong that area of rotation is. This could be coming up right through downtown Ohatchee. You really need to take this storm seriously. If you were not in your safe spot now, you need to be in it right now. This will be crossing over Highway 431 in about 10 minutes, just north of State Route 144 near Grayton Road, Mount View Road, looks like Grayton Road as well, but right in the center of Ohatchee. This is another still very significant tornado that could be passing through as well. Fortunately, this looks like it's going to be passing just northwest of Anniston. So if you're in Anniston, you're not included in the warning, so that's some good news. But if you're downstream in Jacksonville and Weaver, you're kind of a little close to the path of this thing. So it may not be here yet. It could be another 20 to 25 minutes before it gets here. But we're watching this storm very closely. So once again, if you're in Ohatchee, especially if you're near the Coosa River, near Ohatchee, you need to be in your safe spot right now. Once again, I'm going to pull up the camera here so we can see what this particular storm looks like from the Anniston camera. And of course, right now, it's going to be a little bit difficult to tell where exactly that area of rotation is, kind of looking to the west-northwest here, but this is the storm we're watching. I mean, the lightning has just been constant, as it is with all the storms we've seen today. And this is still the same storm that started all the way back, as Sarah showed, back in Hale County. It's still potentially causing havoc out there. It caused the tornado that we saw in Indian Springs Village, most likely caused a tornado in Talladega National Forest, that detached bit of Talladega National Forest that is down in Bibb County. So again, we're going to keep a close eye on that camera, and just to do a quick reset here so everybody can get their bearings. This storm is in western Calhoun County. This is well past the Birmingham metro as of right now. Oh, okay. Yep. Dave is showing that it's got a debris ball with it now. Okay, so this is a tornado that is down and is approaching Ohatchee. There it is, right there, on top of Reagan Chapel, near Boiling Springs, Middleton. Any of these places I call out, this is a dangerous situation. You need to be in your safe spot right now. Dave?
Yeah, that's right. Here, looking at the latest, this is our debris indicator here, and just indicating, as Griffin was talking about, this storm has produced another tornado, and this one here, as just near the Ohatchee area, as Griffin just said, if you're in the Ohatchee area, you need to take shelter immediately. Lowest level of your home, again, the basement, away from windows. This has had a history of producing a number of tornadoes with this supercell thunderstorm here, and it's going to continue developing here. Jacksonville State, not too far away from there. We're going to be watching that. Highway 431 crossing over there. This is north of the Anniston area right now. Again, here's Anniston right now. There's where Jacksonville is, and of course Gadsden further to the north. But this is where our storm is. We do have, again, potentially here, tornadoes starting to get ramped up again. It took a little breather. Now we're getting another one kind of coming on into this area too. So if you're watching us in Ohatchee, safe place right now. There's Gadsden to the north, Anniston to the south, kind of right between the two of them. Going to be coming really close to the Jacksonville area. So I'm not sure if those students are on spring break or not. I know many students are, at least this week. Just definitely need to keep a close eye on that for sure. Going back into where we're seeing this again, this tornado here coming on in the Francis area right now. If you watch us there, the Reagan Chapel area, you are all, again, right where this tornado is crossing through Reagan Channel State Highway, Route 77 at this point here. Looking at Harris Ferry Road, Ohatchee. Here's Ohatchee. Again, it's coming right to you right now. Ingram, Middleton, we need to just, this has been a tornadic storm for hours now. It still continues to produce tornadoes, and we now are seeing, again, what we see a tornado detection indicator on the radar, indicating that we are seeing debris lofted into the air. So this storm is not done yet, and it looks like it's being quite persistent, riding right along that warm front. And so this is where we're talking about, again, our same system, the same supercell, producing, I think this might be the 4th or 5th tornado. So it's headed right toward Ohatchee here, kind of right through the Francis area right now, coming into the Ohatchee area here, back over toward Ingram. It's coming up your way right now as as it continues on that track. So right along County Road 73 toward Middleton, Ingram Wells, Ohatchee, all of you in the path of this tornado. So you need to take shelter immediately. Lowest level of your home. Again, we're talking basement, the best place to be with this as well. State Route 144, it's going to be crossing right over through there as well, too. Looks like Harts Ferry Road, it's coming through your neck of the woods now. Big Oak Drive, crossing right into Ohatchee. So this was the screenshot when the radar sweeping around. It's in Ohatchee as we speak. So again, that storm is moving through there, headed toward the Grayton area. You're going to be dealing with this tornado as well, too. Again, anywhere if you live along or off of State Route 144, this is where we're talking about here. You can see we do have a live look of that supercell there from our Anderson camera pointing toward it. And I mean, this is probably a rain-wrapped tornado.
Yeah,
anyway.
It's a little difficult to see here,
Just
Dave.
looking at the reflectivity with it right now, the radar, yeah, it's wrapped up here in the rain. So we're not going to be able to see that. But nonetheless, they'll be watching that. Griffin's going to continue keeping an eye on that. But a strong rotation, very strong winds here coming in with this tornado too. And again, this has been a history, history-making supercell with how long it's lasted, coming on in eventually started over there in Hale and Greene County area through Tuscaloosa, Shelby County, St. Clair County, and now we're going into Calhoun County here. So really crossing almost the entire state. It did come out of Mississippi, but wasn't a tornado-warned storm then. But definitely this is where our tornado is, right over top of Ohatchee right now, back to the Ottery area. Middleton, it's on top of you, headed toward the Grayton area right now. So this is, again, we are not saying a possible tornado. This is going to be a tornado coming on into your areas there, heading over toward, again, State Route 144, eventually Union, Burtonville area, Alexandria, Melrose. It's all coming toward your direction, too. So we're going to continue watching this one as it moves off fairly quickly here to the northeast, right around, say, about 45 miles per hour. So go ahead and do a quick little storm track on this one and just kind of give you guys an idea of what we're talking about here. Let me grab the storm tracker here and just kind of show you right over top of Ohatchee now. As we move off to the northeast, we're talking about, say, 40 miles per hour or so. Grayton, again, right over top of you. Union, about 8 minutes. Duke, 8 minutes. Post Oak, around 9 minutes. West Point there at 13. Jacksonville, again, 16 minutes for you. So need to take shelter in all those locations. Asbury, 20 minutes. Hollingworth there at 21 minutes. Alsop there around 23 minutes. Rabbittown, 25. So definitely going to be watching this one here as it continues on that track to the northeast, right, say about 45 miles per hour. So still going to be keeping a very, very close eye on this one as it moves on in. Take shelter immediately in all those areas here as we continue to watch that moving on through. So there again, right over Ohatchee, that is our tornado. Again, it's been one of these where for hours now, it continues to just kind of build more and more and get stronger and stronger. You'll see here, again, the tornado is wrapped in rain, so we're not going to be able to see this one. Not as clear as some of the video we saw as it moved through parts of the Pelham area, heading back over to parts of 280. So this is this lone supercell all by itself. When you see these, you know they're going to be producing long track supercells and potentially some strong tornadoes with them as well, too. So definitely be continuing to watch that. You see all these flash flood warnings in effect out there as well, too. And actually, looks like we have a new tornado warning just popping up there. Expires at 3:45. Let me go ahead and zoom in on that one here.
Tuscaloosa County, far eastern
County, okay.
Fayette County, and southeastern Walker County.
So right toward Jasper, it looks like.
Yes, moving towards Jasper and Oakman and the Dora and Summerton area, Cordova. It's all these Walker County towns are a little bit further downstream, but
so
there's the area of rotation
right now, near 43, kind of just crossing over. There's our rotation with this one here, too. We're not seeing our debris tracker showing up anything yet, but definitely something we'll be keeping an eye on with that one. But this one here, again, continues with that tornado warning going on in as well, too. That tornado warning goes till 3:45 this afternoon. So still be watching this one. It's starting to get a unique shape to it here. It is embedded with a little more rain. You see a lot of rain to the south, so it's not as impressive looking as our supercell over in the eastern part of the state. But still going to be watching this one here. Jasper area, need to be in your safe place right now as the storm continues to move through. It is an environment that's really warm and humid. North of Tuscaloosa, it's going to be dealing with that environment where, again, we are going to talk about here. Things are going to be looking better and better for us here for some more of these storms, potentially some long track supercells to be developing here as well, too. So let me kind of zoom out and give you a little tornado track with this one here as we see right now. Boley Springs around 7 minutes. Salem there about 11 minutes. Bethel about 13. Corona about 13 minutes there as well, too. Over toward, well, kind of just jumped there, but still looking at about moving on in closer and closer toward the Jasper area with this as well. Continue to watch that one as that warning goes to about 3:45 this afternoon. So that is the main storm we're watching there. A few more have been developing off to the south near Carrollton. Fortunately, none of them have been severe at this point, but we'll be watching more storms coming out of Mississippi here. Looks like a few more warnings coming on into play for those down there. A few more tornado warnings coming on in as well, too. Let me go ahead and take a look and see what these are shaping up to be here at this point. As you'll see here, those storms down to the south, they're continuing to get better organized. They're in a warm, humid air mass. We've seen one of these come through here not too far away from the Meridian, Mississippi area here too. Reports of some, we do have some strong rotation tied in with these as well. So potentially here, going to keep an eye on all these coming out of Meridian, Mississippi. Not seeing anything on the debris tracker at the moment, but these storms will be heading eventually on into Alabama. So we'll watch there for Sumter, Pickens County area, eventually on in toward parts of maybe toward Tuscaloosa County, if anything, there as well too. Griffin, look at some decent storm structure. The video you're showing there right now.
Yeah, I'm trying to get a bead on it, like exactly where that area.
Huge thunderstorms.
Yeah, I mean the lightning is. And we've watched it. The lightning is just nonstop with this thing. Let me pull up exactly how many strikes it's been in the past 15 minutes. Wow, that is just insane lightning output, 177 in the past 15 minutes from this storm. We talked about it in the Weather Center before, that anytime the lightning output is really high, it's a pretty strong indication. Not that it's just a severe storm, but usually the lightning output goes up when it's about to drop a tornado. There's some research that's shown that. So again, this is an incredibly powerful storm, and it's got untapped energy feeding into it. This has been a storm that's pretty much ridden right along the warm front, and you see there's nothing south of it to kind of get in the way. We have strong south winds feeding into this, and that's what's causing this the supercell to maintain its structure so well that it's probably going to keep going all the way into Georgia. This started back in Hale County, about 100 miles southwest of where we're seeing it now. It has a history of producing tornado warnings, and now it's right on top of Ohatchee, well, at least just northeast of Ohatchee. Pulling up the debris indicator again, there's still enough there to suggest that this tornado could still be down. It is about to cross over 431 near West Wellington, Duke, Union, Mount View Road, Wellington Road. Any of these places that are going to be along that 431 corridor, kind of the halfway between Anniston and Gadsden. You know, Anniston and Gadsden are connected by Highway 431, and if there is a tornado there, that's where it's going to be, right at about that halfway point just northeast of Ohatchee. That debris signature right there. Tracking up to the northeast like that. So let's draw a storm track on this. This is moving northeast at about 40 miles per hour, which it's already done for about the past 2 hours now. So let's give you some arrival times. Union in about 5 minutes, West Point in about 10 minutes, Asbury from about 18 minutes from you, Asbury I should say, Hollingworth in about 20 minutes, and Natville in about 26 minutes away from you. So again, if you're in any of these towns that I'm listing out, you need to go ahead and go to your safe spot right now. This is a very powerful supercell storm. We don't get storms like this very often in Alabama, but today is one of those days where we have enough instability in the atmosphere, enough wind shear for these tornadoes to just keep on going. We mentioned it in the forecast, long track tornadoes. That's exactly what we're seeing here. This supercell has been just going off the wall with how strong it is for about the past 2 hours now. So again, this is going to be passing pretty close to Jacksonville. Jacksonville State University was impacted by a tornado about 3 years ago. So many of the people who are in Jacksonville are familiar with this kind of thing. Now's the time. You need to go to your interior room, away from doors and windows. This is a very dangerous storm that has a history of producing tornadic damage. We're keeping a close eye on it with the Anniston camera there. We call it the Anniston camera. It's not exactly in Anniston. It's kind of closer to Weaver along Highway 21 there. I'm watching it closely. You can definitely kind of make out the tint of the clouds there, kind of showing how much hail there might be in that storm. Whenever the clouds kind of have that look to them, there's most likely some hail in that storm on the order of golf ball sized, I would imagine. So again, if you're in Jacksonville, now's the time. You need to go to that interior room away from doors and windows, because this storm has caused a ton of damage in Shelby County here in the Birmingham metro. Sarah, over to you.
Griffin, looking at that track of damage, this was one supercell that tracked basically from state line to state line over close to 120 miles here of this supercell tracking from Hale County through Bibb, Shelby County, St. Clair, and now into Calhoun County, dropping tornadoes along the way. So this isn't going to be a 100-mile stretch of damage. There was going to be sporadic damage in between that the National Weather Service will be sending crews out to assess the damage and basically get an estimate from looking at the damage of what the tornado caused. That'll give an estimate on the potential wind speeds, just how strong these winds were, and then rate the tornado. Just looking at some pictures from the Eagle Point subdivision, the second story of these brick homes are gone for some of these homes. So that could be anywhere from EF2, maybe even EF3 damage with this supercell. So obviously the professionals are going to go out and assess the damage and give a precise rating, but that's what we're going to be looking at here in the next coming days. But tracking what we're looking at right now, this supercell is continuing to move through Calhoun County as we speak. So folks in Jacksonville need to be in their safe place. Naming some roads here that could be impacted. We're talking about State Route 21 here. Jacksonville Center is right there. So Jacksonville State, just up to the north of that. This is the track that we're going to be watching through Calhoun County. Dave.
All right, thanks, Sarah, for all that information. If you guys can hear me here, just had the there we go. The mic's fixed. There, okay. Just got to put new fresh batteries in the mic so we don't lose us. But right now we are still looking at here again across the area 2 tornado warnings. The one we were just talking about was Sarah, but we have another one that's coming out across part of northern Tuscaloosa County, heading to Walker County now. And this one here again has been trying to get a little better organized. It is kind of a little messier than what the other one is, meaning it's not all by itself like the other one is. But this has shown some rotation with it here as well too, and as it does have again that rotation kind of coming in with it here, kind of giving an idea. Again, Bethel area about 5 minutes, Corona there about 5 minutes, and excuse me here. Let's try that again. Eno coming in about 5 minutes. Oakman 7, Coal Valley about 7. Good Springs about 10 minutes for you. Corinth there about 15 minutes. Jasper 16 minutes. Cordova 17. Door about 20. So again, watching this one as it continues to try to show again some signs of rotation here. Again, it's not as clear cut as the other one was with respect to exactly what we're looking at here, and no other storms nearby it at this time. So looking at the debris tracker with it here, not seeing anything showing up at this time, so that is at least that's some good news. But I don't think it'll take long here for us to get some of these storms producing tornadoes. But it is heading up toward the Oakman area, Jasper area, Cordova. You need to be in your safe place right now as the storm continues to move to the north, in northeast. The environment is very favorable for these storms to produce tornadoes out there for the day today. So don't put your guard down here. Any storm that does move through could quickly start to rotate, especially any of them that's starting to develop just south of there. We're going to be watching some storms coming out of Mississippi now, and as they continue to move on in, coming out of the Meridian area, we have some tornado warnings to go up to the state line at this point, but some of these potentially could produce tornadoes as well too. It's seen some strong rotation out near the Meridian, Mississippi area, and all these storms here, as I put them in motion, they're all kind of coming up here from southwest to northeast. This will be the motion throughout the entire day today, so any storms that we continue to watching out of there will become closer, maybe on into Tuscaloosa, maybe Birmingham a little bit later on. I would like to see a lot more rain kind of messing up the environment here, but at least at this point with that warm front moving north, that's where we've seen some of these storms continue to be stronger and even rotate. Even a few of them up not too far away from the Shoals area there now have to be watched as well. There's tornado warnings going on up there in the northern part of the state, so just outside our area. So that'll be more up toward Huntsville. But watching this one here going into the Jasper area, watching that one off here across part of the Calhoun area as well too. This one again coming really close here just north of the Anniston area, has had a history of producing tornadoes, significant tornadoes through Shelby County as it moved through about an hour ago. It still shows some strong rotation here, about to come close to the Jacksonville area, and at this time here still seeing, yeah, there's that tornado. So we still have that tornado detection kind of showing up there at this point. And so with that storm again, looks like it may be tracking immediately just close to or north of Jacksonville area. And as we talked about earlier, Griffin mentioned a couple years ago, of course, you guys were hit by a significant tornado. This is the potential for that as well too. Still dealing with a tornado here with this one here as it moves off there to the northeast, right around, say, 40 miles per hour, giving you a track on this one here. Again, it's going to be moving, again, a pretty good clip here. But again, Angel area, West Point, with 3-4 minutes for you. Over toward Asbury, around 12 minutes for your area. Over toward the Alsop area there, around, let's say, 15 minutes. Hollingsworth there, about 15 minutes. Greenwood, about 23 minutes. So still looking at this one here, and does have, again, that threat of maybe getting pretty close to those areas. You can see Angel right near you, going to be moving very, very close to, if not just north of the Jacksonville area at this time. So with that in mind, we're still going to keep a very, very close for watch on this as it continues on that track there northeast here across part of Calhoun County. So going to stay north of the Anniston area, which is good news. You can see where Anniston's located right here. You are away from that. Gadsden's going to be to your south right now, but that is the location where that tornado is, kind of moving just north of Jacksonville and the University of Jacksonville State at this point. So as that continues to move on through their kind of rural parts there of Calhoun County, but still going to be dealing with, again, the threat there of producing maybe some significant damage. We've already seen some major damage, significant damage from the Helena area, right through Highway 119 here in town. So kind of giving you an eye here, here's Crystal Springs, just came through there. Wellington just passed over top of there, over toward the, say, Picketttville area. Picketttville, that is just right about where that has moved on through. There you see Mount Polk, it's over top of you. Angel area, State Route 204, heading over to parts of Angel Drive area, going to move right through there at this point. I've already crossed over Highway 431. That's here back over toward Crystal Springs area. So crossed over that, now moving toward Mount Polk area and headed toward Mark Green Road, Little John Road, County Road 73, Angel Drive area there. Looks like old, let's see, what is this one here? Old Sulphur Springs Road, just crossed over there, north of the Picketttville area. State Road 204 just crossed over there. So this is where our tornado is located, continuing on that track there to the northeast. So as that continues to kind of move in those areas, again, looks like it may just be north of Jacksonville there and Jacksonville State. And our rotation tracker now showing it as well too. But that is where it is located here, continuing, still showing that tornado detection indicator there that we do have this. And it's not letting up anytime soon, and I don't suspect it will either. Just looking at the latest reflectivity with the radar, there is really not much there to stop the storm from forming. And now it is moving farther northeast away from the warmest, more humid air. So as it crosses into Georgia, which that is the Georgia line.
Dave, that
right
might
there.
be it on the camera. I'm not too sure, but there's definitely a lowering right there.
All right, I just see that lowering. I'm kind of, yeah.
That looks like the wall cloud there. We're looking up to the northwest from the Anniston camera. That might be
That would
it.
be in it, yeah.
It's in that general area. I mean, this, as we mentioned before, the tornadoes today have been pretty much rain-wrapped, but if it is there, it's back behind that, that huge lowering that you see there. The cloud bases are super low today because the dew points are so high, so the clouds form closer to the ground. But they're, I've been keeping my eye on it, and that
there's a lot of scud clouds that kind of grab the eye there.
Yeah, a little bit of scud there showing up.
But you can see here, let's hold on to this one now. It's moving fairly quickly. But that's your obviously your base lowering. The rain, you can see the heavy rain coming on in through there as well at this point. But it is in the right direction from what the radar shows. So we are still looking at the right place there. Just hold steady with that for a little bit here as we continue to watch this storm moving on in. It still has that strong rotation with it. You said the camera's not far from the Weaver area.
Yes.
And again, it's just almost due north of there at this point. So it's new data coming in. So it's likely that it could just be in there and wrapped up with rain. Of course, you know the terrain out there in the eastern part of the state, a lot higher than it is here.
A little bit hillier out there.
But yeah, somewhere in there, that's where our tornado is. And we do have the confirmation showing up here, at least with the debris indicator, indicating we do have that at this time. But that is our supercell thunderstorm here. And these have been some big thunderstorms coming on into the area. Look at the clouds kind of zipping by here closer to the camera, too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is obviously the storm that caused all the damage in Shelby County. I'm panning around to kind of get our bearings here. I believe we're looking off to the north there. And back in this general area is where we'll have to certainly watch. I think kind of right there in the middle right of your screen would possibly be where it's going to be. But obviously we try to show you the cameras because research has shown that seeing the actual tornado is what is what causes people to take action. So, but what's really important to know here is that this storm has a history of producing damage. It's already produced multiple tornadoes. We had one in Hale County, in southern Tuscaloosa County, and obviously in a well-populated part of Birmingham, the suburbs of Birmingham, south of town. A lot of really by Oak Mountain State Park, this storm produced a lot of damage. So again, it's still going now. It looks like it's going to pass just to the north of Jacksonville, downtown Jacksonville that is, and it's continuing its track northeast. While Jacksonville's still included in that tornado warning, so stay put for just a little bit longer while we wait for the storm to pass, because this is a really powerful supercell that's still maintaining its structure. It could maintain its structure all the way into Georgia. It's a really powerful storm that we're watching here. So that's the camera view. If we could just double box that with the radar view of what's going on now, this is what we've got here. The area of rotation is once again passing just north of downtown Jacksonville.
Yep, really close.
Near what looks like Possum Trot Road. It looks like it's going to be passing near County Road 73, Dripping Rock Road, any of these communities here, just north of downtown Jacksonville. Fortunately, it looks like it's going to just barely miss downtown Jacksonville, but close enough you need to be in shelter for the time being.
Yeah, this storm has had history producing some significantly fairly large tornado with, again, major damage with it as well when it came through Shelby County. So we can't put our guard down here, though. So if you're in those areas, again, we're talking about there's our rotation. There's Jacksonville right now, so just immediately to your north at this point here. So we're watching that storm there in the live camera off on the side of your screen. But just to give you an idea of where we're talking about here, again, Asbury, 6 minutes. I'll stop there, about 9 minutes for you, over toward the Price's area there, coming in about 10 minutes for you. Natfield around 15, Greenwood 18 minutes, Ellisville around 24 minutes. So this storm, again, has history of kind of strong, producing a tornado, weakening a little bit, strengthening back up again, weakening a little bit. But that is where our strongest rotation is. And you can see here, though, on the radar, again, if there is a tornado, it's likely wrapped in rain. As Griffin kind of pans around there, the camera, hard to see it. And if there is one in there, it's probably you can't see it because of the rain. But nonetheless, though, we've had debris being shown up from time to time with it. Still seeing a little bit with it right here right now. This is where our tornado would be located right now, so just north of Jacksonville and the university as well, too, north of the Weaver area, Anderson, Oxford, north of you as well, too. So latest shows that maybe there was a tornado, or there was one. Maybe it's lifted a little bit and kind of weakened at this point. It is moving off into an area that's not quite as favorable of what we once had with this, but we're still watching that. Real quick before we go to the anchors, just want to go, don't forget about the storm we had here over to parts there off to the Jasper area. That one has expired, which is good. Again, that situation not quite as impressive looking as the one we have off to the east. Over toward the anchors. What do you got?
Dave, we're going to take a look at some of the damage. We're getting more images into our newsroom now, the pictures of the actual storm, as people saw video of the tornado, and then there are a lot of trees down and some of the other damage out there.
Yeah, and we certainly want to talk about that Eagle Point community that we told you about earlier. You've been hearing from our meteorologists, and a lot of trees down in that area, homes suffering roof damage there. This is near Doug Baker Boulevard, Highway 280. This is near Highland Lakes Drive, right near the Lee Branch Shopping Center there. No reports of injuries at this time, but certainly a lot of damage throughout the area from this tornado as it moved through Highway 119 and then along Highway 280 there right near Highland Lakes.
And this, as you can see, these cars stopped when we heard from Andre Lindenberg a little earlier today. Trees blocking roads, therefore traffic has just stopped in some of these places. This was a little earlier on some of those images. We also have some crews in the Pelham area to show you a little bit of the damage out there. But this again is a look at what looks to be some of those transformers going off in the back there. But again, scary, tense times, tense moments. People had to seek shelter. This video, courtesy Kevin Jarrett, who sent this in to us as the storm was moving through that part of the area. And just let us know, you see the transformer going back there in the back. Some of these other images we're getting in.
Yeah, and this is in the Pelham area there, and now I think we're getting a better sense of that damage in the Eagle Point community. We told you this is significant damage to these brick homes there. Used to be a golf course there. They no longer have the golf course there at Eagle Point, but the homes, This is where that tornado moved right across the Highway 280 area as it was heading toward Highland Lakes and Lake Purdy and over toward Greystone. But before it moved to that area, it moved here in the Eagle Point community near Doug Baker Boulevard and the Lee Branch Shopping Center, causing a lot of damage to those homes.
You can see ripping the roof off of those homes, those big gables as well. And with these homes, that tornado damage literally ripping it off. But you see what else happened in that home. And, you know, prayerfully people are safe. As Art said, we don't have any reports of injuries for anyone at this point. However, very significant damage in these communities, this in the Eagle Point area. Thank you, Kelly McLaughlin, for sharing this picture.
And we certainly hope that people did as they did last week when we had the tornadoes move through. We didn't have any major damage or major issues with injuries because people did heed the warnings. They took cover earlier. Sarah was talking about the damage there in Eagle Point, and yes, the professionals will have to come along and assess that damage and determine what level of tornado that was. But certainly when you see significant damage like that, you can only imagine just how large of a tornado that was that moved through the area and the velocity of those winds.
And we do know in Helena and Pelham, police have set up these staging areas where they can get information out to the media, information out to you, so you can find out what's going on in your community, or if you have loved ones living in those areas, because there was a lot of damage, a big, massive storm as it moved through that area around 119. I want to get over to Dave Nussbaum right now.
All right, Art and Sherry, thank you so much here. Right now at 3:08 our time here, and we only have one tornado warning right now across Alabama, which is good news. That is the one kind of working its way just north of Anniston near the Jacksonville area. Heavy rain from Albertville area, Oneonta, Coleman area, through Birmingham, back to Jasper, and heading just south of the Fayette area. And we continue to watch all of these storms as they move through. None of them severe, just some heavy rain, maybe some gusty winds and hail mixed in with them at this time. But at least at this point, we only have that one tornado warning out there. And between Gadsden and Anniston, right near the Jacksonville area here. Also watching some storms coming out of Mississippi. They've had a history of possible tornadoes out there as well, too. But let's kind of focus in on the one warning we have right now here, and that is this storm here in Calhoun County. Still looks like it has pretty good hail with it. Still some rotation tied in with it as well, too. As you go look at here at the velocity of rotation product, we do have, again, it kind of moving just here off to the east of us right now. So it continues to move this direction here, and as it moves on in, it still has the chance here producing a tornado. It's just north of Jacksonville. You guys are in the warning. You're still close enough to it to feel some of the winds here, but the potential tornado itself, though, would be moving away. If there is any debris left, it's kind of in that messy stuff right there. So, but we still have the threat for some very strong winds tied in right where that location is well, too. So from the Hokes Bluff area back down toward Jacksonville, just be aware we still have, again, this chance here for the storm to kind of get strong again and possibly become a tornado. Now, this is the Georgia state line right here, so it's going to be crossing into Georgia here shortly. But this storm, as we heard from Sarah on the ground, well, not necessarily on the ground, but it's surviving as a supercell for over 120 miles as it crosses over Alabama here and about to head on into Georgia. So it would be another state to be moving into, potentially originated in Mississippi. So could be a tri-state storm here coming on in at this point. But still, it had heavy rain, heavy continued potential here for some flooding rains, as well as some hail tied in with this as well, too. But right now, this is the only storm we have. The tornado warning in effect till 3:30 this afternoon. Again, current time is 3:10. So we continue our coverage here throughout the rest of the afternoon. Let's go over to Sarah now. And what do we have, Sarah?
Let's talk about the history of this supercell, Dave. It tracked from Mississippi and is really moving into Georgia right now. More than 120 miles this supercell stretched from. And you can see the track that it took from Hale County through Bibb, Shelby County through the 119, Indian Springs Village area, the Eagle Point subdivision as well, and then lifting up into Calhoun County. Now, if we want to pull up some of the images from the Eagle Point subdivision, I can show you what exactly the National Weather Service and the Birmingham office, they're going to send crews out to survey the damage. But what we're looking at as far as the damage goes, this supercell was extremely powerful. The damage we saw with the Eagle Point homes, those were brick homes that basically collapsed in on themselves. When you see exterior walls of a sturdy structure like that collapse, that could be EF3 damage and above. When we see a rating of EF3 or above, that is a strong, violent tornado. We had the forecast for that potential, and that is exactly what we're seeing. Look at this damage. You can see the second story of the home, the roofs ripped off the damage, and then also we're seeing exterior walls potentially right here. exterior walls collapsing in. That is easily EF3 tornado damage. The professionals are going to go out, survey this, look at the structure of the home, and then assess the winds that would have caused this damage. They are professionals. They use a scale that basically goes from EF0 all the way up to EF5, and they look at what damage fits in that rubric, and that is what the rating of the tornado will be that moved through Eagle Point. Potentially EF3 damage here that we're looking at. This is, we're going to be lucky if we do not have injuries from this. It'll be a really good day if we do not have injuries, because when you see site-built homes damaged like that, that is very dangerous. So this storm moved over 120 miles, and it's continuing to track through Georgia, or towards Georgia right now. We still have the active warnings in East Alabama right now. For the latest on that, we'll send it back to Dave.
All right, we continue to watch that one storm here kind of through the Hokes Bluff area just south of there into near Jacksonville. We're still watching this storm as it has had a history of producing all those tornadoes. This tornado warning in effect again until 3:30 this afternoon here. Just kind of giving you a track on it just to give you an idea where this has been going. Nattville about 4 minutes, headed toward Ellisville about 15 minutes there. Beaumar around 20 minutes, Bluffton around 24 minutes, Alexis there 28 minutes. Still has again a hail with it and heavy rain tied in with it. North of Jacksonville, kind of just near the Hokes Bluff area here. It is still showing some of that rotation though with it. So with that in mind, as that velocity product still shows, we'll continue watching this here. And it's still, again, it is not weakened enough that you don't have to worry about it anymore. This could easily have produced a second, I think it may have been the fourth tornado now, heading on in just near the north of Jacksonville here, and continuing its way on in toward, here is the state line. There's 278, 411 right there, about to cross over into those areas too. But looking at our debris tracker, you can see here that it'd be hard to tell here if anything there is still kind of mixed in here. It's getting kind of far away from that radar at this point, but we still can see the velocity and tell you that's some pretty strong velocity. There's still rotating thunderstorm. This has been, as Sarah just told you, on the supercell here since before noon. So we're talking coming on close to 4 hours. This has been around for. So quite impressive as well too. But kind of zooming in at least where we have here, giving you an idea of where the rotation is and who could be impacted by this here. You can see Alsop area right over top of you over to the, say, Knighton's Crossings coming right through your area too. Roy Webb area that's going right over top of your area there. Sulphur Springs Road here. Roy Webb Cutoff Road as well, heading to Roy Webb Cutoff there. You can see that road there. Kimberly Road, Forest Bend Road is exactly another area we're still watching this here. And of course, here's Highway 74 coming from the Reeves area. So right in that direction here is where we're continuing to watch it. That's Highway 278 actually, but we are still looking at that storm having the chance here, still trying to at least have a tornado with it or producing a tornado with it right now. You can see here again, heavy rain, likely some hail mixed in with this. If there is a tornado, it's going to be rain wrapped with this system here. So we're still watching this supercell thunderstorm, that rotating thunderstorm here, kind of moving its way here through parts there of Calhoun County and heading further off there to the north as well too. So this one is going to still be in Alabama here for a little while longer, but it's headed its way into Georgia, and so eventually it'll be moving out of our area and impacting parts of the Georgia area, possibly up toward Rome, Georgia, believe it or not. So again, this is going to be southeast of Gadsden, north there of the Anniston area, away from the Interstate 20 corridor, where it did possibly produce a tornado somewhere between Pell City and Anniston, just to the north of you, and then now where its current location is kind of north of the Jacksonville area. Heavy rain still falling from Coleman, Aniata, Gadsden area all the way up to Huntsville, Fort Payne area as well too. Here at Birmingham, haven't seen too much going on in the city, but up to the north here in Jasper, this is the storm we were watching initially here that had a tornado warning with it. Right now though, again, no tornado warning with it, but still producing some heavy rain and likely some gusty winds from the Cordova area there, heading back over towards Summerton. So this is rain's going to continue to be coming down pretty good. As for the rotation with it, it just does not have as strong rotation as it once did. There's still some tied in with it here. But overall, though, we are looking at the storm itself not as strong as some of the other ones. One of the main reasons for that is to go farther to the south, we have more rain here versus that other storm was by itself. So we'll watch it. Still has that kind of interesting shape to it here, kind of an inflow, that warm, humid air coming up from the Hueytown, Bessemer area. This one, it will be moving right over top of Summerton now. As we put this in motion, it continues to move right through the Summerton area here in just a little while. And as it moves on in, expect some gusty winds, potentially 40 close to 60 miles per hour with it too, in Warrior area, and then over toward Hanceville. If it holds together, could be heading up your way as well. But nothing severe with it. It's crossing over Interstate 22 here shortly with it, and again, still producing some very, very heavy rain, maybe some hail mixed in it too. Down the way from that, north of Tuscaloosa, we have some heavy rain and storms here across part of Tuscaloosa County, heading over towards
obviously some more storms
coming
tracking in from
just out of Mississippi. Those
Yes.
Meridian ones, yeah, there we go. That one just coming on in. So here are the storms we were tracking earlier. These were coming out of Meridian. They were showing still, there's the storm there. That's showing some pretty strong rotation coming on in parts there still of Mississippi, about to cross in the state line. So that new tornado warning is until 4 o'clock this afternoon. So we still have some time to watch this one here. But nonetheless, though, it has shown some pretty strong rotation with it. And this has been this way really for a while now in Mississippi. I've been tracking some of these as they came through not too far away there from the Meridian area. So here's our strong rotation tied in with this. This is out of the radar up in Columbus, Mississippi. So that's where it's a little bit closer to that versus the Birmingham radar. But you can see here on the reflectivity, again, this is where it would be, right in that location there. Likely a rain-wrapped storm with it, too. At this point, maybe, possibly a tornado kind of tied in with this, too, showing up on a debris tracker. Kind of hard to tell when it's that far away from the radar what we're looking at. But nonetheless, though, you can see the rotation. The rotation is very, very strong with this one here. So it's going to go into Sumter County, again, just out of our viewing area here, but it'll be coming on in eventually toward Greene and Hale counties as that direction moves in from southwest to northeast. And if it holds together, something we'll be watching as it gets close to 5920, Utah, maybe Tuscaloosa, possibly Aliceville, Carrollton area as well. So we'll keep an eye on that one here for you moving forward. But that is that storm coming just out there. It's out near Scuba, Philadelphia area there, kind of north there of Meridian. Now, speaking of the Meridian area, there's another storm here that's been fairly strong. This one's only a severe thunderstorm warning tied in with it as well. But we'll keep an eye on that. That also has a little bit of some rotation tied in with it too, but not quite as strong as what we're seeing up here, hence the reason why that tornado warning is in effect for our area there. So both of these continue to kind of working the way right along the 5920 corridor here, and will continue to do so as we go into the afternoon. Now, I'll be watching for more of these storms developing here into Mississippi. You can see them tracking all the way back to Hattiesburg, Macomb, Mississippi, coming out of Louisiana as well. Kind of showing a bigger picture here of what we're talking about with rain. Just to give you an idea here of what we're talking about, it's those storms there. As I put this in motion, you'll see them coming up there, kind of working the way towards central part of Mississippi. There are severe storms, but nothing tornadic. Eventually on in toward parts of Alabama here, and eventually going on eventually into Georgia too. So a lot happening, not just locally here, but we will be watching what's going on down there in Mississippi, because that eventually will be coming up toward our direction forward, moving forward through the afternoon into the evening hours. So we are by no means done with anything here. We still have this one storm still watching out here. It looks like now they extended the tornado warning into Georgia.
Yep.
So again, this storm originated in Mississippi, has almost cleared all here of Alabama, and now about to head into the Georgia area. So as it does so, again, we'll be watching that one. Looks like Rome, Georgia is going to be in the path of that storm there, Griffin, as we continue to see still some pretty strong rotation kind of with it. It's kind of getting out of the edge there of the radar, but still that rotation is very strong. Just to give you a kind of an idea, Pleasant Gap, 11 minutes, Forney there about 17 minutes, Bluffton 17, same for Bauxite area there. We're looking at about 17 minutes as well with that storm. So need to keep a close eye on that one and see if we can't tell. I don't think this far out it's going to be hard to tell if we have much there of any kind of debris showing up.
Yeah, just incredible how long this supercell has tracked. Sarah's mentioned it many times, but it's still worth repeating that this storm has been active and causing tornado warnings for about 130 miles through all of central Alabama, just causing massive damage. And I want to take a moment to kind of do a quick reset here. We're definitely not out of the woods yet. The tornado watch remains in effect until 8 p.m. tonight. All of those darker red polygons you see there, those are flash flood warnings. Obviously, it may be a little bit overlooked in situations like this, but the threat for heavy rain and flash flooding still very prominent with this type of event. So not a good idea to go out and drive through this. A couple more tornado warnings coming out of Mississippi now as well. We've got one in effect for Sumter County. That's not Sumter County, Alabama, that is. That's not technically included in our coverage area, but we'll certainly be watching that storm because that could also be another one that impacts Greene County and Utah here in a moment. And also that storm there near Meridian, Mississippi. The dew point's still very high with the system as well. We're sitting at 72 with the dew point. That shows just how very unstable this atmosphere is, all that moisture coming off the Gulf of Mexico. You zoom the picture out a little farther, the cold front is still way back in West Mississippi. So until that gets here, until all the outflow from the storms eventually passes through, that's when we're going to finally be in the clear. I want to take one quick moment before we toss the anchors to show you the future cast of how our in-house model has this playing out. So over the next couple of hours, we're still going to have to keep a very close eye on these storms that come in from Mississippi. As they develop, they could also be potentially supercellular as they do so. So again, watching that very closely. By around 7, 8 o'clock, still a good cluster of storms across West Alabama. By around 9, 10 o'clock tonight, it starts to wind down a little bit, at least with our future cast. So that is some good news that maybe the timing, maybe it moved forward by about 1 or 2 hours. But until around midnight tonight, we're going to have our guard up while this imminent tornado threat continues across central Alabama. Art and Sherry, back over to you.
Griffin, we certainly want to continue to hear some good news from this storm, but we do know that we've seen from all the damage already coming in from some of the pictures we've been seeing that Alabama Power would have some power lines down. They're reporting some 14,000 people in the Birmingham area without power right now. Because of that storm system, one of the areas hit, of course, Pelham. That's where our Malik Rankin is right now, just assessing some of that damage and letting us know. I understand the power crews are out there too, Malik.
Good evening, Sherry. Yeah, we're right off of Highway 280 in Eagle Park Place here, and you can even see, we'll turn over here and show you, they've got the entrance to this neighborhood blocked off at only allowing residents in at this point. And of course, traffic slowed down. And Ron, let's swing around here and show some of the damage that we can see in this area. We're, of course, taking our time here, getting over here, watching our step. But there are trees down in this area. The Alabama power linemen tell me that the power outages in this area are impacting 7,700 people in this area. They brought a Bobcat out here, several vehicles here to repair power to this area, and police officers, you know, rerouting traffic to keep everybody safe as they have just gotten on the scene here not long ago with the damage here pretty recent. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Malik, before we let you go, you're in Eagle Point right there at Highway 280, not far from the Highland Lakes area as well. Alabama Power is talking about the power that is out in the area. What are you seeing in terms of crews actually getting that power back restored out there? Are you seeing power crews in the area? I saw some of the first responders and sheriff deputies.
Yeah, Ron, let's swing around so that they can see all of the crews behind me here. Look at all of these vehicles. There's probably 1, 2, 3, 4, at least half a dozen here. And there's even a Bobcat in the back way because they've got to clear some of these trees to get to the power lines to assess this damage and begin repairs. And they told me that the power outage is impacted by these lines down about 7,700 households in this area, Art and Sherry.
Okay, Malik, stay safe out there. We know you're trying to get to see some of that damage, but with all of the power outages and all of the damage, all the trees down, this really speaks to the point of what the meteorologists were saying, and even the state EMA director about the preparedness and knowing what was coming and being ready. The fact that those crews are already there trying to get that power restored to people, it just speaks to that. We do have more images of some of the pictures, the trees and things that are down. But we have another crew out there in the field too. Absolutely, we have our crews deployed throughout the area. We want to go to Simone Eli now. She is in the Pelham area, and Simone, we want to find out. Pardon me. Okay, so we don't have Simone just yet. So let's take a look at some of those pictures, though. We talked to our chief meteorologist, Ashley Gann's husband, Derek Gann. This is from the area that he was talking about where all those trees were down, and how a lot of the neighbors came out with their chainsaws just to help start chopping them and getting them out of the road because the road was blocked into that subdivision that was in the Indian Springs area. But of course, you can see just how widespread the damage was. And as Andrea Lindenberg told us earlier, as she was driving along 119, just seeing the tops of trees just kind of gone because of the tornadoes. And you can see how many trees. This is the Indian Springs Village community there. And Derek was talking about just getting out to try to get to assess the area, get to some of his neighbors, but how quickly those neighbors responded. You can see just lines of neighbors all the way down the street as they're trying to get those trees removed so that you can get through the neighborhood again. But this is a scene that is being repeated throughout the area. We also heard in the Chandelar community
in Pelham, where there were numerous homes that were damaged there. We heard that from the Pelham Police Department out there. You saw what was happening in Eagle Point. Also, in the Ross Bridge community, we saw downpours. Our meteorologists talked about the thunderstorms in the area. This is some of that heavy rainfall in Ross Bridge.
Very heavy rain. In fact, earlier in Vestavia Hills, around that area that typically floods the Vestavia Bowl, there was a lot of water in that apartment complex behind there. We've got some video in from one of our producers earlier today. And as you look at, again, just the amount of rain falling, what our meteorologists have said about the tornado that hit, that it was possibly rain-wrapped, meaning it's powerful that we're seeing the images that we're getting from people's security cameras and all of that, knowing that it was rain-wrapped, but still seeing just how defined that storm looked, just for us who don't have the meteorology eye, but just, you know, it looked like a big tornado.
Indeed, and when you see the downpour of rain like that, you start worrying about the flooding issues because there were so many thunderstorms moving through the area, the rain that came along with the tornadoes that moved through this. And that was just impressive to hear Sarah Canty talk about 120-mile trek from this tornado that originated in Mississippi, hit here in Alabama, and then moving over into Georgia, and the destruction that we're already seeing. And we really, a lot of prayers going out for people not to be injured from this storm.
Indeed, and that is certainly the hope as people, we're still under the tornado watches, certainly, and flash flood warnings as well until 6 o'clock in the Jefferson County area. Sarah is standing by just with some other looks at it, but that's the storm. This is just to see that, as Griffin said earlier, that you have to, you know, when you see it, you do take action because you have to see it. You hear the sirens going off, and just a frightening moment for those of us in this area who've lived through tornadoes. We know that, you know, they don't really respect anyone or anything or any place.
And I want to tell you, this is video from the Tuscaloosa Tribune. This is in the Leeds area, and this is near the Walmart there. And I'm going to ask him to open Sarah's mic. As you look at this, Sarah, what are you seeing with the storm that we're looking at in this video?
I mean, I think it's safe to say that's the tornado that we're looking at. This is the same tornado from the same supercell that tracked all the way from Mississippi to Georgia. Now, obviously, the tornado did not stay on the ground for 120 miles, but that thunderstorm tracked 120 miles, and we're likely seeing here the tornado. We're looking at a funnel cloud. It's a tornado if it's on the ground, and it is likely on the ground here in Trussville. This is the same supercell that impacted Shelby County. You can see the track here. So all these red icons show where a tornado likely touched down. We had one thunderstorm that was on the southernmost end of the line of the scattered storms we saw across the area. So it had all this unstable air to work with. When you see a storm just race across the state line with nothing to the south of it, it's pulling in all that unstable air. It has a lot of fuel to work with, and that's why we saw all the destructive damage that we're seeing along this line of the thunderstorm that tracked over 120 miles. Looking at some of the damage that we've seen from the Eagle Point subdivision specifically, those homes are brick homes. They are not going to topple down like a house of cards easily. So the wind speeds could be, obviously we don't know for sure until the professionals from the National Weather Service get out there, but just our talk amongst the storm team, we're looking at possibly EF3 damage, maybe even more. So that is a strong and violent tornado that likely moved through the Indian Springs area and also the Eagle Point subdivision. So this is the track of that supercell, and we have to keep an eye on the storms that are coming out of Mississippi too. So we have this tornado warning for Sumter County. Folks in Greene and Hale County, you are not out of the woods just yet. So while we've been dealing with this all afternoon long, unfortunately this threat could extend into the evening. Also, what we're looking at on Storm Team radar right now, the red, solid, dark red boxes, those are flash flood warnings. And the reason why we're seeing the potential for flash flooding, these thunderstorms are moving over the same area. All the reds here, that's torrential rainfall that is just moving like a train on a track over the exact same area. So if you are underneath one of these thunderstorms, you could be dealing with flash flooding. And flash flooding is, again, a life-threatening weather phenomenon. This could pull your car away if you're driving through a flash flooding event. So don't take that lightly, even though it is just not a tornado warning. It is a flash flood warning. That is not something to take lightly here. So the heaviest rainfall right now is tracking just north of downtown Tuscaloosa through Tuscaloosa County along the Jefferson-Walker County line here, and then tracking up towards Coleman and over into Etowah and Cherokee counties right now. That supercell that moved over 120 miles, that's now in Georgia. Thankfully, we are done with that one. But we're going to continue to monitor the latest threat. We'll send it over to Griffin right now, who's tracking the potential for any rotation in these thunderstorms. Griffin.
Yeah, thank you, Sarah. I just, like you mentioned, the damage that came out of Eagle Point, that is easily EF2, potentially EF3 damage, just based on our experience. You know, those were brick homes where the wall caved in and, you know, the roof was totally gone. So it's a really sad sight to see. I mean, this is a very well-populated area of Shelby County that this tornado hit, from Helena all the way up to Indian Springs Village and all the way up to Greystone. This was a long-track tornado that hit, and we were afraid that this kind of setup would happen. And unfortunately, we are certainly not out of the woods yet. We've got some more storms that are coming in from Mississippi. This one in Sumter County has a tornado warning with it. So next in line would be Utah in Greene County. Some of the same areas that have been impacted just kind of over and over again for that outbreak we had last week. You know, we had the Moundville EF1 tornado that hit there. We've got another one coming in that's in that general vicinity, kind of towards, looks like it's going to be just north of Livingston there. So that tornado warning in effect for Sumter County. We'll obviously wait and see if we get word if that warning gets extended into Greene County. Nothing yet, but if you're in Utah, just be ready for you to be ready to take action and move to that interior room away from doors and windows. Doing a quick reset here. There's a ton of heavy rain that's coming down right now all across our viewing area. Most of these storms at the moment are just a big cluster of heavy rain and lightning. The main thing we're watching now is that storm that's coming into Greene County, and then that other storm that it's that same supercell that produced all the damage in Shelby County and potentially near Ohatchee in St. Clair County. Let me pull that up real quick. This storm is about to exit Cherokee County south of Weiss Lake and potentially impact Georgia. This is a pretty large storm still, after all this time, still holding its structure well together, as like we talked about, a long track tornado that could be continuing all the way over into Rome, Georgia, potentially. Art and Sherry, if you're ready, I'll toss it to you.
All right, Griffin, we want to get out to see some of these areas, Pelham, Helena, both areas we know where the tornado came down. We know that police are telling people to stay out of certain areas. Our crews are in some of those areas now with the very latest.
Yeah, let's get over to Simone Eli. She is in the Helena area. And Simone, tell us what you're seeing there.
Yeah, I'm actually over here in the Pelham area now. We just came over from Helena. We're on the corner of Creek View and Cross Creek. I'm going to turn the camera around so you can see what the view is like in this gentleman's yard here. A tree clearly has snapped in half here in front of his house, and if you look up, this tree also has significant damage. Obviously huge limbs on the ground over here in front of this home. Again, we're on the corner of Creek View and Cross Creek. You see the police officer there. They are not allowing anyone to go through, as they let someone go through right there, but they're told me they're not allowing anyone to go through there, including residents. So right now we are told that there is major damage to homes up that road right there. That is the sergeant here in Pelham. So again, here's massive tree damage in front of this home, and I want to cross the street for you. I'm going to do that safely once these cars pass, because I want to show you the other side of the street here where the tornado clearly came through this Pelham area. If you see here, you can see a tree is down in this person's backyard, and you can see the roots there right behind the home. He is already out there working on that tree, crews working on that tree. You can hear the chainsaws trying to get that picked up off the ground, but clearly major damage to a fence there. But beyond this tree, we're told there is damage to homes, and right now they're telling us we cannot go past this point here, that they're not allowing residents to go past this point either. But we will keep you updated as far as damage here in the Pelham area. Art and Sherry.
Simone, we know there are lots of power lines down that area near Pelham Park Middle School, another place. Are you seeing any power lines hanging around in the area where you are?
I have not seen power lines myself from my drive from Helena to here. I will tell you that we're having an issue a little bit with reception, phone reception, so that potentially indicates that there are power lines down in this general area when it comes to cell service. But when I made the drive from Helena over here, there was major damage, to wind damage, you could tell, to many homes, and fences down as well for many homes. But a lot of damage we're seeing over here in the Pelham and Helena area, guys.
All right, Simone, Eli, be safe there. We'll continue to check back in with you as you get more information there, but you can clearly see the size of that tree, the magnitude of that tree that was in the backyard of the resident that she showed us. That tree, huge tree that fell across the yard. It was good that it fell in that direction and not toward the house.
Absolutely. Our Catherine Mazzone is in the Pelham community right now as well, another part of Pelham. Catherine, let us know what you're seeing. I know you've been driving around a little bit out there.
That's right, Sherry. Art, I think we found one of the worst spots that we've seen all day. We are actually not too far from Simone. We're on Cross Creek Trail, actually in the backside of Cross Creek Trail. So behind me is Wilderness Road. And this, it's hard to explain just how devastating this looks in person. You can see the tree has fallen over right by the swimming pool there. There are multiple trees down here. It looks like the tornado came right through here and just took down everything with it. There are trees down to the left of the camera. There are trees down obviously to the right, and it just spans this whole area here. I don't know if you can zoom in, Neil, right there to the back of someone's home. That roof looks like it was pulled clean off. Obviously, that's someone's bedroom, and there's no sign that we know of, fortunately, of any injuries. I will make that clear. I did speak to someone with Pelham who says that they have not indicated or have any reports of injuries at this time, but they are still doing assessments. It was about half an hour ago that I spoke to someone with Public Works, and he tells me that they have all crews on deck. They're out, police, fire, every kind of emergency responder out here is really trying to figure out the hardest hit areas, and then obviously to provide aid to make sure there's no one hurt and that everyone is at this time safe. But this is just sheer devastation, and I will say that it's kind of eerie being in this neighborhood. There's no power here. The power lines, as you can see over there, they're kind of wrapped around that tree. So we know that there are down lines other places as well, but there's so many people walking around these neighborhoods, assessing the damage, making sure their neighbors are okay, and getting straight to work. There really are. I mean, Simone mentioned repairs with that chainsaw. We've watched people patching up their roofs and really just trying to make sure that everything is safe for now, because again, we're hearing thunder at this time. We're seeing bits of rain. So it really is a really scary situation for a lot of these people. Obviously, they're very thankful that they're still alive and that they're able to take a look at what's left behind.
Yeah, Catherine, we're going to let you go ahead and catch your breath out there as you look at the devastation out there. You can see debris on power lines in that area. And one thing that our storm team told us about yesterday, even in our planning meetings, that today potentially could be even worse in terms of these long track tornadoes being on the ground today. And this seems to be, we're seeing scenes from Pelham, from the Helena, from Eagle Point, from throughout the area. As we're looking at some of this video there, I want to ask Catherine about your trip to get to where you are on Cross Creek Trail and Wilderness Road there. How difficult was it to get into that area? Because you look at this looks like damage throughout that whole area, Catherine.
It's interesting you say that, Art, because this is another one of those examples where we see a clear line of destruction, a clear line of devastation. So the gentleman's house, who I'm actually in his backyard, he does have a tree down, but the only thing that's affected him is he's got some gutter damage, and that's essentially it. So the houses surrounding this specific stretch are not too hard hit. There may be a few to either side of me, or to the left side. There, it looks like there's a tree on that person's home, but really this is where you can see it just came through right here. And luckily there wasn't too much difficulty accessing the neighborhood. I think residents can still get in and out, but there's a lot of congestion in the area because the power lights are out, or the stop lights are out due to the power outage.
We can, Catherine, as you say that, we saw the people walking as Neil zoomed in. You could see just sort of that look of shock as people are assessing their property. Prayerfully, everybody's okay. This neighborhood is just one of them that the Pelham Police Department did post. They took some pictures there in that Cross Creek area showing the power lines down. And again, as people are out there assessing and trying to be safe, you just sort of see that look of devastation, that, you know, your home and your belongings have been destroyed in this way because of this storm. But as you said, the sobering part of it, the people are really thankful to be alive, because these tornadoes can be deadly.
And something else I noticed as we were looking at the video, watching the neighbors in that community, something we always see here in Alabama when these things happen, neighbors helping neighbor. I saw that one woman passing out bottles of water. I don't know who the people are. They were just first responders, or they were neighbors in the community. And Catherine, you probably can't see because the camera was able to zoom in that your eyes can't see. But we saw people in that community helping one another there. And that's probably the scene that you're seeing as you drive into that community, how those neighbors are coming together in a time of devastation from this storm.
Lots of embraces out here, Art. Lots of hugs, lots of smiles, really, because people are just thankful it wasn't any worse than it is.
One of those homes, or he zoomed in, where you see the television just still hanging there on the wall, but the roof of the home gone. And that's that yellow house to the left of the screen if you're watching here. And you can see all of those people just kind of pointing and looking. You see what is that? The pink.
That's the insulation.
Yeah, so
from
the
the
insulation in the trees. I mean, this is stuff we see when these storms come through. All of the roof damage as people are trying to patch up things to protect what they have, because we have till midnight tonight as more rain and storms come through. What are those conditions like happening out there right now, Catherine? I see the wind picking up a little bit.
We want to get over to Dave Nussman right now, as we are getting more information in on these storms. Dave?
Yeah, with a new tornado warning now coming into Greene County now, right in the Gainesville area. Strong rotation tied in with this storm here. Came out of Mississippi, continuing to work its way in, just about crossing into Greene County now. As you can see here, we do have, again, that storm right over top of Gainesville. Heavy rain, of course, with that, so there's likely a rain-wrapped tornado with this one here. Our debris tracker not really showing much there at the moment here, but this is definitely something to be watching as it comes into Greene County, kind of giving you a little bit better perspective of this storm as it continues to move on in out of Sumter there to Greene County. Again, Gainesville area, the tornado is right over top of you here. Potential tornado headed to Mount Hebron area, New Mount Hebron area as well too. So still going to be watching this one. County road here looks like 21, State Road around 39. Both of these, the tornado kind of moving right through. So if you're watching us in Gainesville, they can just kind of pick us up, and then heading on into Greene County here, Mount Hebron area, New Mount Hebron. We are looking at this again. Tornado potentially headed your way. Crawford Folk area as well too. So it looks like this is not going to cross into Greene County, at least at this point. And you can see here, looking at the storm, it'll be rain wrapped in all of this. So we're not going to be able to see exactly the tornado here, but you probably could hear that. There's Alabama Highway right now at 39, County Road 21 here. So as that continues to move on in, crossing over the river there, or the waterway rather, we are continuing to see here this this storm as it gets a little bit stronger. This is in an area we'll be watching here north of the Boligi area as well. Down to the south, we have another storm. This also has a tornado warning just outside the viewing area here in the southern part of Sumter County. Going to watch that for southern part of Greene County as well. This one, too, also has some rotation, strong rotation with it. So we're starting to see these as they cross out of Mississippi and heading to Alabama here, showing more of that rotation coming on into the region here. And this eventually will be kind of closing its way into the metro area if these hold together. So going to be watching this northern one here, again, for Tuscaloosa area. This looks like, at least at the moment here, as it just comes into Greene County, we'll have to watch that. But Utah, you need to be aware of this one here. You had that original one, which just now crossed into Georgia. This is this next one coming out of Gainesville, north of the Boligi area, heading right eventually toward Utah and kind of right along the Interstate 5920 corridor. The last one was south of 5920. This one's a little bit farther north at this point, but you can still see we are dealing with, again, the storm kind of moving here off there to the northeast, right around, say, about 45 miles per hour. So that warning goes till 4:30 this afternoon. So we're going to continue watching that one here. Again, that's that Greene County one till 4:30 at this time. So we're going to continue watching all of these while we continue to clean up from the tornadoes earlier. We're not done by any means. We still have, I hate to say it, but maybe 5, 6, 7 more hours of this to go through. So again, all of these storms still have to come out of Mississippi and then into our area here, and they're the ones that are going to bring us that next round, if you will, of potential tornadoes. Heavy rain continues to fall there from north of Tuscaloosa, north of the Birmingham area as well too. We have, again, here, it looks like another one. Another storm popping up right now. A new tornado warning just now popping up here north of the Birmingham area here. Let's go ahead and take a look at that. That just came in moments ago. This is for this storm kind of north of Gardendale area, and this is going to continue going right through parts of Warrior, Trafford here, Kimberly area. This is where we're talking about. Looking at the velocity with that. Again, let me switch to the Birmingham radar here to give you a better perspective. There's our rotation here. So if you're watching us, Warrior, Trafford area, Hayden area, this is the storm we're continuing to watch there. And you kind of see Hayden, about 4 minutes view, Mount Olive, which was hit last week, 5 minutes view, Blunt Springs, about 5 minutes, Sugar Creek, 9 minutes, Bangor, 10 minutes view, Garden City, about 13 minutes, so it's in your area, over toward the Hanceville area, about 15 minutes, Cleveland, Joy, 17 minutes, and over toward Riverside to Rosa, 19 to 20 minutes for you. So this one is, again, north of Birmingham at this point, but still looking at, again, coming on into your area. There is some rotation showing up here as we look at the storm itself. Again, it's to be a rain-wrapped tornado as it continues to move through. Again, there's Gardendale area, so this is north of Birmingham here. So kind of just clipping maybe far, far northern here. Jefferson County looks like we may be dealing with this as it moves on there to the north. So just near the Warrior area is about right where the storm is at this time. So starting to see this one here. Again, unlike the original storm that brought us the damage here across part of at least Shelby County area, this one here is kind of embedded in some rain and some heavy rain with that at best. So again, if you're watching us there, Warrior, Trafford, Hayden area, Locust Fork, Cleveland, you're all going to be in the path of this. This is right along Interstate 65, Highway 31 area now. And again, northern part of Jefferson County here as it continues heading over farther off toward the east. It'll continue to maybe try to get a little bit stronger. We're going to wait and see, but there is that rotation here kind of showing up. And again, looking at that, again, timing it out. Hayden there, again, heading your way in about 5 minutes. Mount Olive, about 6 minutes. Sugar Creek area coming on into your area about 9 minutes there. Garden City, about 11 minutes as well. So this is definitely something to be continuing to watch. So heading on into those areas, be watching that. That's that new tornado warning there, kind of just northern part of Jefferson County, at least at this point. So still watching that one. Looks like it's going to continue its way on into, trying to get some more information on it here. Let's see, here moving northeast at 60 and eventually heading over maybe as far away as Aniana there. But see, Blount County, Jefferson County is what we're talking about with this one. So if you're in those locations, take shelter immediately here. All those mentioned as well too. Those we need to keep a close eye on. So again, here it is, Warrior there, just northern Jefferson County. Here's Interstate 65, Highway 31, and heading its way over toward, say, toward the Locust Fork area. Again, debris tracker not showing anything here yet, so that's at least good, but we do have some rotation with this. So as it moves out of Jefferson in there to Blount County, possibly heading toward Aniana, you're in the warning. Same for the Cleveland area, going over toward parts just south of the Hanceville area, Hayden area included in this warning as well. So still going to be watching this one here. This is the newest one we have closer to home, at least here in the Birmingham area with respect to a tornado warning. The other one we were tracking all morning long and into the afternoon, that's now headed toward Georgia. It's in Georgia now, so that's no longer in the Alabama area. But we're still going to be watching these storms coming out of the southwest here. Again, over toward Utah. Need to keep an eye on this storm, also the storm to the south. Both of these have tornado warnings till 4:30 this afternoon. The storm here to the north, though, has been seen to producing some strong rotation with it. So is the other one. Both of these have a chance here to be, again, potentially here to producing some damage. So if you're watching us there in Greene County, still watching this storm here just coming out of the Gainesville area, kind of into a rural area north of 5920, may be coming very, very close to the Utah area as well, too. You can see, again, there's your strong rotation tied in with that storm there. And you can see that would be embedded in rain. So this would be a rain-wrapped tornado coming out of that location there. Our debris tracker, not really showing too much there at this point either, but still going to have some very strong winds tied in with it here, potentially maybe 60, 70 mile per hour winds. So I would not be surprised if the storm does try to produce a tornado. Definitely Doppler radar indicating it has the chance of that. Same for the one to the south. So both of these are very, very strong. This one be coming up not too far away from the Livingston area into York, so just outside our viewing area at this point. But this one, Greene County for sure, in the viewing area. Need to watch out Tuscaloosa County. No warning for you right now with this one, but if you follow the track of that storm, it could work its way into Tuscaloosa. So we need to keep an eye on that one. The new update coming on in here from the Weather Service. Go ahead and track that out here. Mount Hebron, about 2 minutes for you. Clinton, about 7 minutes. Over towards, say, Ralph area, around 20 minutes for you. Again, heading to Moundville, 25 minutes. So you're going to have been close call earlier today. Of course, last week you had those storms coming on in as well, but then if this holds together coming into Tuscaloosa County. By the way, Tuscaloosa, heavy rain about to move on in, but right behind all that is that storm we've been watching here, again, with that fairly strong rotation tied in with it. So this could produce a tornado at any point. Could be moving just immediately to the north of Utah. So if you're watching us in Utah, still need to keep a close eye on this one for sure as we go on into say the next, say, 15, 20 minutes with it. So just to give you a couple of ideas here, there's the county roads we're talking about across the region here. So anywhere from Mount Hebron area, County Road 220, let's see, Thruster Ferry Road is another one out there, County Road 128, Alabama Highway 39 into the Clinton area. This is all of you are in the path of this possible tornado here coming up from the southwest, moving to the northeast here fairly quickly, say 50 miles per hour or so. So we start looking at this moving on in. And again, Mount Hebron is right over top of you right now. If you're watching us in the Clinton area, you would be next to get this. So County Road 39, if you live along that road, there is that strong rotation tied in with this storm coming right up toward your direction. So we'll be watching this one very, very closely here as it moves on in. Let me zoom out a little bit here and show you what other storm we were watching. The one up here across the northern part of Jefferson County. That storm continues to move on in here. Whoop, there we go. Let's kind of reset this one here. The map kind of does what it wants to do it from time to time. But going on in toward northern Jefferson County, I've been watching that storm here does have a potential for possible tornado as well. A tornado warning in effect for this storm right up there to the north of us, north of Birmingham, I should say, as we are dealing with some heavy rain and some lightning coming on into the station here. So it looks like it's just out of Jefferson County now into Blount County as it continues to move through. It's still dealing with some rotation tied in with it here. Somewhat not as impressive looking as some of the other storms we've seen. Doesn't really matter. Still can get a tornado tied in with this one here as well. Our debris tracker not really showing anything that's showing up at this time either. So Griffin, we are watching a couple features out there at this hour. So by all means, we are far from done for the day today.
This is going to be a long day. We're far from this being over, and obviously this is now the second round of supercells that we're watching here. Now here's what's interesting is what might happen here. We've got two twin supercells, and sometimes what often happens is the southernmost storm will start to take over and take away a lot of the energy from the northernmost storm. So I wouldn't be surprised if this storm really starts to ramp up that's closer to Livingston, you know, near the campus of West Alabama. This storm here that's just north of Demopolis, this might, I think this might gather some steam here within the next 10 to 15 minutes. But again, that tornado warning in effect for Sumter County until 4:30 p.m. That northernmost cell still has a tornado warning tagged with it, of course, and if that holds together, that would eventually put it up into southern Tuscaloosa County. one of these areas that's just been hit repeatedly. I know we had a tornado earlier today, kind of near that detached bit of Talladega National Forest in kind of near Bibb County with that same supercell that eventually made it up into Shelby County. So again, tornado warning in effect for Utah until 4:30 p.m. In any of these areas along Highway 14, especially north of 5920, need to stay in that interior room away from doors and windows, and don't come out until we give you the all clear. So just doing a quick reset here for those of you just tuning in. Obviously, we've had some significant damage in Shelby County. We've had brick homes that have had the wall just completely taken down from a very damaging, destructive tornado that passed through there. We also have another tornado warning for Blount County as well. So if you're watching us in Hayden, if you're watching us in Blountsville, Aniana, all of this general area, Cleveland, along 231, there's possibly a rain-wrapped tornado approaching you as well. Let me switch over to the Birmingham next rad there. So there is a little area of rotation that we're seeing here just east of Hayden, right about there. And it's tracking up to the northeast like that. And that would put it on track to affect places like Nectar, Cleveland, Rosa. There could be a tornado that's rain-wrapped there, too. So if you're in Cleveland, if you're along 231, between Locust Fork and Cleveland especially, go ahead, get to that interior room away from doors and windows. Tornado warning in effect for you until 4:45 p.m. There's that center of circulation you see right there. Tracking up to the northeast as well, that would affect Blountsville and Sneed, too, within the next 10 to 15 minutes. So again, let me pull up the reflectivity so you can kind of tell what we're looking at here. Again, it's just, you're not going to see anything if you try to go outside and look at this. So just don't even bother. Go indoors, away from doors and windows, because this storm is dangerous. It has an area of radar-indicated rotation, so we'll be watching that very closely. The Weather Service is commenting on that storm that's back there towards Hale County. They're saying you need to really watch this if you're in Tuscaloosa County as well, and I agree that provided that this northern storm kind of holds together, you need to have your guard up just in case, because if it continues on that track and holds together, it certainly could impact Tuscaloosa County again, like we had earlier today. It's just like these supercells are essentially on railroad tracks going from southwest to northeast, that northernmost cell basically following parallel to 5920. So again, if you're in Tuscaloosa County, you don't need to seek shelter now, but definitely have your guard up, because that's a pretty impressive area of rotation that we're seeing there just northwest of Utah. And that would put it eventually into Tuscaloosa County within the next 20 minutes. We're coming close to the top of the hour here. So again, we're going to have to watch this storm very closely as it continues tracking up to the northeast. Look at the shear rate products. This is a Barron in-house product that we usually look at to kind of look at any severe winds, kind of isolate where that tornado might be. And it's definitely passing northwest of Utah. It's probably going to miss Utah by just a smidge, but still within that polygon, so you need to take shelter now and stay put until we give you the all clear. Looking back at that southernmost storm, that already starting to look, well, it's a little fuzzy on the radar imagery, but it already looks pretty impressive as well. So we're keeping a close eye on twin supercells now tracking into West Alabama. Sarah, we got a long way to go, that's for sure.
Yeah, we definitely do. We're going to look at the setup here in just a minute. Griffin, I want to show you the current warning in Greene County and show you some of the areas impacted here. So tornado warning goes until 4:30. Area of circulation just north of 5920, tracking through Greene County towards Tuscaloosa County. So folks along County Road 220 in Greene County, you need to be in your safe place. This is north of Utah, but County Road 217, 231, Campbell Road, E.T. Burns Road, County Road 86, all in Greene County, you need to be in your safe place. Torrential downpour in northern Greene County right now. This is all lifting up towards Tuscaloosa County. And the track of this, if you look at the tornado polygon, is tracking towards downtown Tuscaloosa. So although downtown Tuscaloosa is not in the warning right now, you've seen from the past several hours here how these storms weaken, they strengthen back up. So everyone along the trajectory of these storms, really needs to be keeping a close eye out, especially if you're in Tuscaloosa. Just know where you're going. So if the warning is issued, you can immediately get to that safe place. We've seen the destruction that these storms have caused. The one supercell that went all the way from Hale County all the way into East Alabama and is now tracking through Georgia, that caused significant damage. That is definitely going to be a strong, violent tornado, most likely rated as an EF3. So definitely we need to keep our guard up for the remainder of the evening. Looking at the current warnings we have in place right now, we have the active tornado warning in Blount County, clipping northern Jefferson County, but Jefferson County is now out of that warning. Looking at the solid red boxes, those are the flash flood warnings. So if you have anyone traveling right now through Jefferson, Coleman County, Etowah County, just be very careful for anyone traveling home from work here in the next hour or so. You do not want to be driving where you see the torrential rainfall falling with all the lightning strikes right now. It would be very dangerous to travel this evening. Let's give you the big picture here. So the yellow area, tornado watch in effect until 8 p.m. tonight. The flashing red boxes, those are the tornado warnings. We have severe thunderstorm warnings southeast of Jackson, Mississippi right now. So we still have these storms that are going to move into the area over the next several hours here. So the tornado watch is going to remain in effect until 8 p.m., could be extended past that. The setup we have, this is an active setup where we have this low pressure system lifting up back to our north and west. We're very close to that center of circulation, so we have warm air wrapping around that low. Cold front back to our west. We will not be in the clear until the cold front makes it through central Alabama. So you can see the location back through west Mississippi right now. Until the front moves into the area, we're going to continue to see those storms fire up ahead of the front. Once the front moves through later this evening, then we will be in the clear and we'll finally be done with the threat for severe weather. I know we're sick of it. This is the second week we've had of this, but unfortunately, this is what we deal with in springtime here in Alabama. Looking at our temperatures right now, we're in the 70s. I'm showing you this because you can see this untapped warm air in the low 70s right now. That's where we could see in the southwest central Alabama. We'll continue to see the potential for tornadoes here as we continue to see those storms firing up in Mississippi. Wind speeds are fairly impressive right now in Tuscaloosa, 22 miles per hour. And as these storms move through, winds could be in excess of 60 miles per hour as the storms continue to fire up in West Alabama. Let's go through Futurecast timing here right now. Those storms are going to continue to move along the 5920 corridor here. So that's why that flash flood warnings are in place, because these storms are continuing to track over the exact same area. Flooding will be a concern through the remainder of this evening. The storms will finally start to push down towards the south and east here later this evening around 10 o'clock tonight, tracking through the Birmingham metro, pushing through Shelby County, and then into East Alabama by around 11 o'clock tonight. This is when the front moves through. We'll see our winds shift out of the west, northwest, and by the time the front passes through the area by midnight, storms exit into Georgia, and we will finally see clearing skies by the time we get into Friday morning, where a threat for severe weather will be over. We'll send it over to Art and Sherry.
All right, Sarah Canty, thank you very much. As she's tracking the storms there, we've been also wondering about, as we've seen some of the destruction and the damage out there, wondering about injuries, and we're starting to get some word in on that.
Yeah, Matthew Wade, the Calhoun County Sheriff, is on the line right now. And Sheriff, thank you so much for talking with us. What are you seeing right now?
Well, we're on the scene of, in Ohatchee, we've had multiple structures down. We've had numerous people trapped in their residence, and right now we know of at least 3 fatalities, multiple injuries, and possibly a 4th fatality. We have 3, and just widespread destruction through the path of this tornado. It was definitely started in Ohatchee next to the Coosa River and went all the way through our county. So multiple agencies are assisting us doing search and rescue and trying to locate and account for everybody at this time.
That search and rescue is in what particular area of Ohatchee?
It started at the Coosa River, around River Road, and went all the way down.
So it sounds like from Matthew Wade there, the Calhoun County Sheriff, there is a search and rescue operation underway right now. You understand, he said 3 fatalities, multiple injuries right now. And Sheriff, with 3 fatalities, multiple injuries, this must be a widespread area there that the storm really impacted.
Yes, it impacted diagonally across our county, multiple miles of this.
Multiple injuries. So your signal's coming in and out, Sheriff, so we do apologize. But you said River Road along the Coosa River, that area is where most of it is, but you said diagonally across, and there is search and rescue going on, so you still have people trapped?
Yes, we do. In search and rescue, we have people trapped, possible more fatalities. I'm actually on the scene of one of the locations in Ohatchee, so we don't want my phone's cutting in and out, but we're just got multiple agencies helping us. We're going to get to everybody as fast as we can.
What do you want to say to the people out there right now?
This for these people is definitely devastating.
What the Sheriff is saying is definitely devastating. Sheriff, we want to let you get back to work there because I know you've got work to do there with 3 fatalities, multiple injuries, people trapped, search and rescue operation underway right now. Sheriff, please stay in contact with us and let us know as you get an update on the report of injuries and some of the damage in your area.
And please stay safe. Thank you. Thank you, Sheriff Wade. Again, as these assessments are coming in, this one probably one of the most devastating, hearing about the storm in that area, in particular in Ohatchee. 3 dead, he said, possibly a 4th fatality, multiple injuries, people still trapped. They are in these areas along the Coosa River. He said it just went diagonally across that area. We're seeing some other areas, too, getting some firsthand assessments.
Absolutely. As we have our crews throughout the area, you saw Malik, Simone, Catherine. We also have our Drew Carter out as well because this is an all-hands-on-deck situation for us. He's over at Oak Mountain High School at the stadium there. Drew, if we have you on the phone, tell us what you're seeing there.
Hey guys, yeah, as you can see right now, I'm at Oak Mountain High School football stadium, which you can see over there, but right now I'm at Herdmont Park. Across the street, there is some pretty severe damage, and you can see a guy working on a power line up there. Take a look with me down the street here. Look at those power lines down. I actually was talking with a state trooper who was directing traffic at an intersection, and he said, make sure you don't go past the stadium, and I said, why? Because it's private property. He said no, because there are power lines down and it's dangerous over there. So you can see the cleanup efforts are on in full force. All this damage with all these trees down. It's kind of hard to see from here, but in that stadium, one of the fences behind, I think, the baseball plate in a baseball stadium has been basically completely destroyed. The football stadium, the bleachers appear to be all right, but really in this entire area, guys, here at Herdmont Park, there's a lot of damage, a lot of cleanup efforts already underway.
And Drew, where you are, Andrea Lindenberg does not live very far from there. Just got a text from her. She says they're on Highway 119, damage to Oak Mountain High School stadium at Herdmont Park, damage across the street from the stadium in 2 neighborhoods there. That's Summer Place and Oak Trace. Highway 119 completely blocked from Caldwell Mill Road to County Road 14. Oak Mountain Middle and Oak Mountain Elementary have trees down. No word on any structural damage to the schools, but Oak Mountain High School and Intermediate are fine. The stadium isn't on the high school campus. That's information from her. She has also done some assessments out there where you are. How difficult was it for you to get to that area and be safe as we're looking at those leaning power lines where you are?
Yeah, Art, well, when I was driving over here, to be honest with you, I didn't think I'd be able to get in because, like I said, a state trooper was directing traffic over there at an intersection, probably about 2 minutes that way. I mean, if you look in the neighborhoods here, you're not going to be able to get in. I talked with the police officer over there in front of the neighborhood. He said, no one's allowed in. This is private property. But, I mean, if you look in, you can see trees are down in the neighborhood. And like you said, Art, I mean, the really scary thing is the power lines. There are multiple power lines down. One of them is on the road right now. And so I was thankful that I was able to come back here to get some of this footage just to show people how dangerous it is and why to take this seriously. But yeah, they're working to get that cleared up quickly because I don't think many people are allowed back here right now because it is pretty dangerous.
It is as they are assessing, and Drew, as you stand out there and you can see the power company trying to get things done as well. It has to happen in these different steps. Not a lot of traffic on that street, I presume, because they've got it blocked off in some of those areas. So you're right there in the middle of where it's blocked off?
Yeah, that's correct, Sherry. And I think they only let me through because they knew I was media, and so they wanted me to be able to show what's going on back here. But I don't think anyone aside from law enforcement and people trying to clear this up are allowed back here right now.
Did they talk to you at all about kind of what they want people to know as far as telling people not to come into that area?
Yeah, sure. I mean, essentially, just no one is allowed back here because, I mean, it's pretty clear to see how dangerous it is with those power lines down. And what they told me is those power lines, some of them are still hot. You know, I'm a sports guy, as you know. I'm no electrician, but I see those, and I find it almost impossible to believe that they're still operative. But I suppose it is still very dangerous to be over there right now. So I'm kind of just hanging out here by Herdmont Park and trying to keep my distance, but just again show, you know, how severe these storms have been over here.
Absolutely, Drew. Be very, very careful because those lines could still be hot there, and we certainly appreciate you giving us an update from that situation and storm damage there in Oak Mountain area. Stay safe where you are. We're going to let you go ahead and get your bearings so that you don't get hurt out in that area. We want you to be safe. And Alabama Power, as of 3:30, was saying that 14,000 customers in the Birmingham area were without power, and that was with 10,444 in the Shelby County area, just about 1,500 in the Jefferson County area.
And as Drew said, that area near Herdmont Park, power lines still down. You see the crews working, but live lines down, and so that's the danger out there right now. Don't get out and try to assess things until they've really come through and given you the all clear, because the lines are hot. And we want to go back to the CBS 42 Weather Center right now. Meteorologist Dave Nussbaum with some more information for us.
Yeah, new tornado warnings here coming out for parts of Greene County, Hale County, Greene County, northern part of it, and also now Tuscaloosa County. This new tornado warning does now include Tuscaloosa. And this is for that storm, the supercell thunderstorm coming out of northern Greene County, heading into Tuscaloosa County here, kind of giving it a little idea with the timing of it here. Over towards, say, the Ralph area, 13 minutes, Sylvan about 19, Moundville, 20 minutes there for you, Romulus about 21, and Hall around 27 minutes. So this storm could easily get pretty close to into the Tuscaloosa area here. It's going to be riding very, very, very close there. You can see this is the Doppler radar here out of Mississippi, showing that is our storm. And just to the south of that, another one. This one's likely even stronger here. You can see the rotation tied in with this one. Again, it's kind of far away from both of our radars, so that makes it a little more difficult. But we do have, again, still showing some what we look for a supercells to show rotation, and indeed that one does, especially to the south. That is definitely the stronger of the two, and Griffin was even noticing that earlier out there. Not quite seeing much debris, again, maybe something trying to develop with the second one here, but this one gets to Brownstown around a minute, Fort Glenn around 6 minutes, Millwood about 12 minutes for you, Sawyerville around 16, Wedgeworth there around 16, 17 minutes, same for you in Evansville, about 18 minutes now, Greensboro about 21 minutes for you, and heading toward the Dominic area around 26 minutes. So watching both of these storms very closely here, the potential to produce tornadoes, and I think we do actually now have one here. Looks like this one here, Greene County. It just now showing up. This is a tornado, so we now have a new tornado here. This is northern part of Greene County here as it continues to come out of Greene County and work its way eventually on in toward Tuscaloosa County. We do have a new tornado here. This is the debris signature showing up just now, the latest scan showing up here from the Birmingham radar. That is where our rotation is, so right along here and maybe just immediately north of Interstate 5920 at this point. That's where our rotation is. This is the tornado, so the northern of the two storms, at least right now, we do have a tornado here developing. This one again just north of Interstate 5920, kind of zooming on in. This would be right now County Road 213, again just north of 5920, probably coming really close to that County Road. It sees that 211 as well too. So this storm is going to continue its track here. Here is 5920, the interstate of course, and this is going to be heading close to the Knoxville area as well. So again, if you're in that location, take shelter immediately out there. I know this is kind of a rural part of Greene Greene County, and just a lot of these county roads, a lot of trees out here as well too. But we do have, again, showing up now, a rotation here. This is a tornado. This is coming closer and closer in toward Tuscaloosa County, which is just right here. You can see Tuscaloosa is just off to the north there. It looks like this may be going kind of north of Moundville, but again, could be coming pretty close toward Tuscaloosa area. So be continuing to watch that. That would be this right in through there. And that is where we are starting to see on our debris tracker with that storm here, the northern storm here, as it continues moving off there fairly quickly. So let me go ahead and do a little storm track on that one for you and just kind of give you an idea here as it moves off there fairly quickly, about, say, 45 miles per hour, possibly getting close to Tuscaloosa there in about 30 minutes. So, again, if you're watching us in Tuscaloosa, be watching that storm very closely. Could get up toward the Tuscaloosa area there in about a half an hour. So giving you a little bit of some lead time with that one as well as it continues to move on in towards parts of northern Greene County and coming really close to crossing into parts of far southwestern Tuscaloosa County right now. Again, so we can tell from the Doppler radar here, we do have another confirmed tornado at this point. Farther to the south, we're also watching this storm, which it's kind of hard to tell if there is any debris showing up with it, but at least with our velocity product, you can see strong rotation coming out of here, parts of Greene County right now, the southern part. So we have one in the northern part of Greene County, one in the southern part of Greene County. This one, it looks like we do have a tornado with it. At least debris signature is indicating that we do have a tornado. That one about to cross into Tuscaloosa County, the far southwestern corner of Tuscaloosa County. This one just north of Demopolis right now, kind of south of there. So between Utah and Demopolis, watching this one here to show that, again, we do have potential here for a tornado coming on into this area as well. So if you're watching the Forkland area, this tornado will be moving potentially right through the area. There's Highway 43 at this point as well, County Road 69, both of that intersection there through the Forkland area. Need to take shelter immediately here. There is a chance that the storm, which has been showing some strong rotation as it's coming out of Mississippi, could be moving right over top of your area there and continuing on that track there to the northeast. So kind of giving you an idea of what we're talking about with that one. Again, we are starting to see here Forkland about 3 minutes. You got 3 minutes warning there, so get in your safe place right now. Millwood area about 9 minutes. Sawyerville about 13 minutes for you. Melton 14, same for the Wedgeworth area. Evansville about 17 minutes. Akron about 19 minutes, all the way there to about Ingram about 27 minutes. So again, both of these storms, both in Greene County now, have the threat for potential for some tornadoes with them. The northern one, though, as we talked about earlier, this one it did show a sign here of a tornado with that debris signature showing up. Looks like it's now just crossing on into or right on that county line, heading toward Tuscaloosa County right now. So this one, again, we can say we have at least Doppler radar confirmation here. Looks like it's right over County Road 220, moving there, heading to County Road 231, eventually toward the town of Ralph. You were in the path of this storm here as it moves on into Tuscaloosa County. So far southwestern Tuscaloosa County, and looks like just north of Knoxville on Highway 231. This is going to continue on that track to the northeast, but looks like we've been watching this one for a while now, but now we do have the, looks like the radar is indicating we do now have a tornado with this storm here as it moves on in. Looks like it'll be moving just to the north there of Moundville at this point, so not quite into the Moundville area and maybe coming really closer just south of the Tuscaloosa area, possibly crossing over Interstate 5920 here in about, say, maybe 15 minutes or so. So if you're watching us in those areas here, we're talking northern Greene County. Again, the Doppler radar indicating we do have, again, a signature showing that we do have a tornado here, lofting debris into the air. A lot of trees out here, so that's likely a lot of what the Doppler radar is picking up here. But that's about to cross into Tuscaloosa County. Actually, we'll say it is in Tuscaloosa County now when the new radar update sweep comes in, and then potentially crossing close to or right over top of that area. So again, this is the one we're watching. There's Lively, Utah. Okay, so you can see, again, that's the storm we're watching there as it kind of moves in. That's interstate, of course, the main interstate there, what we're keeping an eye on. Right now, again, not seeing anything yet, but we'll keep an eye on that video there. Looks over top of an overpass. So again, this storm's kind of just north of the Utah area, but this one now in Tuscaloosa County, the far southwestern corner there of the county. We're watching that storm that is producing, again, looks like a tornado we have in that location right through here. So just north of the interstate now is our first one, and then we're watching what could be a much stronger one here to the south, although on our debris tracker, that's not showing anything, at least at this point here. I'll switch to the different radars, see if that makes a difference at all and try to pick up anything. It it doesn't, at least at this point. But nonetheless, though, that is a very intense thunderstorm with possibility of a tornado here. Another possibility, likely we are seeing a tornado up here in southwestern Tuscaloosa County. Fortunately, again, this is kind of a very rural area, but nonetheless, if there is a tornado, it's right over town of the Ralph area there, north of Knoxville now. This is going to continue moving its way here, potentially crossing over here. Let me zoom in and kind of get an idea of when this could maybe jump over top of the interstate there. Not too far away, you can see, though, from Lock 9 Road, County Road 79. Oh, yeah, there's that Greene County one. Don't know if is that Scud or is that... Okay. That looks like potentially maybe some scud at that point. I don't see it like circulating right now. But if he's over in Utah at this point, that would be a little bit farther behind the storm. So
yeah, what's important
he's looking at, I don't know if he's looking at the, I guess he's looking at the southern storm.
Right, because we have two different storms here. We have a southernmost storm that is passing south of Utah, and then we have another storm farther to the northeast that's about to enter Tuscaloosa County. Hard to know exactly what he's looking at here, but another example of the fact that we're not done yet. I mean, it's really sad news to report that we had those 3 fatalities in Calhoun County, but the threat's not over. We're not done with this until we get the cold front to move in. So again, another potential tornado developing in Greene County. Looks like the southernmost storm is the stronger of the two, and as of right now, it looks like they just took Tuscaloosa County out of the tornado warning. That's some good news.
That is good
that
news.
The circulation that is about to enter Tuscaloosa County may be dissipating a little bit. So I think it would stand to reason that that's the southernmost storm that he's looking at.
Yeah, that seems to be, just as he's driving around, kind of look here. Is that the interstate? I don't know if that's the interstate right there, but
that, you know where he might be? He might be on Highway 43, just north of Demopolis. If I had to,
if he's that far
about
south,
where he is, yeah, I would imagine he's south of the cell, looking northward towards that potential lowering that we're seeing there. This is going to be passing.
because that is some really Forkland area. If there is a tornado, the tornado just went right through the Forkland area.
Right.
At this point,
That's just north of Demopolis.
Yes. Highway 43, like you mentioned there as well. So if he's looking at that, he's probably not there. Of course, if he's up in Utah, he's probably just off of 5920, maybe along the Highway 11 exit, maybe, or somewhere near there. State Route 14 exit, I should say. Maybe looking just down to the south. So that would be the stronger of the two storms. That other one is in Tuscaloosa County. The rotation does not look as impressive on that one, but the one down to the south is definitely the stronger one. And that, as we know, makes more sense since it has the better energy to grab.
Okay, so Dave, just to clarify, it turns out he's actually near the 2059 interchange. So what he's looking at near Cedar Grove Road. Okay, so he's looking at the northernmost storm, and that storm actually just had the tornado warning canceled for Tuscaloosa County. Still in effect for northern Greene County, but that southernmost storm, kind of closer to Demopolis, that's about to cross over the Black Warrior River, is now becoming the more dangerous storm of the two. It's a scenario that we thought might happen. About 30 minutes ago, these were both tracking over for Mississippi, but typically, this is how it goes. The southernmost storm is kind of taken over here, and there's still a very strong area of rotation that is due west of Greensboro right now. So let's measure this out. This is about 13 miles west of Greensboro, that southernmost storm that we're looking at here. And there's a pretty strong area of rotation here. There's the shear rate product, kind of isolating where that area of rotation is, about 14 miles west of Greensboro, tracking up to the northeast. This is going to be definitely the more stronger storms of the two. So this is way south of Tuscaloosa now. Obviously, Tuscaloosa Weather Service was thinking that that storm might hold together enough to make it into Tuscaloosa County, but that's no longer the case. So good news for Tuscaloosa County. You're no longer under a tornado warning. Meanwhile, farther south, Greene and Hale counties, there's another circulation developing here that's approaching Highway 14, approaching Highway 69. That's going to be passing south of Moundville and just to the north of Greensboro. That's the main area that we're watching here. So thankfully now we don't have to move back and forth between storms like we were earlier. At one point we had a tornado warning for Blount County, and then another one farther southwest, and then the other one, that one supercell that moved over into Georgia now. But Fortunately, now we can kind of hone in on this particular storm that's in Greene and Hale County. So once again, this new tornado warning for what looks like southern Hale County. That's going to include Greensboro, and it's in effect until 5 p.m. That storm is tracking northeast at about 50 miles an hour, and you can see pretty well there where that area of rotation is. So tracking this out 50 miles per hour up to the northeast, that would put it in Dominic in about 18 minutes, Ingram in about 21 minutes, Hogglesville in about 23 minutes, and Brush Creek in about 23 minutes as well. So you got plenty of lead time with this. That's your estimated arrival times there. So any of those communities I just mentioned, now's the time. You need to go to your interior room away from doors and windows. I know it's been a long day already. We are about 5 hours into wall-to-wall coverage here, but the threat continues. We're definitely not out of the woods yet, as this storm over the past 30 minutes, which just tracked in from Mississippi, is still holding together pretty well. And it's the southernmost storm. That's usually the one that is the stronger of the two. It looks like that northernmost storm is kind of just getting cut off by this southernmost storm that's moving into central Hale County. Doing a quick reset here. For everybody else who's watching in the Birmingham metro, we're still getting a ton of torrential rainfall here in downtown Birmingham. No indication, thankfully, that we have to worry about any tornadoes here. That's the good news, is that for at least for now, the threat doesn't appear to be too significant. We may get some straight line winds in this little area here that's moving through Hueytown. Definitely some powerful winds here, but fortunately nothing yet that would indicate there's a tornado that's developing with that little storm that's in Jefferson County. Again, this has been a very significant event. We have taken a lot of damage today down in southern Tuscaloosa County. We had a tornado there. We had that Indian Springs Village tornado near Helena. That did a ton of damage there. Took down some brick homes, took some walled exterior damage. You rarely see that unless it's a really strong tornado. All the more reason to take this very seriously. And of course, the very sad news to report 3 fatalities out of Ohatchee up in Calhoun County. That news relayed to us by the Calhoun County Sheriff. So again, here's the latest of what we're looking at. We've got 2 active tornado warnings. We've got a lot of flash flood warnings. You know, it's been wave after wave after wave of torrential rainfall, so now is not the time to go out driving. If you don't need to be out driving, just stay put, don't bother, because there are flash flood warnings literally from Georgia all the way down to Pickens County. All of us along and north of I-2059 under a flash flood warning too. So it's not over yet. We've still got a long way to go here. And just to give you an idea of kind of energy that we're dealing with, it's March, and we're seeing dew points that are summer-like. You know, the dew point right now, 71 in Tuscaloosa. It feels like a summer's day, and the dew point's in the upper 60s elsewhere. All the indication that, you know, this is a very significant severe weather outbreak that we're dealing with here across much of central Alabama. So if you haven't, okay, it looks like somebody in the chat room is relaying that they're seeing debris with the Forkland storm. So that would obviously be the southernmost storm there over towards Greensboro. So that circulation maybe is trying to put itself back together again. There's kind of a bounded weak echo region there. You kind of see that almost donut hole in the center of your screen. That's also indicative of an area of rotation. So still another tornado possible with this storm as it tracks up to the northeast up into central Hale County. Sarah, if you're ready, I'll toss it to you.
Yeah, Griffin, this is the storm we're looking at in Greene County right now, just tracked through Forkland. Griffin mentioned the donut hole here. That's a bounded weak echo region. So basically the rain is being wrapped around, and you create that area, like that empty area there as the rain wraps around this area. That's where we could potentially see a tornado, obviously showing that there's rotation in the atmosphere. A lot of lightning with this too. So this is a very strong storm right now, possibly producing a tornado that may be on the ground near Forkland. So we're watching this closely. If you are in Greensboro, you need to be in your safe place right now. Anyone around 14 or 69, State Route 69, you guys need to be in your safe place. This is tracking right towards Melton right now, just south of Sawyerville, towards Melton, towards County Road 21, in Greene County, Raspberry Road as well. This is a live look from Severe Studios, our storm chaser on the ground in Greene County right now, pointing their camera in the direction of this Falkland storm. Possibly have a tornado on the ground here. It's really hard to see just because of all the rain. So if you're in the tornado warning, do not attempt to look outdoors and see if anything's coming your way, because as you can see from the picture right here, you are just not going to see this coming. You can definitely see the very low cloud cover, possibly a funnel cloud here. Really difficult to see just with all the rainfall around this. Just tracking some of the communities that this is tracking towards. Dominic as well, County Road 32 in Greene County, State Route 25, County Road 29 as well. Zooming out to show you the trajectory of this storm. So this one's on the southern edge. So we're going to have to watch this one just like we had to watch the supercell that tracked all the way across the state. We're going to have to watch this one and as it continues to track towards the east, because there's nothing basically cutting the storm off from the energy that it's receiving right now. So it'll track through Bibb County and then towards Shelby County. Obviously, we're giving you plenty of notice here for this storm. Zooming out to give you the big picture, the solid boxes, flash flood warnings, those are in effect through much of Jefferson County, through Blount County, up through Coleman, Walker, and over towards Tuscaloosa County as well. Very heavy rainfall. We're hearing it over the studio right now. So downtown Birmingham seeing significant rainfall and a lot of flooding right now. Back towards the west in Mississippi, things are quieting down just a bit. We only have one severe thunderstorm warning, but the tornado watch, the yellow area here, that's the tornado watch that will continue until 8 o'clock tonight. So looking at the storms, this is the red icons here. This is the supercell that moved through earlier that caused a lot of damage across the area. The storms are moving just to the south of it. So unfortunately, some of the similar areas that saw damage earlier, the same counties are experiencing that right now. So we're going to be watching these storms closely. For the latest track, I'll send it over to Dave.
Well, Sarah, just the storm you were talking about, now we're starting to see that debris signature showing up here on that southern storm here in Greene County as it continues eventually toward Hale County here again. So just now showing up, the latest radar sweep here does show that just in the Melton area, Sawyerville, if you're watching us there, you need to be in your safe place right now, as we do have that tornado warning out there. So again, so we continue to watch this storm here, continue to move off there toward the Melton area. If you're watching us there as well, it's going to be moving just north of Greensboro here across part of the Greene County area, and it continue on that track farther off to the northeast. So need to keep a close eye on this one as it moves on in across part there of northern Greene County, heading to Hale County as well. Going to stay south of Moundville, kind of just kind of off to the north of Greensboro area at this point too. So this is a new storm. We're seeing debris indicated here on our debris indicator. So we need to keep a close eye on that one as it moves on in. Eventually could head over toward Brent and beyond, again, if this one holds together. We also have some intense storms coming closer on into the metro Birmingham area now as well, too. This storm here just north of the city, we've been watching here. Strong winds tied in with this one, too, but need to keep an eye on it. Hueytown area there, back up to just off to the, here's Birmingham downtown area. So going to be watching this one. It does show some stronger winds coming with it here, so as this moves on in, could bring us some pretty rough conditions out there as well, too. Midfield area, Hueytown, Mulga area, and then maybe even Birmingham itself could see maybe very strong winds, possibly maybe this trying to get better organized and maybe trying to get into potentially here trying to develop into something. So we need to watch this because this one's going to be impacting us, kind of just maybe clipping past Birmingham area. Again, no warning on it right now, but it is producing some stronger winds with it here. So just to give you an idea of what we're talking about with it, could get into Fairfield in about 8 minutes, Fultondale around 9 minutes or 8 minutes now, Mount Olive around 9 minutes. So this will move just north of the downtown area there. Center Point around 15, Chalkville around 16 minutes, Trussville, if it holds together that long, 17 minutes, Warrior 19 minutes as well, Argo 23, again, holding together if it does do so that time. So need to keep an eye on this one here. This is the one coming just outside of Birmingham area. No warning on it yet, but definitely something to keep a close eye on. Rotation with it's trying to do something, trying to get a little better organized. So I'm keeping an eye on that one just north of Hueytown and the Bessemer area at this hour. But by all means, the strongest storm here, the one that does now have the tornado with it, at least showing up with a debris signature, is this one here just north of the Greensboro area. That is the one we've been watching here. there very closely across southern part of Hale County, coming on eventually on into, or rather, southern Greene County and in Hale County. So here is our tornado. Still looking at pretty impressive with this one here as it continues to move just north of Greensboro at this time. And the latest track of it takes it to Dominic. If you're watching us in Dominic, need to take shelter immediately right now here. Looks like maybe just issued the one for Jefferson County. Flash flood warning. Okay, yeah, phone's going off there. Okay, that's good. So we continue to watch this tornado warning here. Again, Ingram area, around 11 minutes. Hydesville there coming on in. Right, let me step out here a little bit and show you where we're continuing to watch that one. Hogglesville, 12 minutes. Brush Creek, 12 minutes. Water Oak at 13 minutes. Phipps, they're around 15 minutes. Mertz, 19. Some of the same areas that were originally seen with that first supercell that made it all the way. It's still going in Georgia with tornado warnings. So still watching that one as it moves on in as well, too. But this one's still watching here as we go on into the next, say, 15, 20, 30 minutes here with this warning as it continues to move through. So if you're watching us in those areas north of Greensboro, need to take shelter immediately. Lowest level of your home, away from windows. But indeed, we do have, again, the debris signature showing up here with this storm as it continues to come on.
That's a big one, too.
Yeah, this one right over top of Melton. We've got two Meltons on here, but the Melton area, it went right over both of that areas. But this is going to be a fairly large tornado. It's the southern one, just like we have with the original one. This could be another long track supercell just beginning, coming out of Mississippi here, but continuing to work its way through the area, just missing Sawyerville. State Route 14, it looks like it's impacted there, kind of working its way right now to, let's see, Bates Mill Road area, County Road 19, Rhodes Street, State Route 69. Of course, a big thoroughfare there with this one as it continues to move off there to the northeast fairly quickly. So if you're watching us in those areas, just moved over Melton to Sawyerville area right now, heading toward Dominic, the Brush Creek area as well. This is where that storm is going to continue to move through. There you saw Dominic showing up on the map and where we're going to continue looking at here with this storm. So as it moves on in, we'll be watching this one here. Storms to the north, too, then moving on in. This is by far the only one tornado warning we have with it, but at this time here, that's a pretty impressive storm. There's not much south of it. A few more storms trying to pop up south of that, at least at this point. But here in Birmingham, watching these storms north of Birmingham now, producing potentially some very, very heavy rain, maybe some gusty winds with them, too. They are not severe at this time, but definitely worth keeping an eye on for those winds and some of that heavy rain here showing up with this storm. Not really seeing that velocity showing intense enough to kind of produce a tornado, but like you mentioned earlier, we could see some pretty strong winds with this one here, too. Look at that. Midfield area there, heading back to almost Birmingham, back toward Fultondale. So that's some strong winds along Highway 11. Midfield area may have some trees down with some strong winds coming in from this one.
Yeah, Dave, it doesn't have to be a tornado to cause damage.
No,
that's straight line winds that are pretty powerful coming into a well-populated area of Birmingham here in the western suburbs.
So yeah, we'll be keeping an eye on that one here. Again, it doesn't have a rotation, so we're not looking at a tornado threat, but still very strong winds tied in with this, maybe just out ahead of that storm. So I'll be watching that one. Also some more heavy rain heading up towards Springville, Trustville area. Nothing severe with that. Over toward Talladega, some pretty good downpours coming on in with that storm. Anniston, some light rain to moderate rain. Same for you in Gadsden. Nothing severe, though, with all of those storms. So that's at least a good thing. But we can see here, this is shaping up to what could be a very, very big tornadic thunderstorm here coming just north of the Greensboro area. We do already have here with this storm debris showing up. A tornado detection was showing that now we can continue looking at this one. And still persistent. You can't miss that. That is our tornado right in through there. And as that moves on in, again, just north of Greensboro. Greensboro, you're dealing with some storms, but the tornado itself is just to the north of you right now. And it will continue across part, northern part there, Greene, Hale County, clipping just kind of south of Tuscaloosa, which is good. So we don't have that going on in. You can see a live look there. Tuscaloosa camera shows, again, very heavy rain falling in Tuscaloosa, not from this. That was from that other storm we were tracking earlier. But this one, again, if it holds together, we'll get on into coming on in again, if it holds together, this is all the way over toward the Shelby County line. So Griffin, I don't want to hope this is a long track supercell by any means, but this is a very similar spot to where the last one began. Yep. And it's the southernmost storm. It's kind of filling the same characteristics out as that last one. But this has been pretty persistent right now with this storm. So again, if you're watching us there in the Dominic area, you need to be in your safe place right now. This is headed right to that location now as it continues to move off there. So it's going to go eventually right over toward Dominic at this hour. Large likely tornado here, kind of Big Brush Road, going right along Big Brush Road at this time. Bates Mill Road just crossed over there, next to Cross State Highway 69. So this is a big thoroughfare up toward Tuscaloosa. It's likely over top of it right now and heading right toward Dominic. So if you're watching us in Dominic, you need to be in your safe place, lowest level of your room, immediately, again, away from windows, basement, the best place to go. No mobile homes today, folks. Get out of your mobile homes, go into safe places. We already saw how strong these tornadoes can be, what they did across Shelby County, heading over toward Calhoun County as well. So we don't want to have to deal with any more of this right now, but you can see here, this is what's likely
a debris ball.
Big. Yeah, that's what we're talking about right there. That is our tornado showing up here, and looking at that velocity, it's just really strong circulation,
really
of course, with that.
Here.
So when we see these, I want to alert you that while this is likely wrapped in rain, you can still kind of see where that hook echo is shaping up. Heavy rain stretches down to Greensboro. The tornado is not in Greensboro, but just to your north along Highway 69, which comes up from Greensboro northward there. That is where it's crossing over, heading right toward Dominic, as we showed you there. Again, giving you another heads up there. Again, the storm kind of jumped a little bit. Dominic got 2 minutes. Ingram, 5 minutes. Hogglesville, 6 minutes. Water Oak, 7 minutes. Phipps there, 9 minutes. Mertz, 12 minutes. Pondville, 14 minutes. Duncanville, 16 minutes. It'll be at your area. Spencer, around 18 minutes. Same for Hagler. Little Hope there, around 19, 20 for Choctaw Hill. This is a tornado, folks. This is not a potential tornado based off of what we're seeing here. Again, significant debris coming with this. Look at that. Again, right in toward the Dominic area. It is coming right toward your neck of the woods. Please take shelter immediately. This is likely going to cause significant damage as it moves through. We already saw what an earlier one did in a similar location as it moved south of Birmingham. We have no reason to believe why this won't do the same thing.
Dave, they're calling this a wedge tornado at the Weather Service.
I don't doubt it.
Debris is being lofted up to 15,000 feet with this storm. This is a very large, very significant tornado in central Hale County, tracking up to the northeast. So Bibb County, you're farther downstream from this, but you're included in the warning. This is very significant. Go to your safe spot right now if you're in Bibb County further downstream.
Yes, Bibb County is downstream, correct. Look at that. Dominic, it's over top of you right now. I mean, this is the radar screen. It's going to jump. You'll see when it jumps up here in a second. So please, if this is that big of a tornado as they're saying here, that means it's going to cause significant damage out there. We're going to talk about a large tornado here, potentially on the ground for a significant pattern of time. We've seen that all day today. This is the same pattern we're expecting out there. It's continuing to move through right over top of Dominic as we speak. Large tornado. This would be a wedge, which means the top and bottom are the same size. It's not your cone-shaped tornado. This is just this big, massive cloud. Easily could be a mile wide tornado out there with this one. But it's going right into Dominic now, and it could continue on that track toward just north of maybe the Brush Creek area, headed toward Hogglesville, Water Oak area too. So as it continues to move through these areas, we're still going to watch this one. I mean, you can see just how large it is here, and if that debris is being lofted 15,000 feet up in the air, it's no wonder the radar can easily catch this.
Yeah, just incredible, some of the imagery that we're seeing today, and it's just it's a very scary sight, even for us meteorologists, to see something this profound of a signature. And Dave's got the reflectivity pulled up there. It is fully rain wrapped, so you're not going to be able to see anything today. This is not something you want to take a chance with at all. We've had a ton of damage already, and we're not out of the woods yet. So if you're in Bibb County, far northeastern Hale County, if you're near County Road 32, State Route 25, any of these roads or cross streets or communities we're mentioning, you need to go to a safe spot immediately.
So there's our tornado. Here's their radar, what it looks like that everyone else can see and you track it. So yeah, it is wrapped in rain. You're not going to be able to see this here. So this is going to be a massive shield of heavy rain and wind coming on in as that goes through there. So again, it is right over top of the Dominic area. Strong rotation, but really looking at that's the best way to show this here. And kind of zooming on in, giving you guys just the best perspective of this. For those watching, again, please be in your safe place right now. It has moved through Dominic over top of you right now and is heading its way across County Road 32 right now, County Road 3, heading over toward, it's already crossed over 69 at this point, State Route 25, just kind of long and north of State Route 25. So there's 25 right there. There's County Road right now 86. Caleb Burrows Road, if you're watching us out there, it's coming right over top of you. But yes, right over through the Dominic area as we speak.
Hogglesville. Go to shelter right now. Brush Creek, any of these places.
There you go. All go to shelter. This is coming in.
This is a big deal.
And it is. You saw where Hogglesville is there. I'll kind of bring it in. That is, it's coming right to your neck of the woods. Water Oak coming right to you. Ingram going to be just to your south, but you can see, again, this moving right on along
Dave,
that
just
path.
north of that TDS, you can see debris falling out of this tornado. It's
This
throwing debris northward up onto just north of there.
That's right here, Ingram.
Right there.
That is just incredible. Ingram, you're seeing debris coming down in probably in your yards from this tornado. That's how big the tornado is here. And we've seen many of these before in the past. This is another day we're going to remember for these big tornadoes, and definitely seeing that one out there right now, right over top of town of Dominic. Ingram, again, that is the debris Griffin was just talking about. This one's going to continue its way right in toward Hogglesville. Please take shelter. Stay away from windows. Interior part of your room, a basement, the best place to be. No mobile homes for you today. If you live in a mobile home, no matter where you are in our listening viewing area and listening to my voice, find a substantial, sturdy building to be in for the rest of the day today until that front passes through later on this evening, because that is not a safe place to be at all, especially when you have potentially here a large wedge tornado coming with this, already likely producing damage here across parts of Greene County and heading eventually on in toward Bibb County as well too. So we're seeing the rotation tracker show in here. Obviously we already know that there's rotation with the tornado here. So, Griffin, right now, this is the only one we have for us, at least at this point, which at least that is some good news. We don't have many of these like we've seen in other events in the past right now, but there is no reason to believe why this cannot be one of these long-track supercells. So, if that is the case, giving you a significant heads up for you across part of, would you say, the area of Greene County, Bibb County, heading on into eventually maybe Shelby County, potentially as well, too. That's the last thing we need is another tornado coming through there, but that would be a while, and if this one doesn't survive. But like the other ones have done, they've gotten really strong. They survive for a few hours, then they kind of weaken a little bit, and then they cycle back to being another one as well.
Yep, that's right, Dave. And that view we're seeing there up in Tuscaloosa County, he's going to be north of that, of the storm itself, where the tornado is. But you can just see just the sheets of rain continually coming down. Obviously, the most. Okay, we got a new tornado warning for Jefferson County.
Jefferson, yeah, I just saw that pop in there. So we're looking at that one here.
Wait for that to come into our system here.
That was the one we were watching north of town.
Yes, and this is probably going to be in the northeastern sections of the Birmingham metro. This is a new tornado warning. Hasn't popped up in our system just yet.
There it is.
This is okay. So this is going to be in effect until 5:30 p.m. Moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing tornado was located in northeastern Birmingham. This is going to impact the northeastern suburbs of Birmingham, Center Point, Trussville, Irondale, all of these places that are near Ruffner Mountain. You need to go to shelter right now. This is the second tornado that is in progress across our area now. This is a new tornado warning for Jefferson County. So go ahead, even if you're as far south as Mountain Brook, you need to go to your safe spot right now, especially if you're in Center Point or Trussville, any of these places. Go to your safe spot right now. New tornado warning for Jefferson County until 5:30 p.m. There is some radar indicated rotation with that. There is, without a doubt, a large tornado that is right on top of County Road 25, just south of Hogglesville, at the eastern edge of Hale County as well. So if you're in Bibb County, still stay in your shelter. There is, without a doubt, a wedge tornado that is impacting central Hale County. So stay put. Stay in that interior room away from doors and windows. I mean, Dave, there's still debris falling out of this thing to the north. All of those lower CC values you see there up towards County Road 108, that is the tornado throwing. Okay, so right here, let me pull this up for you. So here's the tornado itself. The winds higher up in the atmosphere are blowing really strong out of the south and throwing all of this debris northward up towards County Road 708, Cherry Hill Road, just north of State Route 25. There's your tornado right there, about to cross over into Bibb County.
That is just incredible.
This is a very urgent situation. You have to seek shelter in events like this.
And this coming in from the Storm Prediction Center just highlighted that supercell, that lone supercell, again, producing expected long track intense, possibly that means EF3 or greater tornadoes to continue east-northeast all the way to at least the I-65 corridor is what they're expecting it to do, based off of what we've seen in the environment tied in with that. Look at that. There's even a brighter piece of debris showing up there north of the tornado. So this is a very intense tornado, folks. This is a strong rotation. This is going to be another one of those long track supercells we just had about maybe an hour ago that did all the devastation in Shelby County. And this one we're going to watch closely. There's the other one. Griffin is zooming in on there.
That's
north
the
of
Jefferson
Birmingham.
County
That's
storm.
the Jefferson County one. Goes till 5:30. It's 4:48 right now. You can see that is Irondale area. I can hear the tornado sirens here at the station going off with this one here. So we're continuing to watch this. Stay in your safe place. Get to your safe place right now, lowest level of your home. Again, you know how that works. Do that right now with that storm. It continues to get very, very intense. So we have one with confirmed large tornado there, Bibb heading to Hale County. And then we'll also be watching that storm in Birmingham, not showing any debris at this time, which is good news. But still watching that very, very closely here. Again, the tornado sirens going off here at the station, but the storm is past our location, at least at this point, which is good news. But that is the intense storm coming right through parts near the Irondale area, Center Point, Trustville. If you're watching us, you need to be in your safe place immediately with this storm.
Yeah, this is, for a moment there, a brief fleeting moment, we had just one cell to track, but now we've got two. We've got two individual storms here. And this rotation that is just north of Ruffner Mountain Park, that is tightening up. There is definitely some rotation there on top of Valley
It is stronger,
Drive.
and that is significant. I mean, look at that debris coming off of that, folks.
And that's the southernmost storm.
This is the kind of like that's all debris.
That's all debris.
All debris
that's
showing
being
up on there.
thrown by that tornado.
So here's our tornado. Here, I'll step in front here. Here's our tornado. This is the debris coming out. We have the strong southwesterly winds pushing all that debris that's being lofted up in that tornado. They're off to the north and east, and you can see here. And this is going to shape up. It looks like it's based off of what we're seeing thus far. The environment that it's in will be another one of those long-track tornadoes we're continuing to watch here very, very closely as we go forward here through this storm. So if you're watching us in this location here, let me go ahead and zoom on in and see what we're looking at here. But right now, kind of zooming on into the area. This is the storm we're keeping an eye on. County Road 29, County Road 154, County Road 29, 193, Woods Road. Large tornado coming through these areas right now, and it's going to continue on that track. So if you're watching us in that location there, coming out of Hale County on into Bibb County, just south of Water, you'll likely have debris falling in your backyards, Hogglesville and Water Oak, from that tornado. It continues there, kind of just crossing over there, right at that point of both counties, Bibb and Hale County there. So this is going to continue to be significant tornado. It is moving here. Let me give you a storm track here and give you an idea what this one's doing, because this one is definitely something we need to keep an eye on. Brent looks like it's going to come right to your neck of the woods. Let's look at here. Mertz, 4 minutes. Pondville, 6 minutes. Harrisburg, 10 minutes. It'll be in your area. This is a large tornado. Spencer, we're talking about 11 minutes. Abercrombie, 13 minutes. Choctaw Hills, 14 minutes. Pleasant Hill, about 15 minutes. Brent, 15 minutes for you. Scottsville, 17 minutes. Vic area, around 19 minutes. Gray Springs, 19 minutes as well. Please, all of you in that path of this tornado, take shelter now. This is a large tornado producing significant debris being lofted in the air. We are looking at this coming from that storm.
And Dave, if you want to handle that storm, I'll handle this Jefferson County storm, because
there's
another
that one out.
really tight area of rotation that's about to pass over the 459 and 59 interchange on the northeast side of Birmingham.
So not far from Trustville area.
Yeah, that's right near the Trustville area. If you are in Trustville and you can hear my voice, go to a safe spot right now. There's an area of rotation, again, right here on top of that interchange on 459 and 59 on the northeast side of town. This is going to be just northeast of Ruffner Mountain Park. There's Highway 11 there. Trustville, about 3 minutes away from you.
Check out debris. Looks like we may actually have a tornado now.
Yep, there's a debris signature there as well. So this
Autumn
is also
Chase.
a confirmed tornado in northeastern Jefferson County. So again, this is a dire situation. If you're in Trussville, you need to go to a safe spot right now. There is a debris signature there just north of Ruffner Mountain Park, Branchville, Margaret, Odenville, Springville. You're downstream from this, but there is debris that is being lofted in northeastern Jefferson County approaching Trussville. So if you're in Trussville, right near Alton Drive, that's the tornado right there. Your center of your screen there with the debris indicator, there's a tornado down near Alton Drive, and it's about to cross over 459 and near the 59 interchange. Seriously, go to a safe spot right now and don't leave until we give you an all clear. That is an interior room away from doors and windows. Very well populated part of the Birmingham Metro, again being impacted by another tornado.
Big interchange. You said 59 right here. We have 459 coming on in. Roebuck Plaza Mobile Home Park. Let's hope no one's in that mobile home park, as this is a tornado coming right toward that direction. Here is Highway 11 coming in just north of the Alton area as well. So give you an idea of where this is. You can see here again Stonehenge. We're in the Irondale area there, heading right toward Trussville. So if you're watching us in Queenstown, Trussville Manor area, Cahaba Cove, need to take shelter immediately. That storm is heading up your way, also including toward the Trussville area. This storm is going to be moving quite close to Trussville itself here, as these storms are moving here at a pretty good clip at this time. So there is our tornado. We have 2 tornadoes now currently. This one here closest to home here in Birmingham. This one's near the Irondale area, Liberty Highlands here.
We're getting lightning now. I mean, it's getting dicey. I can't see anything. Would you see if we're still under a tornado?
Are we still under a tornado warning or what?
Watch. Are we under a tornado watch?
Hey, can someone tell us if are we under a watch? How about this station?
Hey, can you just tell me whether we're under a watch or not? Oh. Yeah, I have IFB. They haven't said anything to me. I really need to know whether we're under a...
Okay. Okay, we're at Pelham Middle School. We're at Pelham Middle School. It's Dublin as a storm shelter. Catherine wanted to know if we are still under a watch over here in Pelham. Are we still under a tornado watch?
I can't answer that. Whoever's calling me, I can't answer that. Can you answer that? Just open the door. Get my phone. Go on, get it, get it. Right. Here, Neil.
Hey, don't say anything. Hey, can you put me on? Hey.
Hey.
They're not really weakening that one at all. So that's definitely something to watch very closely. So we're still watching that one, still watching this one here going into Tuscaloosa right now. Again, this storm here did have a tornado debris signature on it as it went right through Tuscaloosa. Looks like we're not seeing it quite as much anymore, so hopefully it was just a brief, weak tornado, but it did go right through that very business district area there along Highway 11 heading into Tuscaloosa.
Yeah, hopefully that tornado is going to be pretty short-lived. As you saw there, Dave, that debris indicator not quite as clear with that particular storm in Tuscaloosa. Definitely stay put for just a little bit longer. I want to focus on this storm in Bibb County. The Weather Service is calling this a tornado emergency. This is a tornado that is down. It is causing significant damage. If you are in Brent or Centreville, any of these places in Bibb County, you need to be in a shelter right now. This is a very serious situation. We've got a very large, very destructive tornado that is approaching Brent. The debris ball is still there. It's still there on reflectivity even. You don't even have to look at our debris indicator product. You can see it. There's the debris indicator right there. This tornado is crossing over Peach Orchard Road right now. It is moving northeast at 50 miles an hour, moving towards Payne Lake Road, Duff Settlement, Goodson, State Route 5, approaching Highway 82 in Bibb County near Brent. This is making a beeline right towards Brent. You need to be in a shelter right now. This is a life-threatening situation, so you need to take this very seriously. So once again, Dave, thankfully that tornado that's up in Jefferson County, obviously very well-populated area.
We've been known to have tornadoes. Usually we have been lucky in the past where not many come through our county. They go south of us or north of us, but here in recent years it seems to find our county. So the deputies are prepared to handle themselves in a professional way, but the citizens have been doing their part. I can't help to believe that the fact that it's spring break in Shelby County attributed to these minor injuries, because we don't know what would have happened if there was, people weren't on vacation and such, and were home when this storm hit. So anyway.
Can you talk about what those minor injuries are? Were they broken bones, scrapes? Can you talk about the nature of
the two I was told about went to Grandview. Is that who you? They had like.
Chief Lawson may have more information on that. I have no information on specifically the actual injuries.
Can you step up to the mic?
Sorry.
Can you say your full name for us, too?
Robert Lawson, North Shelby Fire District Battalion Chief.
Thank you.
As far as the two victims we transported, I do not have any specific information as far as the extent of their injuries. I'm going to take it as a good sign they did not require a level 1 trauma center. So I'm going to take it as that, and blessings of just being blessed that there was nothing apparently more serious.
So were you able to talk to any of the family survivors? Were most people in their basements? Get any feel for how they weathered the storm?
I did not, no. I do know two of the people that were injured. I got specifics because they were relatives of friends of mine who called me and told me that they just flying debris injuries, cuts, bruises, and one of them had a nail blown into their arm, so from debris. So that was it.
What was the other subdivision that you said besides the Oak Ridge subdivision there, right off Highway 119?
Summer Place.
Summer Place.
Yes.
Okay. And that's where on 119.
Yes.
We
Across Mont Park.
And is that where on 119 there's power lines down?
Right. Right. Yeah, from probably Highway 14 back to I-65, they're going to have to stop the traffic there. You know.
Is that going to be overnight, 119?
Until the power lines are dealt with, yes. I'm getting the signal to wrap it up due to the other storm coming. Is there any other specific questions that we can help you with?
Yes, one more that's unrelated to the weather. There was a missing teen earlier today. Do we know the whereabouts of that teen? Have they been located?
Is that the teen out of Chelsea? We had one reported last night out of Chelsea missing.
The 16-year-old juvenile, Sean, is the first name.
Yeah.
Wondering if you had an update on that.
No updates right now, but we have this time of year, even though we were diligently assigned it to investigator, we're doing our due diligence to try to find them, but chances, we all hope and pray they're all right, especially with the storm coming.
When will the media have access to some of these damaged areas to show?
When we stabilize the situation, once it's stabilized, then we will and we're working with the homeowners association. The main one obviously is going to be, you're not going to get in Highland Lakes. It's a gated community. They're not going to allow you in there. Eagle Point homeowners, if they give us, as soon as we stabilize it, they'll probably open it up.
Okay.
So,
within the next few hours?
No, it won't be till tomorrow, probably 10 a.m. at the earliest, once we have a chance to finish our searches.
Okay.
So,
What are you searching for right now? When you're saying you're doing more searches, what is the nature of
injured people, trapped people. These guys do a great job. We assist them, but they are the leaders in that area.
Thank you all.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. What's the latest on this storm coming in?
Yeah, you're welcome to stay
Confirmed
here.
tornado.
I would, you need to stay here and communicate with your various stations. I'd stay here because this is kind of underground a little bit, and we'll shut that door, and there's no windows in here. We can get to the center over here. Should be good.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, the storm's coming right now. I can't go right now.
They said that they're probably not going to be able to let us into that area.
right into the town of Brent at this point. So we're going to continue watching this one. If you're watching us, Calera, Columbiana area there, heading back to Jefferson, yeah, you need to keep an eye on this one here. Again, you have a tornado warning now, almost an hour lead time the Weather Service is giving you for this storm. It has not weakened, has showed no signs of weakening. Still on the radar itself, we have that debris ball coming right into the Brent area. Strong rotation still tied in with this storm here as well. And again, to the south of it, we do have a few showers and storms, but they're not enough to disrupt it. Because sometimes, like we saw earlier, the southern storm becomes the dominant storm. That's what happened here. Now, this one's not very strong, so just some rain coming on in. But by all means, we're watching this storm here very, very closely for us as it moves on in toward Brent at this time. Still watching this other one here. I don't want to forget about you guys here across part of St. Clair County. Still have that tornado warning in effect for you all as well, too. The tornado warning does go until 6 o'clock for you. Again, the storm's kind of moving right between Margaret and the Springville area. We still have seen some rotation tied in with this. It's looking a little bit better there, kind of right along Highway 411. There's 231. Here's Interstate 59. So in Springville, stay in your safe place. It's moved through Margaret, Branchville area, Audenville area. And looking at the debris tracker with this one here, this one is not showing anything, which is good news, but definitely we'll be watching that one to see how this one does play out here. But it is trying to do something. It is producing probably some very strong severe winds. Looking at those right now, yeah, definitely some strong winds from Springville to Margaret. Likely straight line winds that could be producing easily tree damage for you. So that's that storm there going through St. Clair County. But the storm we're really concerned about here, and we can't really stress it more and more, is just this one here coming into Brent. That storm there definitely has, the size of this is huge. You can see the storm outflow coming all the way toward Alabaster, Hoover area, and Calera. Now it's wrapped up down near the Brent area, but nonetheless, though, that is where we're still seeing it moving on in. Brent, you are getting impacted right now with this storm, kind of just south of West Blockton area. This is the storm right there. Here you go.
Should have been in your safe place, 20 minutes
20
ago.
minutes ago. You've had a significant lead time with this one. So if you're listening to us, you'll see the new scan is going to jump right to the top of Brent here. Because this is, again, our scans when they come through. Remember, the radar scans got to go around. So as I've said before, if you have your phone, you take a picture of a truck right in front of you on the interstate and you look at it. By the time you see the truck, it's already well down the road. Same concept with the Doppler radar. There's our storm when the radar scan hit it. And then now it's going to loop all the way around. And when it comes back through, we'll see that jump right there. Perfect example, right over to Brent. So looks like it's maybe a little bit smaller than it was, but that doesn't mean anything. It's still a large tornado here that has a history of producing damage just north of the Greensboro area, about 5 miles or so north of there, where we saw the report coming on in. This one here's Highway 82. It's about to cross Highway 82 corridor. Lots of businesses there as well, too. Here's Highway 5 coming on in. Let's get a tighter look in here of what we're talking about with this storm as it comes in toward the Brent area. So we're talking Fairdale, East Centreville area. This is coming right through you. Just went over top of Jamesville. So just came over Jamesville. Darden Road, State Route 5 there, Heritage Park Drive, Walnut Street, University Way. All of you, again, going to be impacted here by this, going right on top of Fairdale, headed toward the Centreville, East Centreville area as it continues to move on in. Zulu, you saw there popping up as well. State Route 25, County Road 58, Stallings Road, all of you in the path of the storm. Vic, you're in the path of the storm as well as it moves on in. This is our tornado right now coming right into the Brent and Fairdale and East Centreville areas. Please be in your safe place. You've had significant warning time for this. This is what we're looking at. There's a live look at Bibb County you see there over in your screen. You can barely even see it. That's how heavy the rain is coming down with these storms. So, Griffin, this is going to be one of these rain-wrapped supercells.
It's an ugly tornado.
I mean, look at that.
In that you can't see it. I mean, we still got 2 hours left of daylight, and you're blind without radar in this instance. This is just cannot stress this enough. This tornado has been on the ground for about half an hour now, no signs of weakening, and the Weather Service taking no chances with it, already issuing a downstream warning for northern Chilton County and southeastern Shelby County. This is going to be crossing over Highway 82 in downtown Brent. It's happening right now. So if you are anywhere along Montevallo Road in Bibb County, Highway 25, 6 miles right here, Easttown, Gary Springs, this is headed towards you. You need to stay sheltered. right now. I just can't stress it enough. This is a life-threatening situation that's happening here in Bibb County. There's your debris ball right there at the bottom of your screen. Stay indoors, interior room, away from doors and windows. Nobody should be driving right now. We've already had multiple tornadoes that have formed. So again, if you are in Bibb County, go ahead and stay sheltered for the time being. This thing's been on the ground for at least 20, 25 miles. This is what we're talking about when we say a long track tornado. These stay on the ground for a long period of time. You see the just blinding rain in the live shot there coming from Bibb County. You can't see much of anything out of these storms that are developing today. This is a high precipitation event, very common for this part of the world where you're not going to be able to see these supercells, which makes them all the more scary. Even in broad daylight, you're not going to be able to see much with these tornadoes. I want to take a moment to go back up to the St. Clair County storm. This storm tracking up to the northeast towards Asheville, Alabama, not Asheville, North Carolina, obviously, but anywho, this is tracking over Highway 411 right now, just south of I-59. It's going to be passing just east of Springville, tracking up to the northeast. It'll be moving into Asheville within the next 10 minutes or so. So anywhere along 411 in St. Clair County between Odenville and Asheville, get to your safe spot right now. Same goes for downtown Asheville, the center of town. You need to be in your safe spot right now, and up towards Steele along Highway 11 way past Trussville, Birmingham proper. This is going to be right now affecting the northern sections of St. Clair County. So that's the latest on that storm. I'm sorry, Mickey, where's this live shot coming? Centreville. Okay, so that is in downtown Centreville where he is located there. This is passing pretty close to there. This is the tornado itself is passing just east of downtown Brent. So let me get my bearings real quick. Sarah, if you're ready, I'll toss it over to you.
Yeah, exactly. And I want to stress the importance and the danger of this storm right now in Bibb County. The National Weather Service issued a tornado emergency. To give you some perspective, we saw a tornado emergency a few years ago with the Lee County tornado. That tornado killed more than 20 people. So a tornado emergency has been issued because this is an extremely dangerous wedge tornado that just moved through Brent. Now I want to show you why we're showing you the debris indicator, because we've been talking about all the rainfall. The radar picture, it makes it very difficult to see exactly where the tornado is. So for us as meteorologists, it's easier to show you this blue blob here. That is the tornado. The blue circle, that shows you the debris indicator. That is debris being lofted into the air, so that is a clear indication that a very large tornado is on the ground. When you see a distinct blue circle like that, that is extremely dangerous. We're seeing the hook on the radar picture just east of Brent. This is tracking towards northern Chilton County and southern Shelby County. Thankfully, not the Indian Springs area like we saw earlier. This is going to be south of that, but this is a very dangerous tornado that is moving into northern Chilton County. That includes Calera, just north of Jefferson, and also this includes southern Shelby County, so Wilton, Columbiana in this. You all need to be getting into your safe place right now. The National Weather Service is doing an extremely good job of giving you a ton of warning with this storm. This is very dangerous, and they know that this storm is moving through an environment that is extremely favorable for this to stay strong. So they're giving you a ton of time. That's why you're getting the tornado warning in Shelby County very early, so that you have plenty of notice to get into that safe place. You may be wondering, why am I sitting here waiting in Shelby County so early? Well, it's because this is very dangerous and this is headed towards you. So we need to be in our safe place right now. In Bibb County right now, this is tracking away from Brent, just a little bit farther north of, or farther east of Brent right now. Zooming back out to show you, this is right near Highway 82, just north of 82 right now, tracking into Bibb County, just east of Brent right now, so tracking towards Shelby County. To give you more of the track right now, we'll send it back over to Dave.
All right, here continuing that storm track right now of that storm we've been watching again right over Gary Springs. It is on top of you right now. So that is, the storm has just been persistent. It is not giving up. It's crossed over Highway 82 right now, Montgomery Road there. You can see County Road 20 heading right into Gary Springs, right along, let's see, Gary Springs Loop, County Road C47, those areas, and then eventually heading further down Pike there. So this, again, this is an observed large catastrophic tornado, large and destructive tornado here from the Weather Service here, so continuing that one as well. Still watching that St. Clair storm for possibility of a tornado, but this by far has been the persistent one. This one here,
yeah, it looks like
see
he's
here,
passing
debris,
through some
okay.
damage there in Bibb County.
No doubt about that.
Yeah, he's. I believe he's near Centreville, which this tornado passed really close to
right
Centreville.
Through Centreville, yeah.
Yeah, so I wouldn't be surprised if he encounters a little bit more damage here. Tornado's still down, folks. Still need to be sheltered until further notice.
It is definitely there. There is Gary Springs, 6 Mile down the road, Ashbury down the road from the Thomas Mill. All of you, take shelter immediately here with this storm.
BTI of 7.0, you know, that BTI scale is
anything over 6 is considered
very considerable.
Look at that, TDS extent, 1.5 miles.
Wow.
Wide. Potentially with this storm.
Wow.
So that just shows you how large this tornado is. We've seen some of the damage and debris out there, but when you see that, 7, that's really high with the BTI, and then the tornado detection signature there, 1.55, 1.6 miles. That is a very, very large tornado coming on in. 6 Mile, it's in your backyard, 3 minutes. 7 minutes, Ashby, Oakley, 7 minutes. Right now, Wilton, about 10 minutes. Eatingstown, 10 minutes. Aldrich, 11. Pea Ridge, 11. Montevallo, 12 minutes here. Dogwood, 13 minutes. Ryan, 14 minutes. So cannot stress enough, this tornado has not stopped. It continues to be persistent. It came in from Mississippi, and then it really started getting ramped up once it got into Alabama. But you can see we have those tornado warnings in effect for those areas there as well, too. Again, this is one of our storm trackers taking it here. Hopefully it doesn't go over toward the National Weather Service radar, which is up here. But definitely something we'll be watching here moving forward with those tornado warnings continue out there. The additional one downwind there, if you will, 6 p.m. The time there. So we're talking parts of Shelby County as well with this one, southern part of Shelby County, I might add. So again, this is our main tornado here. Again, it is continuing to be strong, long track tornado, something we expected. You can see there's Bibb County, our chasers down there continue to give us some updates as well too. You can see, again, even flashing lights up there. So look at the heavy rain. That's the other thing about this. You're not going to be able to see this tornado. Looking at the radar here, it is just embedded in this heavy, heavy rain. Now, we even have a thunderstorm kind of just south of this one. This one not looking very impressive at all. It doesn't have a lot of lightning with it, but all the intense lightning is with this northern storm here at this time.
Dave, it's been on the ground for 40 minutes now.
40 minutes.
I backtracked the radar a little bit. 45, close to 45 minutes.
45
this storm
minutes.
has been on the, this tornado has been down.
And
unbelievable.
It is not letting up at all.
Not.
You know, again, this is, we can't stress enough. Yeah, we've had one significant tornado come through the area now, but this one, bigger. This one has been on the ground longer. It has not weakened. Remember the other one, tornadoed, kind of stopped, tornadoed again, kind of stopped. About 4, 5, 6 times it did that before it's gone into Georgia, and still persisting there, by the way. But this is just huge. This is your debris, folks. This is what we're talking about. We're talking about debris here, significant debris with this tornado heading right towards 6 Mile, Thomas Mill area, Ashby area. Need to be in your safe place right now as this continues to move on in. Again, that tornado is going to continue on that track here off to the northeast. Shows no signs of weakening at all at this point. So with that in mind here, fortunately this is somewhat of a rural area, but it could be moving into a much more populated area here as well too. Again, I want to show you these times because it's really important that you understand. You have 2 minutes, 6 Mile for this massive tornado, very large destructive tornado coming. Wording from the Weather Service, this is a tornado emergency here. 2 minutes till the storm gets to you. 6 minutes in Ashby. Oakley, you got 6 minutes there as well too. Wilton around 9 minutes. Aldrich 10 minutes for you. Montevallo 11 minutes. Pea Ridge around 11 minutes for you. Dogwood 13. Ryan about 14. Calera, again, if it holds together, could get up near your area in about 15 minutes. So there is an advance warning for you here of that storm as it continues to move on in. And again, what's impressive here is the rotation here. It is strong, strong winds here. This is something that could easily be 100, 130 mile per hour winds tied in with this storm here. We can actually kind of just sample them real quick here. I'll kind of give you an example of what we're talking about here with some of those winds. Down to the south, 113 to the north, 38. I mean, do the math there. I mean, that's over 140 and 150 mile per hour winds at that point. So this should be a very, very destructive tornado, or it is going to be a very destructive tornado as it moves on through. So that is where we're talking about. That's where we're looking at the significance of this as well, too, with this tornado. So Weather Service has just mentioned that they may be actually getting ready to take shelter there. It's becoming dangerously close to them. Just to give you an idea where the Weather Service is, here's where the tornado is. Here, go ahead and put the debris ball on there. That's the tornado. Here's the path it's taking. That's the Doppler radar. Weather Service is right there, Shelby County Airport, heading right over toward the airport. So they may have to take shelter there at the Weather Service. That's just mind-blowing, right, to think about that. But this is a significantly large tornado, folks. It's been persistent, as Griffin said, for 45, coming on 50 minutes now on the ground here, producing significant damage across part of Greene County, Hale County, now Bibb County, and about to cross maybe on into Shelby County here in just a little bit. You can see kind of just part of Shelby County included in that warning, as well as on into Chilton County. So we're going to continue watching all of this. Montevallo, you're watching this, need to take shelter right now immediately as well, too, with this storm as it continues to move up there from the southwest here to the northeast. Persistent, long-track tornado is what we're looking at right now with this storm. We've seen these before. We've seen them in different dates and different times of the year. It doesn't matter. They still do the same thing. Significant damage. You need to be safe. You need to be in your safe place. That's the best thing you can do right now. Know your safe place. You already should have a plan. You put it into place last week when we had those tornadoes, 25 tornadoes in Alabama. None of them, though, are going to be as long track as this or as strong as this one. This one's going to be much stronger, probably a little bit stronger than what we're seeing that went through Shelby County earlier today. So Bibb County there, Chilton County, Shelby County, we're watching all this for you very, very closely as it moves on in. That is our tornado here, moving quite close, going to be just south of the Alabaster area. Calera's right here. Again, giving you an advance notice here. We're watching that one. It's moving up in that direction here and coming really close. This is going to come, that's the Doppler radar, the little hole you see. That is the National Weather Service in Birmingham's Doppler radar. So let's hope it doesn't hit the Doppler radar because we really need this product to give you a good view of what's going on across the area. So watching this here, that is our tornado here, kind of doing another storm track, again, moving right on in toward Montevallo. So if you're watching us there, need to be prepared for this here. Let me go zoom in again here. Griffin, you're not seeing anything else. Just go ahead and shout if you see something else coming on in at this point.
Just that, I mean, this is just as dangerous of a situation as this gets. This is the southernmost storm. It's unimpeded. The reflectivity, I mean, look at that hook echo. There's a massive inflow notch here, and there's your tornado right there, just south of Highway 25. This is going to be coming up very close to Montevallo. If you are in Montevallo or even Calera, you need to be in a safe spot right now. Again, this has been on the ground for over 45 minutes now, and it has tracked through at least coming up on 3 different counties this tornado has tracked through. So this is a very, very serious situation. This is going to be coming through potentially the far northwestern corner of Chilton County as well. So if you're in Wilton, if you are along State Route 139, Ashby, Briarfield, Oakley, again, a very dangerous situation unfolding here for folks that are in northeastern Bibb County, northern Chilton County, and southern Shelby County. Obviously, you just heard from Dave, the Weather Service themselves are considering taking shelter in this situation. And whenever that happens, usually a neighboring office, let's say Peachtree City in Atlanta, or Huntsville, or Jackson, will help take over and continue to issue warnings. So that may be the case. We'll have to wait and see about that. But that just goes to show the gravity of the situation here that we're dealing with.
And they extended that warning for that supercell downwind to Calhoun, Etowah. Or actually, that's the other storm.
That's
sorry,
the other
storm.
Okay, so there's that second storm.
The second
up
storm
there.
still watching.
That's up there in St. Clair County. So that's going to include Rainbow City, east of the Coosa River in Etowah County. Looks like it's going to be including the southern sections of Gadsden. This second storm that we're watching, northern St. Clair County near Ragland.
It's pretty intense on the velocity there.
And passing pretty close to Ohatchee, where we already had a very significant tornado pass through there as well.
Yes, we did.
This is a very dangerous situation. So, I mean, anybody who's within a warning, you need to go to a safe spot right now. It doesn't matter if you're close to the tornado or not. This is just not the day that you want to play around with something like this. We got 2 active storms in progress, one of which has produced a violent long-track tornado that's been on the ground for over 45 minutes now, and it's tracking up into northern Chilton County and southern Shelby County. Again, the Weather Service considering seeking shelter. That's how serious the situation is. So again, very destructive tornado happening right now with a large debris ball that's coming up on Moundville now. Brent and Centreville, you're in the clear. It's well past you now. But if you're downstream from this, Moundville, Wilton, Calera, now's the time. You got to get to that interior room, away from doors and windows. Put as many walls between you and the exterior as possible. Sarah, if you're ready, I'll toss it to you.
Looking at this because you know how destructive. It does not get much worse than what we are seeing on radar right now. So if you have family in Moundville, Calera, Columbiana, you need to text them, call them right now and make sure they are in a safe place. If you are in a mobile home near Columbiana, southern Shelby County, or northern Chilton County, if you're in a mobile home, you have time right now to get into a storm shelter. You cannot be in a mobile home when you see something like this on radar in Bibb County coming towards you. You cannot be in a mobile home right now. So you need to be getting into a storm shelter. For folks in Moundville, anywhere along Alabama 25, along 31, even along I-65 through Shelby and Chilton County, get into a safe place right now. Going to zoom in to show you the areas impacted here shortly. Wilton, Moundville, Calera, Alabama, US 31 right there, the 31 corridor stretching from Calera down through South Calera, Minoka, Ocampo, County Road 201, Dry Valley, Roberta, County Road 23 in southern Shelby County, State Route 155. If any of these roads sound familiar, you need to be in your safe place right now. Through Wilton, this is bearing down on you right now. Rain is starting to pick up in Moundville right now, but the tornado that is on the ground is still west of you, but it is tracking towards you right now. Moundville, even towards the American Village area, you all need to be in your safe place right now. What you're seeing at the bottom of your screen, that is a debris ball that is continuing to track towards you. So not something to take lightly this afternoon or this evening. County Road 95 in southern Calera, County Road 75, County Road 33. This is moving towards you right now. Looking live in Bibb County right now, you can just see just the rainfall and the cloud cover that we're seeing. That's the tornado. That's it. Now you can see that. See that wedge tornado? That is an extremely large tornado that is moving towards southern Shelby County, northern Chilton County right now. It has passed through Brent and is moving through Bibb County right now. This is a live look from Severe Studios right now from Highway 25. That is where the wedge tornado is. You can see how wide this tornado is. You heard Dave mention a wedge basically from top to bottom, a large wedge tornado. The path of this destruction is going to be massive from this storm.
It's wider than it is tall. That just goes to show you. That's why they call it a wedge tornado, because it's just so huge. I mean, that whole thing, it's taking up the entire screen there. Just goes to show you how unbelievably large that tornado is.
And it's wrapped in rain.
Yeah,
I mean but you can see just enough of a definition here. He's about to get some heavy rain coming on in. But where John Humphreys is there with Severe Studios, again, look at that. That is a ginormous tornado moving on through, and this one is headed right to Moundville. Again, if you have friends, if you have family, Sarah just said this, can't stress it enough. Call them, tell them, get to your basement now. Look at how big this tornado is. This is what's coming. And even the Weather Service watching this very closely as well, too, as it comes close to that area as well, too. Going right over Ashby now, headed again to Moundville. So please need to take shelter immediately with this storm. It is so big, it's taken up the whole camera view of this point as well. So again, just incredible here looking at that. That is with John Humphreys, Severe Studios. He's running into some of the heavy rain now. The dark shadow you see in front of him, that actually is that wedge tornado. He's along Highway 25 right now. And again, that is just, the storm has been persistent and it's just not going through. It just went right through Ashby area, through Briarfield right now. Oakley area just impacted by this as well, continuing to move through. But he's on State Route 25.
He's just north,
of
that area of rotation, kind of near Wilton, is where, and he was looking south where you just saw it there. So he's on the northern end of this storm as it's now passing into Shelby County, crossing over into that northwestern corner of Chilton County too, but coming up on Shelby County as well. So it's passing just south of Wilton, that wedge tornado you see there. If you're on County Road 73, County Road 109, 54 in Chilton County, safe place immediately. This is coming right towards you. In the Roberta, Dry Valley area, Montevallo, even as far east as Calera, you need to be in a safe spot right now because this is headed your way.
Right through Briarfield now, just went through Ashby area. Just crossing over Highway 110, right, or rather County Road 33 now, right around Highway 139 for you, going right to 25, where again John is located there. So he's kind of moving himself away because he gets too far down the Highway 25 there. He's going to be right in the direct path of this. But this is because that goes right into Montevallo. Of course, we have university there, so I don't know if they're on spring break or not. But it's something again. But we're still watching this. And, of course, the Weather Service watching this closely because this could be something that's going to be heading right into their back door,
because
literally.
Obviously at this, towards the center of all the radar data there, you see right here, that is where the radar site is. And the Shelby County Airport is kind of halfway between Alabaster and Calera on the map here. So the Weather Service office is pretty dangerously close to the storm. It looks like it'll most likely be passing just south of where the Weather Service office is located. You see the Ray Dome is right about here. That's where the tornado is, down here. So it's tracking up to the northeast like that. That puts it pretty much on a beeline with Calera. That's why we're stressing, if you're in Calera, you need to go to your safe spot right now. It's also likely going to pass just south of the center of Montevallo, but if you're in that southern section of Montevallo, it's too close to call. You need to be in an interior room away from doors and windows. Fortunately, this tornado, has impacted a lot of Brent and Centreville. It's well past Brent and Centreville now. We can give an all clear for you guys, but it's just it's still maintaining its structure very well as it now enters into Chilton County. So once again, this tornado warning includes northern Chilton County. It's going to be passing to the mostly north of Jefferson and Thorsby and Clanton. You know, those same communities that were impacted a week ago by the St. Patrick's Day tornado. This is going to be to the north of you, but it is going to be impacting the southern sections of Shelby County, making beeline right towards Calera. Soon to be crossing over County Road 113, soon to be crossing over State Route 155. If you are familiar with any of these roads I'm mentioning, it's coming up towards you, so you really need to be very careful, stay indoors, and don't move until we give you an all clear. Interior room, away from doors and windows, it's still down. This tornado, which has been on the ground for almost an hour, almost 1 hour, this tornado has just been tracking through, just tearing a huge path in central Alabama that it's causing just massive damage, I'm sure. We've already had reports of 3 fatalities today in Ohatchee. Very sad news. I really hope people are heeding the warnings here today because this is just not a day you want to play around with something like this.
And the live picture you're seeing there, that is in Wilton, so again, in Shelby County. So that is going to be, again, really close. So here's our tornado here in Montevallo there, just to the north. Wilton, you can see it's moving just, so here's Wilton. Here's our tornado. So John's right here, so he's not far from it here. Montevallo looks like it's going to be just missing you, continuing its way toward the Dry Valley area, Roberta area there, Matala Acres area. That is all in the path here of this, but it's large tornado as it moves on through that area. So again, John's there in Wilton. That's the video you're looking at here with a very, very heavy rain coming on in. You can see where he is located here. This is where the heavy rain is. This is where the tornado is. The large tornado. You saw how wide that was. I mean, that's bigger than the screen can show.
Enormous.
So, I mean, the one estimate we saw was maybe 1.5 miles wide. Again, that's just an estimate, so we'll have to wait for the damage path to go through. But so Montevallo, Wilton, there it is. It's going going to go just to your south, Dry Valley, Robert area there coming on in. Again, this has shown no signs here of weakening. Griffin just showed this, but that rotation is just really, really, really strong out here with all that counterclockwise circulation here. Looks like it's going to be just moving just to the south here of the Weather Service office, which there's where the radar is, Weather Service office right along Shelby County Airport there along Interstate 65. So pretty close. Again, our debris tracker. There it is. Now, it's not looking quite as impressive.
Getting a little
it's
noisy
also,
as well.
It is. It's going to contaminate being close to the radar, too. But the radar is going to get a good sampling here of exactly how strong those winds are as it gets close to it. And as that happens, we'll have really good perspective here at service, the meteorologists at the Weather Service, see just how strong those winds are with this tornado as it gets really close to that radar. But again, Montevallo, Wilton area, it looks like it just immediately, not stone's throw away from you is where the track was here. So probably still had some debris continuing to fall across those areas. Dry Valley, Roberta area, it is moving right into your area right now. If you have friends and family live there, call them, tell them to take their safe place immediately as well too, as you want to be, again, below ground is the best thing to do at this point. In a basement, best thing for you to do at this point. So there you can see here, getting, again, pretty quick updates. The Dry Valley area there, this was a tornado emergency here, of course, with the confirmed large tornado. We saw live there with John from Storm Studios getting us that video for us. So again, this is the storm coming on in. Going to move just south there. It looks like the Weather Service is kind of making more of that, kind of a right turn to it a little bit. But still, Dry Valley, Roberta, it's over top of you. Again, hard to get a good perspective of it when it's that close to the radar. Sometimes it's not the best way to see what we're talking about, but there again is your strong rotation. So County Road 201, it's right along County Road 201, just cross State Road 155, heading over toward County Road 133, and eventually be crossing over 31, as well as Interstate 65 here. So we'll be watching that. So if you're watching this Calera, again, take shelter immediately. It looks like it could be making a beeline right toward the Calera area. And again, it's a little more populated out there compared to where the tornado has been as it gets closer to the interstate. A lot of businesses and homes, of course. So we're going to be watching this one here very, 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 very closely.
And Dave, I want to point out, we do have a big cluster of showers that's now developing in Chilton County. So obviously not a big enough reason to let your guard down yet. But this could be a good thing. This is probably kind of impeding the inflow to this storm. It hasn't had much development south of it, and that's why it's maintained its structure so well for the past hour now. But now we've got some showers developing in Chilton County, and when that rain-cooled air gets ingested by the storm, that could cause it to weaken a little bit. Still, you need to be in shelter if you're in Calera or Columbiana, because you guys are in that tornado warning polygon. You need to stay put for the time being and wait for this thing to pass. You see the lapse here. You see how strong that radar signature was when it was back in Bibb County. Even as far back as Hale County, this storm had a very profound debris signature with it. So if you're in Calera, just stay put for a little bit longer. Fortunately, Jemison and Thorsby, this is going to be missing you, and it's going to be, you're seeing a lot of heavy rain right now, but fortunately the tornado itself is passing to the north of you. But it is coming up on Highway 31. So let's pause that radar loop. There's your tornado right there, basically right on top of Roberta and Dry Valley now. But this is coming up into downtown
Look at the wind
Calera.
in that video, with the rain kind of blowing by.
Yeah, I'm sorry, one more time, Dave?
You see the live Shelby County video where you are, right there, again from John, they're showing the wind zipping by, just going into that tornado likely.
Yeah, it's just remarkable how strong this storm has been for such a long time. This is why we said long track tornadoes at the beginning of the day.
There it is.
Yeah, that looks like a little bit of a lowering there.
As soon as you can get some better perspective.
Yeah. Okay, so looks like he's passing.
See if he can get past all that.
He's passing like the industrial area of Calera. That side of Calera is pretty industrial. You see obviously some sort of refinery there. I believe he's still on Highway 25, so he's coming up really close to this thing. If there's a tornado there, he's like you said, Dave,
he's going to be right near it.
Yeah.
Of course, unlike the Great Plains, where there's no trees, we have plenty of trees and hills here. But that is right off in the distance there. As soon as it gets to some sort of break in the trees, that dark shadow you see, there it is. There's our tornado. It looks like it'd be somewhere right in through there.
Maybe on the left-hand side where he's pointing the camera, or
I mean, it's just rain wrapped anyway.
Another great example of why it's difficult to see these trees. You have so many trees here.
Love the trees, but
it's not like,
it doesn't help us with spotting. But
it's not like the plains where you can see it from 5 miles away.
Right. There we go. Here's a bigger clearing here.
Okay.
You know, that looks like a base lowering right there. I'm not quite sure exactly the direction he's looking. He may be getting out ahead of it far enough, which would be the safer thing to do here. He's not in the rain anymore either, if you notice.
Right.
So he's probably right into Calera.
He's probably a little further out ahead of it, too.
Yeah, he's probably coming into Calera. We'll probably come up along Interstate 65 here shortly. And looks like this could be going. If you're watching this in Calera, please, you need to take shelter immediately with this.
Yep, stay put.
It's right over Calera area now, coming on in here. It's going to continue. County Road 2075, right through Calera. The storm's going to go right on in over those areas. Again, it's kind of hard to tell here just looking at the debris signature because of where its location is so close to the radar. But just looking at the reflectivity of it, that hook is going to coming right over top of that location there. You can see what we're talking about here, what we have. So here again, Calera, Interstate 65, Highway 31, Highway 25 coming right through there. There is our tornado here coming right up through South Calera to Calera area. It's moving on in about 50 miles per hour. So this is a fast moving storm. You can see here, watching this one here, he's showing a very dark clouds. I cannot tell. Remember, this thing is ginormous. So there's your hook. So this is coming on in South Calera. This is going to come right over top of your area, right in through here. This is where we're talking about here. That tornado is coming into your neck of the woods. Looking at the reflectivity, that's what we have. The velocity product still showing again the strong rotation here, right into South Calera. Here's County Road right now 95. There's 25 from Roberta coming to Calera. Here's Interstate 65, Highway 31. If you live in those areas, that's where we're talking about. Again, hard to tell here, but that's where our tornado would be, right in through here. Very noisy since it's so close to the radar, but that's it. That is coming right up in toward Calera area. So he is on Highway 31 and 18th Avenue in Calera. That's where John is located right now.
He's very close.
He's very close. I mean, look how dark the sky. I mean, this is Calera. That's Highway 31 coming right through here. This is our tornado coming on in. That is going to come right through there. So again, it's going to be really, really close to where he is located. Not, you want to be in your safe place. You want to be, again, please take shelter. This has been a long, very large and destructive tornado. You're seeing the video there on the side of your screen there. That could be the tornado. Kind of hard to tell because this is a large tornado. That rotation coming right up in through there as well too. Just looking at the storm relative velocity with it. Hard to tell. There it was. I'll give you a better idea. Right in through here, right through South Calera to Calera. That is what we're talking about. That is our tornado. Your debris, kind of hard to tell, but that's where it is. So if you're living in Calera, South Calera, tornado is right through your area right now. So if you listen to us, tornado is on top of you right now. You can see here what we're trying to get. John's trying to get a better perspective of it. You can see where the brighter sky is, but nonetheless, though, still watching this here very, very closely. Let me go ahead and severe wind. Maybe this will give us. There it is. Right. That's where it's going to be. Right there.
They're north of the tornado at the Weather Service office, but the wind is still gusting up to 46 knots, which is grantham 55 miles an hour.
So here's our tornado, right in through here. So County Road 67, Grantham Road, it's about to cross the interstate right now, kind of heading to County Road 67 as well too. There's South Calera is what we're talking about right here. Again, moving right through the Calera area as we speak. So that is where our tornado is located now. This is Interstate 65 right through here. So it is crossing the interstate as we speak, and it's going to continue to kind of work its way here on in toward County Road 67. Timberline Drive, you're watching us Timberline Trail, shelter now. Tornado's on top of you. Heading to Dogwood Drive, County Road 306, County Road 301, Evervine Drive. All of you, that tornado is coming right over top of your area now, coming just past south of this Calera City Center, which would be right here. This is our tornado. This is the best way to show you where it is. Here's Interstate 65, again, crossing right over. Looks like he is right there on the
He's
overpass.
on I-65 now.
He's at the overpass. That's got to be it right there. There it is. That's it. That's your tornado.
It's crossing over the.
That is it. Look how large it is.
Right now.
There it is, crossing Interstate 65. Multiple vortex tornado.
This is crossing over I-65 right now. There should not be anybody on the
Nope.
highway.
And
right
look at all
there.
the cars.
That's
they
it.
stop. There's some stop and looks like the southbound lanes.
They're stopping to let it pass.
Right here.
Look at that.
Yeah, multiple vortex tornado from what we just saw in his video there. large. You saw how big it was. It just crossed over Interstate 65. Now it's heading into their subdivision just beyond that there. So again, very large tornado, likely very destructive tornadoes we saw there. You saw those little swirls going around it. That would be multiple vortex. That means you have different tornadoes around the parent tornado. Probably was like that the entire time, but that was our first time being able to see that. That just crossed over Interstate 65. This is your tornado right there. Again, just crossing the interstate. Just here's Calera, so it missed the really downtown area, if you will, of Calera, but crossing over 65. John is right here. He's along Highway 25 right now, just to the north of that. Let me go ahead and bring this map down a little bit and show you. That is where he's located. Timberline Trail, Timberline Drive, tornadoes over you now. Dogwood Drive, County Road 306, heading toward the Ozan area. It's going to move right over top of you. County Road 301, Everline Drive. Take shelter now. This is our tornado. This is where it's going to continue to move. Looking at debris tracker, boom, there it is right there. Again, just impressive looking here. We saw it as across the interstate, and it continues to move through. John's getting a good view of us there from Shelby County, of course, where he's located there just outside, now just to the east of Calera along Highway 25 here. Here's the main Interstate 65 corridor. It has crossed over the interstate now. Large tornado, multi-vortex, it looked like from what we could tell from that video. And again, just moving in, likely a significant path of destruction with it. This has been on the ground for well over an hour now, and we're talking, what, 60 some miles, Griffin, maybe even more than that.
Yeah, potentially
as well
60
too.
miles. This thing has been down, and it's still down.
It has not
saw
stopped.
That incredible live shot that we just saw of it crossing over I-65. But this is, fortunately, this has cleared the city of Calera. It's now fully east of I-65. Now the immediate concern is for places like Columbiana, Shelby Springs, Hillsdale, all of these communities in eastern Shelby County now under the gun from this tornado.
Shelby Springs, Shelby Junction, right over top of Ozan right now. This is where we're talking about. There's Columbiana. Yep, you're going to be next down the pike for this, unfortunately. So we're watching that. Calera, you're in the clear right now. It has passed by you right now. Looking at their latest radar, there it is. There's your debris ball. Storm went right just south of the Weather Service. Here's the National Weather Service Doppler radar. There is our storm. That is the debris ball, if you will, here. And it continues to have very strong winds with it. Right there. There is our velocity product showing where the strongest wind are. And again, we'll talk about this is where our tornado is currently located. So if you're watching us in those areas, here's County Road 86, Springs Junction. It's coming right over top of you. It's actually right over top of you as you hear my voice right now. It is coming into those neighborhoods now. Heading over toward County Road 86, Long Branch Parkway, Wilson Road. We're also talking about here just off to the south of State Route 25. And that's where John is located here.
He is dangerously close to this.
He's along. This is 25. Here's our tornado. Now it's again probably closer to Spring Junction now. We'll see the new scan. It'll jump over there momentarily here. But there you see, there's his video. If you want to go ahead and take that full again, that is the tornado off there into his shot. It is a very large wedge tornado, which means the top and bottom are from straight to the cloud to the down. It is not a funnel. It is not a little stovepipe. It is an actual tornado. A little bird flying there saying, "I'm out of here." We are still looking at this. This is your tornado. It's hard to see. Again, we love our trees here in Alabama. They don't help with spotting tornadoes at all. But indeed, okay, Shelby County Road 86.
He's just north. Just north of it.
Just north of it. So he just turned off at 25, which 86 hits 25.
He's in the bear's cage, so to speak.
If you
he
want
really
to, yeah,
is. I mean,
that's our
close.
tornado right there. Again, he's not as impressive of a view as it once had, but doesn't matter. It's still a very large tornado coming into Springs Junction. It's over top of Springs Junction right now. If you're watching us in Springs Junction, that's what we're talking about. So hard to tell here. It's wrapped in rain anyway, but this is where our tornado is, and it's going to continue to be in that area. So he's going to continue looking at this, kind of zooming out a little bit there, and still be watching it. So he's going to be going down Highway 86, which he cannot do. Now he's going to run into the damage path of this. So it'll be interesting to see here in less than a mile. He probably won't be able to go much farther south because he's going to cross right over top of where this is. So kind of give you an idea where he is. Here's 25. Here's 86.
Still a debris ball with this. That's co-located with, the velocity signature. It's right on top of it, so it's still there.
It's all there, and it is not stopped. There's your tornado. Again, debris indicator, best way to show it. He's going to drive right into there. So when you're watching his video there, again, it doesn't look, it's still pretty close to the area. Here's Shelby Springs, Shelby Junction. We're right over top of Shelby Junction. That is our tornado. He won't be able to get too much farther before he's going to cross over some damage and debris there. I'm sure we'll see that momentarily if he's staying on Highway 86 at that point. County Road 42, it's over top of you right now, headed to State Route 25 again. So here's 42. I'll kind of move this over here a little bit here. Here's 42. Here is Highway 25. Looks like it's going to go back up and hit 25 because it kind of winds around there through rural Shelby County. But still going to be watching that right there. That is our tornado. The reflectivity shows, there it is. You can see, look at his video right now. If you want to go ahead and take that full again,
yep,
that is it. That is the tornado right there.
Just saw it for a fleeting moment right behind those trees.
Right behind
there
the trees.
It is.
This is it. This is the tornado right through here. Large wedge tornado. We say wedge again because the top and bottom are straight down. And that is our tornado. Continues to move on in very quickly to the northeast, and as it does so, will continue to bring those areas there some significant destruction. Now he is crossing Highway 42, it looks like right there. He's on 25 again. He's back on 25, so that's good. He's off of 86 probably because he won't be able to go very far on 86 anyway. But still dealing with, he's continuing on 25. So here's 25 up here, so it kind of give you a better perspective where the strongest rotation is, right in through here. Here's 42, so he crossed over that. So he's through Shelby Springs now. He's continuing on Highway 25. This is eventually going to come up to right where he's located there. So, of course, John's going to take close action, be very, very careful here as the storm has now moved just past Shelby Springs. Again, 25 is this road right here. Here's the tornado, and he is still kind of behind it a little bit because he just crossed Highway 42. So he's back into here looking at that tornado. You can see how dark it is out there. Current time is 5:52. We still have another hour of daylight with this one. But again, persistent supercell thunderstorm here. Again, the reflectivity still shows with this that we are talking about that debris ball tied in with it. Just off to the east right now of Shelby Springs area. Strong rotation continues. Look at that. Look at this right now. And the velocity showing up there. Again, our winds, there's our tornado there, and again, our debris tracker showing again where that tornado is located. So right now between Highway 25, Highway 42, which is going off to the southeast, going to be crossing right over that location there. And as it continues to do so, this storm is going to continue moving, and again, in an area that they've seen, I haven't seen something here, but this has just been one incredible long track tornado. Wouldn't be surprised here if we saw damage as upwards of EF3 type damage out there too with this. So this continues to move through. Right now it was just passed over Christian Lane, Sweet Gum Road, Brown Road area. It's headed further here up into the areas. Let's go up here to the north. Right now County Road 315 about to head up your way. Take shelter immediately now. The tornado is coming right over top of you as we go forward here. That storm continues to move on in. Again, this is still very impressive. Here's 25, and John is on 25 at this point, and it continues to see, I think that's what he's looking at now, maybe kind of looking at this whole thing. Sarah, what do you got for us?
Yeah, Dave, the National Weather Service moved the warning a little bit farther north to include a little bit farther north of Childersburg, just because we're seeing the center of the track of the storm move a little bit up towards the north. So this is tracking towards Columbiana right now. So if you are in Columbiana, you need to be in your safe place. Also, Wilsonville, you guys will be next too. So Columbiana, you need to be there now. Wilsonville, you guys are next, and then up towards 280 and Childersburg, you guys will be under the gun here in about 30 minutes or so. Some of the roads impacted, if you live near Valentine, County Road 703, County Road 31, State Route 145 in Shelby County, County Road 1, County Road 9, 4 Mile. All of you guys need to be in your safe place right now. We cannot stress enough how dangerous this is just from the images we're seeing on your screen right now from Severe Studios. This is a large wedge tornado that crossed over Interstate 65, likely producing damage as we speak. Thankfully, we are seeing rain out of ahead of this, but it has not weakened this storm enough yet. We're still seeing this very clearly defined debris ball here that is moving right towards Columbiana. So Columbiana is right here. Here's the tornado. This is County Road 47 that runs through Columbiana. That is where the tornado is going to track over right now. County Road 30, you guys are next. County Road 5, County Road 7. Check in with your friends and family right now. I have been doing that. I know everyone in this studio has been texting anyone they know in southern Shelby County right now to let them know that this is coming towards you. We have already had fatalities today. Let's please try to get everyone safe through this very dangerous tornado right now. Carlton Point, this is tracking towards you. Cospers Bend, County Road 98 in Shelby County, County Road 90, and then towards 280 in Childersburg. This is where the tornado warning, this is the edge of the tornado warning, so that's enough notice for you right now to be getting into that safe place as we speak. I'll send it back over to Dave.
Right now, we'll continue to watch this again. If you're in Columbiana, shelter now. You've got 3 minutes till the storm gets to your area there.
Still a TDS.
3 minutes.
It's still down.
It's still down.
Crossing over County Road 47.
Yep, and Highway 25 coming right in. It's in Columbiana right now, though. So, again, if you're watching us in Columbiana, take shelter now. Safe place right now. Take cover. This storm is coming right into Columbiana here. So you can see here, here's County Road 78, County Road or Highway 25, State Road 25, State Road 70, all coming on in, 47, all 25, all of this coming into Columbiana. Tornado is in Columbiana right now. Take shelter immediately here. This is your tornado. This is what we've been watching all for the last over an hour. It's now going into Columbiana right now, likely a very large tornado, possibly multiple vortex, which means it has many tornadoes spinning around the big parent tornado or within the big parent tornado. So that is coming on into Columbiana as we speak. So if you're watching us there, need to be in your safe place immediately. Right now, kind of zooming on into Columbiana itself, kind of taking its way on into County Road 47, 25, Walton Street, Mill Street, every road here, Mildred, Carter Lane, Lester, Collins, you name it, Pittstra, Bolton, Briarwood, again, moving right through your area here, coming right in, maybe not quite to downtown, looks like it maybe just brushed the city there. There again, there's our tornado. Remember how large it is, so even if it's not centered over Columbiana, you're feeling the influence of those strong winds. And we're talking trees potentially down here as well, too, and we'll continue to watch this one moving on in. But there it is. This supercell has been persistent. It has not weakened at all.
And they're going with the tornado emergency again.
Tornado emergency.
Another tornado emergency. So this is going to be...
I see why.
Yeah, I mean, this says that we saw it cross over I-65. It's still there. That's a very large debris ball crossing over Ferry Road right now, very close to the center of downtown Columbiana. There's your debris ball right there. It's getting larger again. It's had a history of producing widespread damage back down to the southwest. This is near County Road 30, County Road 5, State Route 61. If you're anywhere near these roads, you need to be in a safe spot right now, especially in Wilsonville. This is tracking northeast right up towards Wilsonville along the Coosa River, a very small little town here in eastern Shelby County, but nonetheless, you're next in line for this storm. That's another potentially very significant tornado that is now developing east of Columbiana. We're keeping a close eye on John Humphrey's live stream. That's his live shot there on the right-hand side of your screen. Obviously, he's encountering some hilly and vegetated terrain. There's a lot of trees there, obviously. This is Alabama. There's certainly a lot of trees and a lot of hills here, so it's very difficult to see. But that is a very profound... Wow. It just expanded a lot just in that last scan there.
Well, it's going through those trees. I mean, there's your debris.
Yeah, that is debris that you just saw it expand like that just in one scan of the radar. That is unreal, this signature that's coming in east of Columbiana. And we're going on potentially about an hour and 10 minutes that this thing has been down. It is still down. It's been on the ground for about at least 50 to 60 miles. This tornado has been down. So it's not over yet, still going. So Wilsonville, Carlton Point, Valentine, anybody along the Coosa River.
Oh, look at that. Look at that. Look at the camera.
There it is.
There it is.
There it is. Right there in the center of your screen. That has to be quarter mile, half a mile wide tornado. that's right there, and he's moving away from
the
and,
tornado.
and I'm glad he's doing that, because that is a very large tornado that is down. You just saw it there for a brief fleeting moment. But notice how the trees obscure it. That's why it's really difficult to go out and see this sort of thing.
And he's booking it through there, so he's trying to get away from this right now.
I don't blame him. He should. I wouldn't want to be the one taking chances with this for sure.
Nope.
And so the next in line, Wilsonville, Childersburg. Anybody in Childersburg along the Coosa River there, you need to go to a safe spot right now. Looks like he's getting up on higher terrain.
Yeah, there we go.
He's probably going to be able to see it a little bit better, but it's right behind him.
It's right behind him.
Driving away from it. I think he's on Highway 25, about to come into Wilsonville.
I think that's, because it makes sense. The terrain goes up that way.
Yeah.
So he's going to try to get the perspective of that as the storm comes in. But yeah, it is literally, you saw there briefly for a few seconds how large that tornado was right behind him. He continues to, looks like he's still climbing an elevation through there.
Just unreal how massive this thing actually is. So all the more reason to take it very seriously. I think we can say now that if you're in the center of Columbiana, this is fully to the east of downtown Columbiana now. Now the immediate concern is for Wilsonville. Anybody who's along Highway 25, this is coming right towards you, right where you see John Humphrey's live stream there. This is coming up into Wilsonville now. So that's the next town in line for this tornado, which again has been it's been causing significant damage for over an hour now. That's all the evidence you need, that you need to go to an interior room and take this storm very seriously. Also included in this warning is Childersburg.
Yeah.
It's got a while before it gets to Childersburg, maybe about 15 to 20 minutes, but go to your safe spot. Interior room, away from doors and windows. Very serious situation that we're dealing with here. And fortunately, this is clear the city of Calera. It's well past Calera. It's now past Columbiana. But Wilsonville, get to that safe spot immediately. Dave?
Yeah, again, we're watching this here, of course, John there, and trying to get us up a little bit higher elevation to give us a better perspective of it. But we saw that tornado briefly as he was trying to get far enough away from it, so which is smart. But again, if you're watching us in Wilsonville, again, take shelter immediately. You're likely to be clipping just over top of the Wilsonville area now here in the next few minutes. So again, take shelter, be safe. You don't want to be anywhere near this very large destructive tornado according to the Weather Service here. You can see here right now, John's actually kind of working by it. See, he's on 61 right now. So is that they're going to see he's turned on State Route 61. Just saw that on the map. There it is through Wilsonville. So he's kind of right in through here is what we're looking at. So again, as he moves through this area, this is where we're watching. He's going to try to get here as the tornado comes on in. He's keeping himself safe, but still getting pretty close to where we're talking about where the storm is. So look, Columbiana, again, the storm has kind of moved just off there to the east of you right now, and kind of looking at, there it is. You can see where that blue area is. Looking at the severe winds with this, you can see just how intense some of those winds are right now. And looking at the reflectivity, this is where the tornado is here, coming right on in toward Wilsonville as we speak. So the Wilsonville area, take cover now. Need to be in your lowest place, safe place right now. So that is where our storm is. Our velocity shows how intense the winds are at this point. And again, looks like that's coming down maybe a little bit here, not quite as impressive.
Yes.
I'll take it. But we still have a tornado
still not enough
debris. Still have debris at least being lofted into the air with that. If I can get this to work here for me. There we go. We still have that tornado. Here it is coming into the Wilsonville area. Right now, the tornado warning in effect until 6:30. Currently, it's 6:03. So for those out there in Columbiana, things are in the clear for you right now. Wilsonville, State Route 145, State Route 25, State Route 61. Take shelter if you live off of any of those. County Road 61, County Road 103, County Road 31. It's all coming toward that direction there. Wilsonville. There's Childersburg. Need to keep an eye on that one there. Highway 231 corridor may go near Harpersville. If you're watching us in Harpersville, kind of just there to the north, you can see this might be going right through Wilsonville, kind of splitting maybe the difference between Harpersville and Childersburg. So if you're watching us there, please take shelter. This is a large tornado that's been on the ground for, as Griffin said, well over an hour now, and it's been persistent the entire time too. So we talked about a long track tornado. Perfect example. Still going over an hour long here. Supercell has been persistent. The first one that we had that caused significant damage across Shelby County, that was a persistent long track supercell that had intermittent tornadoes throughout its lifetime. This one has just been one persistent tornado the entire time. Large wedge tornado, meaning the top and bottom are as wide. It's not that little skinny V-type tornado you see or stovepipe tornado. This would be a large wedge tornado.
Very large. And just to give you some of the landmarks in the path of this thing, there's a very popular horse farm in Wilsonville. This is coming up right near Shelby Oaks Farm. This is headed right towards you. So if you're in Wilsonville and you can hear my voice, you need to seek shelter immediately. In about 5 to 10 minutes, a tornado is headed in your direction. You need to be in an interior room, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, because this is a very serious situation. And obviously, Childersburg is the next storm in line. It's continuing that track northeast, still pretty much on a B line right towards Childersburg. So Wilsonville, Childersburg, go ahead and go to your safe spot right now. We're watching that live stream very closely. We've gotten a couple of snapshots of the tornado as John Humphreys has been kind of moving in between the trees. We can get sometimes a brief fleeting view of that tornado, but it's enough that, I mean, during those fleeting moments, it looks like it's about a quarter mile to a half a mile wide. This is a very large, very destructive tornado, Dave.
And it's about to cross Highway 25, actually probably already crossed 25.
There's also
right
an
now.
Alabama power plant there.
There is 4 miles.
Right there in the Coosa River, right near, there's those big smokestacks that you can see from miles away. There's that Alabama power plant that's right there. You know that site where the big smokestacks are? You can see them from really far away in Shelby County. That's where the tornado is right now. It's coming up into Wilsonville. So immediately, you need to be in shelter. Cannot stress this enough. You're in Wilsonville, Childersburg. Go to that safe spot right now.
I think, John, he was on Highway 61. He just turned. I think he went right through the town of Wilsonville right now. Wilsonville, rather. It looks like, try to see if they can see a road sign coming on in here. But it looks like the tornado's likely going to be in front of him at this point. So you can see here, sorry, on my shoulder, just kind of looking at the TV screen to see where he is located. So here's our tornado. Here's Wilsonville. Highway, again, 145 here. This is 61 kind of coming out of their Wilsonville past the mobile home park there. Don't want to be in your mobile homes right now. You want to be in a safe place. Here's the tornado crossing Highway 25, County Road 7, 9, Route 145, and again heading up towards 61. So I think we were seeing John here in Wilsonville, possibly going up 61 north here to try to not quite intercept this, but be close to this here as we go on in. So you can see he's really slowing down a little bit, waiting for the storm. Lots of trees coming out into those areas. That's a lot of this debris is probably more trees than anything. But here is our tornado. Again, looking at the reflectivity from it, there's your debris ball here. The big supercell off to the north, the whole thunderstorm here coming right into the Wilsonville area. Childersburg, you need to watch this one as well, too, very, very, very closely. Still seeing here a rotation not as quite as impressive as it once was, but
good.
That's a good thing. But we're still looking at, again, debris showing up with this here. And there's your debris ball, again, your TDS, or tornado detection signature, coming right into the Wilsonville area. Now, I will say there's a chance, you can hope and pray, that it is weakening quite a bit here, or starting to. We're still seeing that debris. We're still tracking that right now here as it comes on in toward the Wilsonville area and the mobile home park right there as well, too.
And I want to point out, Dave, we do have some more, some heavy rainfall to the south of this thing, which may be kind of diminishing the storm a little bit as well. But as you just saw there, that TDS is still there. This has been down for an hour and 15 minutes now, maybe longer, that this tornado has been down. This is what we said when we said long track tornadoes. So if you're in Wilsonville, stay put for just a little bit longer. Columbiana, this is past you. We can give you an all clear. It's just the extreme eastern part of Shelby County now pushing into what looks like Talladega County as well. Childersburg kind of next in line for this storm. Obviously, it's on top of Wilsonville now. Harpersville, this is going to be passing south of you. You're getting a ton of heavy rain, a ton of lightning strikes, maybe some pea-sized hail up in Harpersville, but this tornado is passing to the south of you. So Harpersville, not necessarily needing to worry about this tornado that is down and on top of Wilsonville now. There's the velocity data. You can see there, not nearly as impressive as what we saw, especially when it crossed over Shelby County, crossed over I-65, but there's still a TDS there. And the TDS may be a little bit lagged behind the velocity data, so we'll get another scan of that coming up in the next minute and a half. But National Weather Service obviously continuing that tornado warning for the time being until around
Shelby and
6:30
then
p.m.
Talladega kind of county there.
Okay, yeah,
It's
that's
kind
the
of
continuation of that warning.
Yep, till 6:30.
I wonder if that little dot that we're seeing there might be, you know, a little bit. That could be indicative of debris. A little bit hard to say for sure, but this is
it's trying to weaken, which would be amazing.
Yeah,
I would love to see that.
It's certainly not as impressive as it was, you know, back an hour ago when it was in Bibb County. That's good. Like I said, a ton of heavy rain down to the south of it, so that could be working in our favor, Dave.
Let's hope so. You can see there with what you're doing on the radar. Then there's storms to the south, and there's Sylacauga. Now, there's not severe weather for you, Sylacauga, but some heavy rain and gusty winds out there. By the way, when this passed by the Weather Service office there, again, just to the south of the Weather Service, in 1 hour, they got 2 inches of rain. That's how heavy that rain is coming down with this, on top of the tornado itself. So just incredible to see all that. You can see here where we're talking about, there is Wilsonville. The tornado is over top of there. As mentioned before, we have seen signs that it's trying to weaken a little bit, which would be some amazing, amazing news. As it gets to Wilson Home, the mobile home park there, Valentine, Indian Shoals, Cosper's Bend is coming up your way next. Childersburg, again, you're watching this one pretty closely here. So here's Childersburg, Highway 231, Mount Sharon to the south there, Valentine area, Wilsonville. It's right over top of Wilsonville now. But when we look at velocity, a couple scans ago, you had probably 150 mile an hour, what we call the gate-to-gate shear, winds going around. So the winds in that tornado roughly about 150 miles per hour, roughly. So that would be significant with the damage it would propose there, with those winds that strong. But when you're looking at the debris tracker right now, you're not seeing quite as much. We can only hope that this would be the end of it for the moment. But remember, the one we had earlier, Sarah, went through cycles. And so it would be producing. Now, this one was been a tornado for over an hour. Other ones, they were not lasting quite as long. But what do you have for us?
Yeah, that's right, Dave. I want to show you what we're looking right now on radar. We still have the active tornado warning, even though we are seeing signs of weakening, which is good. But if you are in the tornado polygon, including Childersburg and into Talladega County, stay in your safe place, because what we saw earlier, the supercell moved from west to east, border to border, Mississippi to Georgia, and the storm weakened and strengthened as it moved across the state. So we're not in the clear just yet until the tornado warning completely expires. But what we're watching, and the reason why this might be weakening, is because all of the rainfall you're seeing right here through Sylacauga and along 280. That's because that is basically cutting off the fuel to this storm. So you need fuel for these thunderstorms to continue to stay strong and produce tornadoes. So when you cut off that fuel source, that's why we could be seeing that weakening happening. But if there is a tornado right now, we would need to be really cautious for folks in Childersburg that this is tracking towards you. So you need to be in your safe place if you're in Childersburg right now, anywhere from Forest Hill Drive up through County Road 180 right now. The most recent scan right now past Wilsonville. So this storm is exiting Wilsonville right now and tracking towards Childersburg. Very heavy rainfall through Cosper's Bend, Chancellor Crossroads, and continuing into Talladega County. This is south of Harpersville. Again, the tornado debris signature not looking as impressive as before when we saw the really closed circle of blue. That was when we were really concerned about debris. But we still need to be watching this as it moves through Wilsonville towards Childersburg right now. But again, showing signs of weakening, but we cannot let our guard down until this tornado warning completely expires. Zooming out to show you the big picture here. Here is our tornado warning tracking into Talladega County right now.
Sarah, it looks like they just canceled it.
Okay, they just canceled it, so that's good. So let's do a reset of what we have going on right now. So that tornado warning is canceled. What we still have in place is flash flood warning. So if you are under any of these heavy downpours, flash flooding is likely. We do still have a thunderstorm right now moving through Fayette that does have a lot of lightning with it, so we're going to watch that one for potential strengthening, but again, not severe right now. So good news, that is the end of the active tornado warnings we have across the area, and the rainfall is starting to come towards an end in Birmingham, but we still have the tornado watch in effect. We'll be watching this closely for the next several hours because we are still not out of the woods just yet. Dave.
All right, it's kind of gearing back up here again. They just canceled that tornado warning. Again, Griffin and I have been doing some math here, mostly Griffin at this point. Over an hour.
Over an hour, 100 miles.
100 miles.
100, right around 100 miles.
So to give you a perspective of where it is, the storm is now closing close toward the Childersburg area there. That is where it was, or is currently. And if, again, you kind of draw a line from there all the way through Brent, just north of Greensboro, and then came on in toward near Meridian, Mississippi. That is about the track. So when we talk about long track, strong tornadoes, there is a perfect example of what we were talking about with that storm as it continued to move through those areas. Fortunately, if I could say this, Griffin, correct me.
No active warnings.
I do not see any tornado warnings on the map right now.
For maybe the first time since around 11:30 this morning?
I do not see anything. Wow. Just to give you an idea here, what we're looking at, we're still watching those storms. The storm as it's gone into Talladega here, we'll keep an eye on it because it could be cycling, but right now it looks like it's weakening, and I think what we've been talking about, the storms near Sylacauga to Alexander City, have really helped with weakening that initial supercell. Hey, we'll take it. Whatever Mother Nature can throw at us, we'll take. Birmingham area here. Here's Talladega, Sylacauga, Alexander City area. Again, watching these storms here as they move on through the region. We're still watching them pretty closely, but you can see here their storms kind of finally starting to weaken just a little bit more. This is our long tracks tornado and supercell here coming closer into Talladega area. Now, again, the storm is not tornadic at this point, so that is some good news. But it did produce, of course, a long damage path that's going to take a long time for, of course, the Weather Service to take a look at that, and they'll do so there. But it's moving just north of Childersburg. Again, looking at that velocity product with it, we're not seeing that significant rotation anymore. Again, the debris product, just to prove it to you, we're not seeing that debris signature anymore either as well. So on the reflectivity here, we're still watching, again, heavy rain, Childersburg to Talladega. So Talladega, you're going to get heavy rain, possibly some gusty winds. Looking at our severe winds here, there's still some up near Childersburg, but not as significant for you. We're seeing some down to the south as well, too, kind of working the way on and not too far away from, let's say, Coosa County, Tallapoosa County as well, too. So, again, I just want to show you before we toss it over to Art and Sherry that at the moment, we don't have any tornado warnings out there, but we're still watching that cell as it kind of works its way closer toward the Talladega area. So, Art and Sherry, wow, what an impressive storm.
We can take a little bit of a breath for a moment here, let people kind of catch their breath because we've been through it so far.
My goodness, the people out there right now, we're getting updated information. Ohatchee, unfortunately, 5 people dead because of that tornado, and the damage unreal, not only in that community. Pelham, 30 to 50 homes damaged, and they're still assessing. They say that is just an early estimate of what they're dealing with.
Yeah, let me take you through Ohatchee right now. As Sherry mentioned, 5 dead. The death toll now 5 dead in Ohatchee, 3 in a home in Ohatchee, 1 in a mobile home there, and 1 in a mobile home in Wellington. That information is coming to us from the coroner's office there. As we were hearing from our meteorologist earlier, and Sarah Canty pointed it out, she said, look, looking at that damage, at some point I will really be surprised if we get out of this without someone being seriously hurt or someone dead, and sure enough, that's exactly what we have. We just hope that this is the end of that as we're being able to take a breath now with no more tornado warnings right now.
We do want to show you some of the video that's out there. This is in this storm. Is that Shelby County, the bigger one? When we started to get these earlier images of the storm, but that one, this is just how big and huge. This was an earlier one. This isn't even the one they were just talking about, but these are massive storms that have touched down, one on the ground for an hour or more, but this one...
This one from John Humphreys from Severe Studios as he was out there chasing it, and that's when we got a chance to see just how massive that storm was, that tornado is.
And you should have seen the response inside here, even for our meteorologists to see how big that is. And you can only imagine. I've spoken to a family in the Calera area. They were in the closet as this storm came through just south of them, didn't do damage to their home. But again, just the ferocity of this and just knowing that is on the ground and has been on the ground going through communities. We haven't been able to assess damage in a lot of these other communities, but we do have other video of some of these storms.
As we look at the size of this is one that Griffin was tracking throughout the day. Our storm team meteorologists, they've been on top of this, tracking these storms, making sure that you know where they were before they got to your area. He tracked this for more than an hour on the ground, more than 100 miles. That's unbelievable when you think about a tornado being on the ground that long and the amount of damage that it can do during that time. And this is what we were fearing throughout the day. And unfortunately, this is what we're dealing with right now.
And these systems came through some very heavily populated areas. Many of the communities that were hit, Pelham, Helena, parts of Lake.
Now Centreville, we want to show you some video from Centreville right now. And this is the damage from that area. As we look at that, we see trees down everywhere. We can see, look how large that uprooted tree is right there. House that once stood on that foundation, it is gone. Debris scattered throughout the areas. The tops of trees just taken off by the storms in that area. But look at the size of that shit.
And that piece of video shared on Twitter, and I've seen it going around and how people are responding to just seeing how powerful these storms have been down here in the South today, but all of the nation paying attention to this type of devastation and seeing this, knowing that this is even more widespread than what happened in Centreville earlier today.
And I've covered many tornadoes over my years, but it was when I first saw that tornado that John Humphrey showed us from when he was out there, I actually got a chill down my back just watching that. Now we're looking at more damage. This is damage from Pelham now, as we're giving you a look at the type of destruction that is caused by the tornado. Tree on top of this home there in two different sections.
The Pelham drone video we're looking at, but we've seen some other video where homes were absolutely collapsed. This again from Brandon Clement, just showing what was happening out there, because as the warnings were going on, people were still out on the road trying to get to places of safety, because this has been an all-day event since 11:30 this morning, and these storm chasers as well, just kind of following this tornado. The 65 tornado, the one with severe storm, when we saw that, you could see when he was on 65, there were cars that just kind of stopped because you don't know what to do. And we're looking again at some of the images as you come upon what happened after the storms.
And as you would imagine, you see poles that have been knocked down. You saw that car that was off the side of the road. You can see trees blocking the road there as emergency vehicles are trying to get through and trying to get those roads open so they can be passable. There you see an emergency vehicle there. We know that there have been 5 people killed in Ohatchee. We've heard of multiple injuries throughout the area as well. In fact, even in Birmingham Fire Department, Captain Dejanet reporting that multiple incidents of wires down, trees down in the Roebuck area, too many areas to list individually. And he says currently, though, at least in that area, no injuries, but we've got more here.
And looking here at Shelby County, more drone video of this home that, you can see where this really shred that piece of property. Prayerfully, people were in a safe place. There was a lot of warning with this, but again, it's such a big storm, and all of this area in Shelby County. In fact, the Shelby County Sheriff had a news conference today. They created an area for people to connect with their families, because this happening in the middle of the day, as it were, you can see a person inside that home just, picking through their belongings.
And that's in the Lake Purdy area as we're looking at that. You're right, Sherry, just watching that person inside that home. But Shelby County Sheriff John Samaniego and also Cahaba Valley Fire Chief Buddy Wilkes, they held a news conference about 5 o'clock today. We weren't able to join that conference live because we were right in the middle of a tornado warning, but we want to take you to that video to show you what they presented in terms of updating us from the devastation from this tornado.
Shelby County has been hit with a weather emergency here. A tornado has damaged many parts of the county. Right now we are in line for a second storm coming our way. So anybody that's watching this telecast, please make sure you go to your safe space. I'm sure the weather meteorologists and all the particular media groups are doing the same thing, telling you that. The tornado came into Shelby County around the city of Helena, causing damage there, coming through Pelham, where it really started to be very serious damage was on Highway 119, close to Herdmont Park. The Oak Ridge subdivision as well as Summer Place was damaged. Don't have an estimate of number of homes there. It continued down right on the edge of the mountain in the state park until it got to Eagle Point, where it damaged, heavily damaged, I think, 32 homes, and 29 homes had heavy damage, 32 had damage. The miracle of this is no one has received any serious injuries that we know of. We are in the middle of the secondary search right now. Because of this new storm, we had to abandon that secondary search to go on to get to be in a safe place. It continued up over Highway 280 into Highland Lakes, touching downs, damaging 6 or 7 houses in the Knollwood area around the park there. Continued down over the mountain into Greystone Farms and down 41, where it damaged houses in Shoal Creek, 2 major damage, the rest of it just trees and power lines, into the Belvedere subdivision, where again power lines and trees, no heavy damage to houses. Continued up 41 and exited the county. We have reports of minor injuries, but no reports of any major injuries at this time. So I think it was a miracle. I just hope we fared just as well with this secondary storm. However, Eagle Point currently is being monitored by the sheriff's deputies, who are not allowing anybody in unless they live there. Please do not stay home. Please do not go riding around looking at damage. Highland Lakes damage, there's deputies there on that scene as well as up Highway 41. There's probably other damage that I haven't mentioned that we have not discovered yet, but as far as the major stuff we know about right now, that is where we're at. We have worked with Cahaba Valley Fire Department. It's their jurisdiction, and they've done a great job helping us in Eagle Point as well as other places. But right now, their assets must retreat to take shelter before we finish our secondary searches. Chief, would you like to say a few words?
Yeah, like I said, as far as injuries go, we just had a couple, 2 people was transported, and just a few minor injuries. The storm did cross North Shelby Fire District as well as Cahaba Valley. So both of those agencies were involved. We had mutual aid from Vestavia and Chelsea and Calera come over to help us, but we've released those companies now. Like I said, our crews have been brought in for the shelter for the next storm coming through. There's just put out there still hazards out there because the power lines being down. Some may still be live, and so we need to take care of that if anybody gets out moving around with it. And just also put the warning out to everybody that has power that's off now, just be aware that when power starts coming back on, that's a lot of times when fires start, is because a stove might have been left on when the power went out and they forgot about it, but when the power comes back on, that stove will start back. It's electric, so just be aware of that. And then anybody running generators because the power's out, just be aware of dangers of carbon monoxide with that too. But right now, our crews are in. We completed most of the secondary searches and did a damage assessment on the homes. And if weather permits and if we get back out before it gets too dark, we'll go back out and clean those areas. More than likely, that'll be pushed to in the morning when the sun comes up.
That's Cahaba Valley Fire Chief Buddy Wilkes there, and also John Samaniego for Shelby County Sheriff giving us an update there. And he said Wilkes was saying 2 people transported there. Also mutual aid from Vestavia and Chelsea, but just With Sheriff Samaniego taking us through the path of that storm,
Very
Sherry.
long, very long. We were just looking there at some images from West Blockton and in the Bibb County area, just some of the damage. All of those communities that the sheriff mentioned, and there's still several more communities across Alabama that have been affected by this storm with similar types of damage. We did talk to some people in this Bibb County area, this West Blockton area, who told us what they endured as the storm came through.
I'm still shaking. I've never expected it to happen. It was one of the most terrifying things I've been through. I've been through a lot, but that was the scariest. I'm glad to walk away from it. Very, very blessed to walk away from that.
That was one of the residents there. We want to go to one of our reporters. Catherine Mazzone is live in Pelham. And Catherine, it has been a terrifying day for many people, and you've been watching some of the areas that have been devastated by the storm. Tell us where you are now, what you've seen, and what's ahead.
Well, Sherry, I'm at Pelham Park Middle School, rather. This is the temporary storm shelter, and this is where a number of folks came after that devastating storm that came through. And you all saw some of that damage. And just moments after that, what you didn't see is a big strike of lightning and thunder. And that's when one of these armored police vehicles actually came through on a loudspeaker through that neighborhood because they were without power. And so they came through telling folks to seek shelter, that there was another storm coming through. So we, as well as a lot of these folks, and a lot of them are leaving now that things have kind of calmed down a little bit here in Pelham, but there were a number of folks who came here because of that additional storms that we were seeing. And of course, the damage that we saw over there, it was the area of Cross Creek Trail and Wilderness Road. Wilderness Road really being difficult to look at just due to the devastation. Saw a number of trees down, a tree down next to a swimming pool, an odd sight, and then a roof completely ripped from the top of a home. And then at the side of the home, just bare, you can still see the inside there. It was really, again, a devastating sight. But folks who were in that area came out and they were embracing one another. And again, in that area, everyone was safe. There were no injuries or fatalities that we know of at this time. So everyone just very grateful to be alive there and here. And as I mentioned, this parking lot thinning out a little bit, but there are a number of emergency personnel here still on standby, police and fire, and they've been glued to the television, making sure that people in this area are safe. And I will mention that due to the power outages in this area, and not this area specifically, but in the Pelham area, police officers have told me that they will go out in one of these armored vehicles again with the loudspeaker to inform folks to get inside and seek shelter if indeed we see another storm come through here. Art, Sherry?
Catherine, and we know that's what the sheriff kept saying, in fact, that, you know, there is another system coming through, and so to know that they do have a safe place to go. And he talked about their belongings being protected, where they have the sheriff's department in some of these different office communities, the Eagle Point community, making sure that people's homes are protected where they sustained serious damage in the community.
Also, sheriff deputies also keeping watch at Highland Lakes as well because of the damage there. He mentioned about the Shoal Creek area, 2 houses there with major damage, but he also mentioned about back to the Eagle Point community, Sherry, that secondary searches that are going on because of the damage there, where you got 33 homes that were damaged, 29 of them severe or heavy damage to those homes. But what he kept saying over and over is almost like a miracle because no serious injuries. There are injuries out there, minor injuries in this community. Of course, we know there are the 5 deaths in Ohatchee, but in Shelby County, no serious injuries there.
In fact, a little more information out there in Ohatchee with those who were killed from this storm, one in a mobile home in Wellington. Again, just devastation as you look at this, but then knowing this is some more Pelham video, the police department in Pelham saying 30 to 50 homes. That was early preliminary information on damage. They will be doing more assessment. We're approaching nightfall, and so probably not a good opportunity to get back out there tonight. but they said they will be out in the morning continuing to assess. The fire department there in Shelby County, the Cahaba Valley Fire Chief, saying that they've done all of that secondary searching, making sure that people are okay.
Now we're getting a live look at some of the emergency vehicles out on the roads there. We can see they're blocking the roads there. This is coming to us by way of our storm trackers who are out there with giving us a look at some of the damage in the area. This is County Road 30, and this is near Columbiana that we're looking at right now. This is live look at that area and near that area. When we start talking about Oak Mountain in that area, the curfew has been implemented. Mayor Gary Waters declared a curfew to be in effect after the tornado damaged areas in several areas of the city. The curfew begins tonight at 10 o'clock and will end at 6 o'clock in the morning, and this will be in place until Monday, so we wanted to make sure that you are aware of that as well.
And as we look at this video from Columbiana, keep in mind that this is sort of that area where that storm let up after being on the ground for an hour and moving through there, and we saw how big and massive that storm is. So there's no telling what type of damage is beyond this road block. You can only imagine what it must be like. We're seeing some of these homes and how widespread it was in Shelby County. Again, this particular storm where this track has ended, it came across 3 different counties, ending here in this area before the warning was expired.
Yeah, a live look from Severe Studios. Our John Humphrey showing us this as the emergency crews are working there. He talked about in Pelham on 119 and how it came through Herdmont Park there, and the number of homes that were damaged at Eagle Point, and then how it moved from there over to the Highland Lakes area, and then Knollwood, and damaged some homes there, then moved over to Shoal Creek, 2 houses damaged there, up to Highway 41 before it actually exited from Shelby County, as we get a live look at some of the areas that are still now. This is the recovery after that storm moved through.
Probably people trying to get in to see what their property looks like, or people just traveling on that road. Again, it's been so widespread in Alabama today. A lot of people affected by this weather. The word coming out ahead of time, though, that we had this really enhanced risk for these types of storms. This looks to be much more devastating than the St. Patrick's Day storms, just from what we're able to see on the ground from this initial assessment, from getting our crews out and finding places to go. Just lots of damage, and very, very hard, because you know that people's lives are changed because of what has happened today.
And when we get this live look from John Humphreys here with Severe Studios, and you can see, look at the tops of those trees. And we've seen that throughout the area as we're now getting a better sense of it and getting a look at it before it gets dark. And that was really what was concerning me when I saw John moving from place to place, kind of tracking the storm that was moving through the county. And then once it got dark, he wouldn't be able to see anything. But certainly he gave us a really good look, a strong look at that tornado, and the size, the sheer size of that tornado is really what really caught my attention too.
We know that these are early numbers on power outages, 30,000 people without power in the state, but again, this is some earlier information. 16,500 in the Birmingham area. We know that power crews are out right now trying to get things repaired, trying to get some of the trees off of the lines. This is just a look at some of them out there doing that work. This was earlier, I think, in Shelby County in the Eagle Point area.
Absolutely. That's where Malik was earlier. Malik Rankin was in this area, and she couldn't get too far in. In fact, you heard from Sheriff Samiego, who said if you are in the Eagle Point area, do not come there. They're only letting residents in at this time. But these were power crews that were out in the area trying to restore electricity after we lost, what was it, 31,000 people that were without power at one time.
The sheriff saying, and which is a good point too for people who may be able to stay in their homes with the damage, with their generators, just to make sure that they have adequate ventilation, because they won't have that power out there.
For those that have generators inside, and even the ones who have generators outside. I know ours is a large generator outside, but when it comes back on, you may have an appliance on that you may have forgotten that the stove was on. He mentioned that It was Wilkes who mentioned that he was concerned about people maybe have left some things on, so when power comes back on, there's a risk of fire at that point. Giving you another look now, this is the Centreville area, right?
Yeah, Highway 31 in Centreville. This is live as our crew drives through that area. And again, it looks like they're kind of held back too, because further down the road you can see the lights from the emergency vehicle down there. They've pulled off to the side, but look at how the trees are bending inside. Again, just earlier assessments, but we saw some of the homes damaged there in Centreville, heard from the woman who had her helmet on, doing the things that you need to do to protect yourself, because sometimes even when you go to that safe place, things are falling down all around you.
And you look at this, and this live look here, and it seems like there is damage or tree damage on both sides of the road there. This is what we were expecting. You know, when we listened to our storm team meteorologists as they were briefing us the day before, prepping us, telling us what to expect, this is exactly what they told us would happen today as they were reading the models there, and everything came to fruition. They said large tornadoes, large tracking tornadoes, long tracking tornadoes on the ground would be there for a while, and that it would be larger than they were before. And we saw that one that was on the ground for more than an hour. Hour and a half, Griffin tells us.
I did some crude measurements on this, and we're not going to know for certain until the survey is completed. But that tornado.
Griffin, I'm going to try to get them to turn your mic on just a second, but hour and a half it was on the ground, and you said you guys did some early assessments, just kind of crunching your own numbers there.
Yes.
What'd you find?
So once again, it was down starting back in as far west as Greene County. This tornado developed, and I did some crude measurements on radar. This tornado may have been down for no less than 85 miles that this tornado tracked through. That is what we mean when we say a long track tornado. And obviously one of the more severely impacted communities was Centreville in Bibb County. When this came through Bibb County, this may have been as much as a mile wide. It's just this is the type of thing that we were afraid of, and it's what we got today. You see the CBS 42 Storm Team Weather Alert Unit there as they pick up the pieces down in Bibb County. But obviously this continued all the way up into Shelby County. Eventually it dissipated by the time it made it to Wilsonville. But your heart breaks for just everybody who's been impacted by all of these significant tornadoes today, guys.
And while we have a break right now, this is by no means over. We still have a long night ahead of us as we've been listening to our storm team meteorologists, and of course they're keeping their eye out for what comes next. So we want to make sure you keep it right here. If you can't watch us on television, download our CBS 42 app. We've got a new app that will give you both the news and also our weather. If you can't get that, our radio partner V94.9, they're also simulcasting us while we're on the air. So we've got many ways for you to get information along with CBS42.com. So we want to make sure that you get the information before those storms hit your community.
You're looking live right now at Highway 31 in Centreville. Our news vehicle there, just watching the storm chasers who've been out today, trying to assess some of the damage. This road blocked ahead, some people turning around. You see more sirens coming in, though. I don't know what you can see on the sides of these roads, but it's clear from what we saw earlier that it was a lot of damage in the Centreville area. From some of the other pictures we saw, we were able to show you, and the woman that we talked to who had to ride that thing out.
And you mentioned what was happening earlier, Sherry. Right after that storm hit, we saw how quickly neighbors in those communities got out into the community, start cutting the trees down, removing them from the road so cars could get through, going to their neighbor's aid, where we had that neighbor, Derek Gann's neighbor, who was partially trapped in their home, and they were there to help them get out in addition to calling 911. But that's what we're probably scenes that are still taking place throughout these areas where this tornado and the storms have hit. Those people are still out in those communities trying to recover, early recovery, because this is going to be a long-term recovery. When you look at the extensive damage that we saw in the Eagle Point community, homes is basically just almost imploded from the strength of these storms.
Yeah, indeed, and just frightening. As we watch, there's a woman walking down the road here. this area, this part of where Centreville is not as populated, clearly, from this road, but it did hit in areas where it was, there were lots of homes as well. So some of that damage, if we're able to show more of that damage, I'm sure we'd like to be able to just take a look so you can get a picture of, this is more on the outskirts, but inside where the community is, where people live. What's going on there.
And as we look at this, we want to get a sense of what's ahead. Let's get over to Storm Team Meteorologist Griffin Hardy now, as he can give us a sense of what we should expect going forward as well.
Yep, we're not out of the woods yet. We still have a tornado watch in effect until 8 p.m. It's probably going to be extended a little bit longer, I would imagine, because the squall line, the final line of storms we have to deal with is back in Mississippi right here. It's just crossing over I-55, and it's back here. But we do have more storms that are starting to develop. Now, fortunately, we do not have any active tornado warnings in our current area. That is definitely some good news. We need a break from all of these tornado warnings, which have been popping off for, ever since 11:30 this morning. We were having to deal with these tornado warnings, and we're still in our coverage. We do have one storm on the board that is south of Meridian, Mississippi, kind of originating from where a lot of these other stronger storms have come from. So that's worth watching. It's still got a long way to go before it actually impacts central Alabama, but that is certainly an indication that we're not done yet. And we do have some more storms that are beginning to develop across parts of Walker County and Marion County. At this point, though, they do not appear to be anything severe. Closer look at the reflectivity there. Just some smaller cells are beginning to pop up. Got some heavy rain coming down now in Hamilton. Double Springs getting some heavy rain now as well. Same goes for Coleman. Ton of heavy rain over towards St. Clair County. A lot of lightning strikes near Anniston as well. But fortunately, at this time, no active severe warnings, of course, other than the flash flood warnings that we're seeing across our viewing area. They are watching, the Weather Service is watching that storm that is just now crossing over into Marengo County. That was closer to the area that was impacted by the last outbreak that we had last week back on St. Patrick's Day. It's where we had a lot of those tornadoes down towards Demopolis and Selma and Linden. But as of right now, fortunately, no active severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings in our viewing area. But the watch continues. And once again, that same supercell that produced the tornado that heavily damaged Centreville, heavily damaged places like potentially Wilsonville, a lot of Shelby County, that tornado was down for almost an hour and a half. It was a very powerful long-track tornado. And based on the crude measurements I did on radar, it was on the ground for potentially 85 miles. Unbelievable. It's just the kind of day that we have today. Just all the ingredients coming together to produce a extremely volatile situation in terms when it comes to severe weather. It's an outbreak that probably you're not going to get maybe once every decade. You get an outbreak like this where you have just these massive, violent rain-wrapped tornadoes. Fortunately now, getting a little bit of a lull in the action, but of course we're going to have to be here for through the rest of the evening until these storms clear the area. Art and Sherry, back for you.
Griffin, just making sure that everybody is safe out there. And so, of course, as long as we need to be here, we will be here. Coming up a little bit later tonight, we know in Pelham, the police department will be addressing everyone, just letting them know kind of a little bit more, because they were able to get out really early in Pelham and just give some initial assessments of the damage, but also, you know, what they will need to do going forward.
And in the Pelham community, we know that the Chandelar community there in Pelham suffered numerous home damage in that area. The Pelham Civic Complex, some damage there, utility lines in northern Pelham along Highway 31, also Highway 119. We saw the damage along Highway 119. There's also some extensive damage in the Cross Creek community as well. The one area we have not talked about that much, but also we understand from Hoover Fire Department, the battalion chief there says 100 homes were damaged in the Greystone community as well.
Take a look here. I want to go back to Center Point really quick, Art. As you can see, our crew's been able to move in a little bit more. And they're Centreville, right. Sorry about that. They're walking in a little bit more so you can see some of that damage off Highway 31 in the Centreville area.
And you can see those tracks there. I don't know if these are tracks from trucks, cars that got off the side of the road, but we could certainly see debris throughout the area. And look at this home here. As we're getting closer to this home, where's the roof of that home?
Wow.
Who knows where it may be at this point when you think about the amount of damage that was done to that home. Also, the trees behind the home They're over on the side, some of them uprooted there, others just broke it right in half.
And you see these power lines that are down as well, just kind of hanging on this property. Again, hopefully we'll be able to talk to our crew as they try and talk to some of these people who are just trying to, you know, regroup from if you were in that house having to live through that monster storm that we saw coming up Highway 31 in the Centreville area. But also there's a person, I see they're taking some of their belongings out of the house because without a roof and the rain coming, you know more damage is coming for them.
And there's our Jake Chapman there as he's gathering information. We'll continue to get information throughout this area, giving you a closer look at the damage to this house in Centreville. As Sherry mentioned, a couple people in that house bringing out some of their belongings, the things that they were able to salvage from the storm as it moved throughout the area. Scenes like this being repeated throughout the area, where there's Bibb County, Hale County, here in Shelby County, some areas of Jefferson County,
Calhoun.
Chilton County.
Just so widespread. And the roofs just being totally taken off of the properties. This we see here. We saw this in Shelby County. A lot of those homes in the Eagle Point community as well. There in Pelham, where Catherine was, just like it just was cut off the top of the house.
And as scary as that was, I'm reminded of the time when Drew Carter was with us earlier, and there were power lines that they were told were still hot at the time. And you have to be very careful when you're out and about. So if you are out anywhere near any of this damage, you could be very careful. We don't want you to get hurt from some of the debris that's out there, or also it may be a power line that may be hot. So still stay where you are and stay safe where you are. Contact your friends and relatives that you can, check on them and make sure they're okay, but we're not out of the woods yet.
Indeed, stay weather alert, because we are still under watches, and our meteorologists are certainly watching the radar to see what else is going on as people do try to get into these communities and figure out, you know, what's next, what they can pick up. But that rain is coming tonight. You know, people will want to cover their property to, you know, protect what they can. But again, at this point, stay weather alert, know what that plan is, have a safe place to go, because once these nocturnal storms kick up, that's an even greater danger.
And we saw one of our reporters, Jake Chapman, is live in Centreville right now. Jake, we're looking at that home where you are now. You've got a sense of what that family went through. Tell us what happened there.
Well, Art, I just spoke to the people who lived. They told me they're inside a tiny closet with them and their dog, and that closet is fine, but there is water damage and severe damage throughout this home. You can see right now, look how close we are to this power line right here. Down lines right here over the home. You can see the roof has been completely blown off right here over my inside the home right now. But the good news is everyone was inside the okay right now. I asked them if they wanted to share more about what happened. You can imagine they're pretty shell-shocked right now, especially with how big and powerful this storm really was. You can see right here. It's really hard to concept all of this damage, or to grasp all this damage right here in a matter of just a few seconds.
Jake's signal
We
is
are
going
right now right by
in and
Montgomery
out.
Highway here in Centreville.
We have him here if we can listen in. Go ahead, Jake.
Gotcha. Sorry about that, but we're right by Montgomery Highway here in Centreville, and it looks like a war zone. I know we say that a lot when we're doing severe weather coverage, but trees down for miles, power lines down for miles right here on a Montgomery Highway. But we're going to be out here monitoring the situation, guys. A lot of people out here picking up the pieces. We see a lot of first responders out here helping those in need. We've seen some people trapped behind these down lines right there at the driveway, blocking them from exiting their home in some cases. But we'll be out here monitoring the situation. But for now, guys, I'll send it back to you.
Jake, if we can stay with you for a moment, and hopefully the signal holds up right now, can you give us a sense of the emotion of that family there that has gone through the type of storm damage that they suffered through with the storm?
They were having a hard time getting the words out. I mean, we can imagine that's a very traumatic experience when you see your home get blown away like this and you're fine on the inside, but just knowing how powerful Mother Nature can be in just a matter of seconds. So they were very, upset, but we have been given permission to be here on the property and show you guys what happened. But they are okay. right now. But this is, we can imagine, a lot for them to handle.
Amazing. They sheltered inside that closet, that interior room, and I know our meteorologists cannot stress it enough. Did you go? I saw you go inside for a moment. Did you go in to see the closet they were in?
Yeah, it was, Sherry, is probably about this wide, and the fact that they were able to get inside that closet with their dogs and take cover. If we could get inside right now, it's completely pitch black right now. The closet's a little bit down the hallway this way, but that's where they took shelter. You could see some of the damage right here, and it's very, you know, wet on the inside. The roofs are leaking, but the closet, the fact that a small closet can survive this and is able to protect people is just a miracle, in my opinion.
And if I can just go by what Jake meant by this wide, looked like he was saying about 4 feet wide. If just going by what I could see in your hands, would that be about correct, Jake? That closet?
Around 4 feet. It's about as wide as this door. Yeah, about as wide as this door right here, and it probably goes to where the end of this door is. And they had a chair right here, and they were squatted down with their heads covered, and that's what happened. And then when the storm passed, they came out and they saw all this.
They did what they were supposed to do.
They did, and it protected them. Jake, thank you. We'll let you talk to them while you're out there. Be safe, because as you said, there's still, you know, there's danger all around after the storm. Mm-hmm. But seeing that, knowing that, you know, that was room to live for them, and that was the message that was coming out just earlier today. Make sure you know where that safe space is in your home so that you can get to it. And to come out and see those power lines down, I mean, it took our crew time to be able to drive down that street. So just knowing that family is okay is good. We know that Centreville is going to need a lot of help.
Yeah, get to that interior room and put as many walls between you from the outside as you can. You hear our storm team meteorologists tell you that over and over again, and you can see in this case, and that we saw also in the Fultondale tornado, the case in that tornado that also helped people survive the storms. And here again, we knew this would be a tough day, but when you see it and you see the devastation, you see the damage, you hear about the 5 people who lost their lives in Ohatchee, it just really it tugs at the emotion of the day, and it just also makes you make sure that you do the right thing so that you can protect yourself and protect your family members.
Well, the storm, it's just layers upon layers for these people who've lost their property. You know, now you're picking up the pieces of your life. Our Malik Rankin is live in Greystone tonight, another community hit by the storms. Malik, if we can find out a little bit more about what you've seen in the time since we last spoke with you.
Yeah, so we just heard from the Shelby County Sheriff, and he tells us this street right behind us here, this is the Eagle Point community, one of the hardest hit right now, 29 homes extensively damaged. And he tells us entry points to all of these areas throughout the county that have tornado damage, they'll remain blocked off until they're able to fully assess the damage and complete their searches. And with another storm system that recently moved through Shelby County, those searches had to be put on pause so that first responders, power crews could take shelter. And even where we are right now, there's some Alabama power crews that came back out here working to restore power for this area. There was a piece of tin that got caught up, flew out as a piece of debris and got caught and tangled in one of these power lines. And that's what knocked out power for a lot of this area that we are at in this Greystone area along Highway 280 here. So the crews back out here now, they're clearing some of the trees out of their way just to get access to these power lines. And when we were speaking to the Shelby County Sheriff, he said it was a miracle that nobody was injured, looking at the extensive damage done to these homes, Art and Sherry.
Yeah, I see you there at the entrance to Eagle Point, right across from Highland Lakes Drive, the entry into Highland Lakes, and that senior living facility right there. Any damage to that, and also to Lee Branch shopping center, or did it hit right there at Eagle Point?
It seemed to have been mostly in this residential area behind me here. We didn't see any damage done to that senior living facility that's just over my right shoulder here, Art.
Okay, that's Malik Rankin on Highway 280, again, as they're working to get the power on. We know that they've been out there for a while, Malik. It was a widespread power outage. Have they been able to tell you that they've gotten anybody's power back on at this point?
I just spoke with a lineman. They're out here with heavy equipment, Sherry, and they had to clear the way. Hey, Ron, see if we can swing around here. Sorry, we're rolling with the punches here. We're going to see if we can swing around and show this heavy equipment for you guys as it comes on through. But they've got heavy gear here, and they've got to clear this way just to get to these power lines to do the repair work. And, you know, they're waiting for this weather to settle because that piece of tin, it's a couple poles back. You can't quite see it from where we're at, but they have to climb up and remove it. So they've got a lot of work ahead of them and a lot of trees in their way to get to it, Sherry.
So folks are going to need to be patient out there then. Malik Rankin on Highway 280 in the Greystone area, just giving us a look at the work being done to help get people back to a little sense of normalcy. It's going to be a while, though, certainly back in that Eagle Point community.
Yeah, let's move from Shelby County to Jefferson County now. We've got Jim Coker, who is the Emergency Management Agency Director. Jim, tell us what the situation is like in Jefferson County.
Hey, Art, it's good to talk to you again. We have been very lucky so far that we did not take the same kind of damage that our neighboring counties did, especially Shelby County. We have had some trees down, Roebuck area, Crossville area. We've had some businesses damaged, roof damage and so on. But right now, our focus is to finish out the storms this evening and then survey our damage tomorrow and help our neighboring counties.
Jim, do you guys have any roads blocked in that area of Roebuck? I know the fire department, Birmingham Fire, put out some information that it was so widespread, so many different areas, they couldn't name them all one by one. Any roads closed?
Don't have a list in front of me. We don't have any major roads closed. There could be some residential area roads that are closed.
And Jim, you mentioned that we've been looking to the neighbors in Shelby County and how much damage, extensive damage that they occurred there that was in that area. What about mutual aid? Are you guys providing any assistance to any of the other areas outside of Jefferson County?
We certainly will if we're asked. The Alabama EMA is having a call now to discuss that, and if we get a request, we will certainly honor it.
Jim, there's been so much rain. Flash flooding has been a problem. Are you seeing flooding anywhere in the area?
Yes, we are. Many areas in Birmingham that typically flood have flooded again. In Jefferson County, there was some flooding up on the northern side when we had a lot of rain in a short period of time. So again, you know, please don't drive through, especially now that it's getting dark. You don't know how deep that may be, and we do not want you to become a victim.
You know, we've been talking about that. We saw the damage throughout the day, but we know that right now there's a calm. We don't have any tornado warnings or anything at this point, but what about for the rest of the night? What's your message to people in the county, Jim?
Right now, we're still watching a couple of storms that are south down I-20. Don't let your guard down. It does appear to be lessening somewhat, and we'll be very glad to get out from under this. But right now, don't let your guard down.
Don't let your guard down. I think that is a good phrase.
Perfect ending. Jim Coker, Jefferson County EMA Director, thank you for joining us. We'll check back in if you need to. Let us know if you need us to get the word out to anybody about anything, particularly the flash flooding. But stay safe. Don't let your guard down. Thank you.
Jim, thanks a
Thank
lot.
you very much.
Always good to have you. As we go through some of the areas, we know the hardest hit area right now that we've heard has been the Ahatchee area. That's where the 5 people lost their lives.
Very hard hit. And we talked to Calhoun County Sheriff Matthew Wade earlier. You could hear in his voice, and at that time he was approaching one of the communities where they were still doing search and rescue, but you could hear in his voice just how devastating it has been in Ahatchee. We do have a crew that's headed to that area just to get a look on the ground from what happened there and what people have had to endure because these are just powerful storms and big, and they look frightening.
And you speak of the power of the storm, Sherry. It is the Eagle Point community that really illustrates the power of the storm. When you talk about, we just heard from Malik Rankin there, the 29 homes that suffered extensive damage, 31 homes, 33 homes that were damaged in that area. And when we saw those homes that looked like they were imploded in some places, the roofs caved in. These were strong brick houses that were just obliterated.
And just that we know that people's thoughts and prayers are with all of these communities because that one image that we've seen where the roof is down on just like the foundation of that house, when you heard the sheriff say there were only minor injuries in that community that they've heard about so far. They only transported 2 people to the hospital, but even those injuries were minor in that Shelby County community. That is encouraging to know that you can stay safe from these storms, but you have to take those steps because it's just horrible and really difficult to watch.
We heard from one of our reporters, Jake Chapman, who is in the Centreville area. On the phone with us right now is Mike Oakley, the Centreville mayor. Mayor, thanks so much for joining us. First of all, how you doing? How's your family?
We're good. We were all good. My wife, of course, is a nurse in Tuscaloosa, Druid City. The rest of us were downstairs at the Centreville Baptist Church uptown as the tornado. We watched it approach. We hit the basement and it went over, and then we got out to assess the damage, and we have got a lot of damage.
What about injuries there, Mayor?
Well, we have not heard of any significant injuries at all at this time. We had several people trapped in their houses. We got to them; they were fine, and we're busy getting them out. And if there's no injuries, it'll be a miracle, because I mean it's really a devastating. This area is devastating.
And we're looking at some of the devastation there now. When you say you have a lot of damage, take us through what you've been able to assess and what you've gotten from your crews to give you an indication of how bad the damage is.
Well, all the way from Centreville town out, what we used to call the old 82 bypass, it's a tornado path. I mean, you can see the broken trees, devastation, houses, hardly any houses that are left. And where do you want to go, y'all? And you turn this way, take a right. And anyway, sorry. Anyway, no reports of damage as we've seen. No reports of injuries, but significant damage with the airport. And my airport chairman said that it's a total loss. Airplanes are flipped. Airplanes are in the forest, and it's pretty bad. In fact, this is the site of the pallet fire 2 weeks ago.
Oh, wow.
You know, where you guys were reporting on it. So we're looking at it over to the right right now, going to the airport. But it's been pretty devastating. Houses torn up, people trapped. Thank goodness nobody hurt yet. 18-wheelers flipped on Highway 82. It's been pretty bad.
Mayor,
we've been in touch with the governor's office, and we've had our state representative Russell Bessel called, and our former state representative April Weaver, running for state senate, has called, and Gerald Allen from Tuscaloosa State Senator's called, offering help. And so we're from the governor's office on down, we've got assistance, and so it's kind of crazy.
What?
To get that kind of love,
Well, because the images from Centreville have been going all around the country. What are your immediate needs? How can people help you?
Well, immediate needs, I guess. We've got a lot of volunteers that are out here with chainsaws and side-by-sides, going house to house checking, and that kind of deal. So really the immediate need, I guess, is right now, tell people to stay off the roads, and I'll keep on a little bit. Stay off the roads, because the roads are kind of clogged up with the first responders trying to get in there. Yeah. And that's been the hardest part. Rubberneckers, totally understandable. People are curious. A lot of people with a close community, people, church members are living out here, and they're wanting to go check on their family. So if they would just stay at home, we're going to let people know. You'll be seeing Instagram, Facebook, news stations, the whole thing. So, if we can just do that, it'd be good.
Mayor Oakley, it sounds like I can hear the emotion of the person who is with you. Tell us of what you're doing right now. Are you out and about trying to assess what your community has gone through?
Yes, we are. In fact, I'm riding on the airport right now, and trying to get a look. That's a hangar right there that's torn up. We've got airplanes damaged. If you could go through there. And we got airplanes damaged. The airport runway, I can't tell. We're above it kind of right now. But yeah, it's just devastating property damage so far, it looks like.
And you said that
trees, timber, houses. Thank goodness no reports of injuries yet. But I just gave them the order to shut down both ends of the road, and unless you're a first responder, a resident, or a news crew, I think it's important to let people know what's going on, and to assuage the fears that people have, and their relatives and all that.
Mayor, for people whose planes are there, you said some of them were flipped and tossed even into the forest. As far as knowing that their property is okay, what's your advice to them tonight?
We're putting out reports through you guys. Thank goodness. We've got people taking Facebook pictures, putting them on Instagram. So really, it's not like it's a total blackout. Thank goodness. So you're going to find out what's going on. Back behind us. I'm telling you, back behind us was you can go down here and get over the airport. We're looking at the airport right now. Sorry for the interruptions, but I guess okay. Just to let people know that we're letting people know what's going on through news reports, through pictures, through Facebook, through social media, I guess, and just we want them to know that right now there's no injuries, thank goodness, but there is a lot of property damage, a lot of houses that are lost, and it's pretty bad.
And Mayor Oakley, we certainly appreciate your time, and we want to let you go. One thing I want to ask you before we do that.
Absolutely. Thank y'all for calling.
Oh, no, you mentioned about you've been in contact with the governor's office. What kind of assistance can people expect who have suffered some damage?
I would imagine that the governor's office can provide. Of course, they can declare an emergency, and when they do that, when you call for assistance, from the governor's office, when they declare an emergency, it opens up different kind of funding that we're going to need to kind of rebuild some infrastructure. And we're looking right here at a big hangar that's totally destroyed and 2 Learjets inside. It's crazy.
That's Mayor Mike Oakley from Centreville out assessing damage. Thank you for taking time to talk with us, Mayor. We'll let you get to it, and we'll look for some of those images and check back with you to see what else.
Hey, and call me. Listen, if y'all need to, call me back. We'll be here all evening.
Okay.
And be glad to talk with you.
We certainly appreciate it. Certainly, I know you're going through it, but still taking the time to get the word out, not only to the residents of your city there in Centreville, but also to get information to us. Now we're taking a look back at this storm and looking at these. This is Ohatchee, and we've been talking about Ohatchee throughout the day, especially as we started getting the word in about the number of deaths there. First, we heard 3, possible 4. Found out around late this afternoon that there were 5 people dead, 3 in a home, 1 in a mobile home, and another one in a mobile home in Wellington. And that information came to us from the coroner's office. But this still looks like an eerily looking scene there in Ohatchee tonight.
Very eerie. We spoke with the sheriff there, Matthew Wade, in Calhoun County. As you can see, the lightning in the sky tonight. He said this storm cut a diagonal path across Ohatchee, and that as he was driving, when we spoke to him a few hours ago, how you could hear the devastation in his voice in seeing what was happening in that town. Our crew is there assessing some damage, but giving you these live images of what's happening in Calhoun County tonight, in Ohatchee specifically, as again, we're still under this threat of severe weather where they've already been hit in that area around the Coosa River and Wellington there in Ohatchee.
And if we have been, the word that we seem to be getting from everyone, if you don't have damage to your home and are not out there trying to patch up your home, just stay put, stay off the roads, because many of the roads are impassable right now. There are trees down throughout the area. There are power lines on the road, and we want you to be safe, which is why we are always in touch with our storm team meteorologists.
We want to get back to meteorologist Dave Nussbaum right now. Dave?
I can take it from here, y'all. Right now, I want to talk about what's happening across much of Calhoun County. We've got some storms that are in progress now that are developing across most of what looks like Calhoun County near Jacksonville, just north of Anniston. There are a big cluster of storms that we're seeing here, but fortunately, they're not severe at the moment. So if you're in Ohatchee, you probably need to stay indoors. Another good cluster of storms passing just south of there. Really sad news that we have those 5 fatalities that have been confirmed in Ohatchee by the coroner's office. But again, the storms are not over yet. We've got one storm now that is prompted a tornado warning in Marengo County. Technically, that's south of our viewing area, but as we've seen today, these supercell storms can track over a really long distance, so eventually that would put that up into what eventually Perry County, and then into southern Bibb County, and maybe even into Chilton County if it does hold together. But it's got a long time before it gets there, at least an hour or so before that. So we're obviously watching that. Zooming the picture a little bit farther out here, this is the broader picture of the radar, what we've got. We got a squall line that's developing up to the northwest of us, up into northern Mississippi and up into the Tennessee Valley there. That is our cutoff point. Once that clears the area, we're pretty much done with the threat overall. So we got a little bit of time before it gets there. I think if we're lucky, we'll be done with these storms by around 11 o'clock or midnight tonight. It all depends on how fast that squall line pushes through. But until that time, anything that pops up in this environment can definitely turn severe in a hurry. There's the live cam there from Anniston, where it's just torrential rainfall still coming down after all this time. So again, no active warnings in the immediate vicinity of central Alabama other than, of course, that Marengo County tornado warning. That affects Demopolis, places farther south. So we don't need to worry about that just yet here in central Alabama. Taking you through the futurecast a little bit. By 10 p.m., looks like most of that squall line will have pushed east of I-65. This is the latest futurecast from our BAM's in-house model. And then by around midnight tonight, most of the activity appears to have by then we'll have winded down for the most part. That's definitely something good to hear. After midnight tonight, we'll be done with the severe weather. This has obviously been a very long day for us here at the Storm Team Weather Center, but the threat continues. So we'll wait and see if there's any extension of that tornado watch. It's still in effect until 8 p.m. For central Alabama, 1 a.m. for parts of Georgia. So again, obviously tracking the weather very closely. Fortunately, no active tornado warnings in central Alabama. Just that one storm you see down there in Marengo County that does have a tornado warning with it. And a lot of flash flood warnings in effect for much of the Birmingham metro, including Jefferson County, up into Blount County, St. Clair County, and even as far south as Shelby County, another flash flood warning there. But fortunately, there's no immediate threat for any severe weather in our vicinity. So we can kind of catch our breath a little bit. It's been a very long day. We've been covering these storms for about 8 hours now, ever since they started developing at around 11:30 this morning. But we'll continue to be with you. As long as that watch is in effect, as long as there's that chance that more warnings could pop up, we're going to stay here as long as we need to. And once again, I think most of this will have died down for the most part at around 11 o'clock midnight tonight. Fortunately, it's getting later in the day. We don't have as much daytime heating, so the overall severe threat is waning a little bit. But that storm that tracked through Greene County, Hale County, Bibb, and Shelby County was absolutely massive. And that wasn't the only tornado we had today. We had potentially a small tornado in northeastern Jefferson County that impacted Trussville. Don't want to forget about that. Maybe another one that developed up in Blount County. And obviously earlier today in the Birmingham metro near Indian Springs Village, all up and down Highway 119, Oak Mountain State Park took a lot of damage today. So there's been a lot of people that have been impacted by these storms, including up in Ohatchee, where we had 5 confirmed fatalities now from an earlier tornado. Your heart breaks for those people that have been impacted by these storms, us included, obviously, but fortunately now getting a little bit of a break in the action. So this is the day that you hoped would never come. You always hope for the best and prepare for the worst in situations like this, but obviously the worst case scenario played out for folks in Centreville. And especially even in Calera. We watched this tornado pass over Calera live earlier today. It's just been an incredible day in the worst possible way for many folks across central Alabama.
Yeah, as long as the day, it's been a long day for us, but I can't imagine the day has been like for those people who have actually been impacted by these storms in terms of suffering damage to their homes, and also those who lost loved ones in Ohatchee.
Getting some assessments now in the Pelham area where there was lots of damage. The Pelham Police Department holding a news conference, so we just want to check in real quick to hear what they have to say. Oh, we're still waiting to hear from them on that. So we know they said about 30 to 50 homes much earlier, and they said when they put that information out that it was an early assessment, and they expect there to be more damage, but it's the level of the damage.
And this is some of the damage from the Pelham area. This is from Brandon Clement, so giving you some aerial looks at this house with a tree. It looks like 2 trees on top of that house there, but there were numerous houses damaged in the Chandelier area, the Pelham Civic Complex, utility lines down in northern Pelham along Highway 31. Also, we saw the damage there at Highway 119 and the extensive damage also there at Cross Creek Community when we heard from both Catherine and Simone who were in that area, and both of them showed us some of that damage there.
Damage to the people's homes. At that time when we saw it, they were going in trying to salvage what they could because there was still rain coming into the community, but lots of power lines were down in that area as well. As we've been trying to get more information about what they're advising people to do tonight as night falls, we'll be able to get that information from the police department. We know that the Shelby County Sheriff's Office in some communities, they're protecting those communities, making sure only the residents can get in. And so we may learn a little bit more about what they're doing in Pelham to make sure people's property remains safe tonight.
And as we get that information, we want to pass along this information to you. If you have been separated from family members because of this storm, there is a family reunification location that has been established there in the parking lot of Baumhauer's at Doug Baker Road, Doug Baker Boulevard. That is over in the Lee Branch Shopping Center. This is for the Eagle Point subdivision. If you need any assistance in locating family members from this area, they want you to contact law enforcement in that area. Contact law enforcement. This is at 1001 Doug Baker Boulevard, Suite 112. This is in the parking lot of Baumhauer's there at the Lee Branch Shopping Center.
And we're being able to see these images from the air and now on the ground as well, where the property damage has taken place. Just so widespread across our area. This is some video taken much earlier in the Pelham area. Some aerial shots here from Brandon Clement, just showing, this was the immediate aftermath, but you could see that there's a roadblock right there, and then just the things that were shattered along with people's homes and their lives.
And this is the reason you have to take these warnings seriously. When we talk about a watch, it means conditions are favorable for, but when you get the warning that says that there is a tornado on the ground, you have to take cover because it could strike at moment's notice. And we see the type of damage that can happen when one of these tornadoes hit. And this was a huge tornado that was on the ground. And that one particular tornado was on the ground that Griffin tracked for more than 85 miles on the ground for 90 minutes.
Yeah, hour and a half. Centreville bearing the brunt of that one. We saw a lot of that damage with a family that went into the closet with their dogs. Just when that word came out that there was a warning to get to a safe place, because there's not always a lot of time. Get to that safe place, wait on the all clear. And even when they came out, the type of damage that they saw in their home at that point, power lines out, they couldn't necessarily leave the house because it wasn't safe, but just being able to now wait on those crews to get in, get the power either shut off or get it to a place where people can be safe to walk about their property. But that story and what the mayor in Centreville saying that it's just a miracle. If there are no injuries, they're just a miracle. But when you see this, that the reports of injuries are not as widespread is also just another reason for all of us to be thankful that this, is just not as bad as it could have been.
Be thankful indeed. And if you look over our shoulder here, as Sherry was speaking, I could see some lightning strikes there that just give you an indication that we're still going through it right now, giving you another look at some of the damage throughout the area. And listen to Mayor Oakley out in Centreville talking about the airport there, the Lear jets that were overturned, the airport that was damaged, and all the different airplanes that were damaged by the storm as well. This is going to be one of those ones where we see extensive damage in the millions of dollars. I know that Governor Ivey, prior to the storm, declared a state of emergency for 46 counties, I believe it was, before the storm actually hit. But when you look at what they actually went through now that the storms have moved through, people are really going to have a lot to try to recover.
And as the mayor said there in Centreville, just that they are hearing from state and the leadership about what are those needs in those communities. And we know it's going to take some time. For instance, in Shelby County, they're already saying because of what's coming in tonight, a lot of that assessment's probably going to take place tomorrow morning. But we know people, you know, tonight they're really trying to get their belongings covered as much as they can with more rain on the way.
So wherever you are in the community watching now, this is out in the community of Pelham as we're waiting for a news conference there in Pelham to get an update from some of the city leaders there to the type of damage that they sustained in that area, and also to find out if there were any injuries. We do know that there was extensive damage, especially in the Cross Creek community there in Pelham, but we'll get a sense of what they actually went through when we get a chance to hear from city leaders shortly, who are getting assessment reports right now from all the different departments.
Yeah, because homeowners and people who maybe were not even home during the time of these storms, they're going to need to know what the advice is right now. Where do they want them to go? When do they want them to be able to come into those neighborhoods? When are the roads cleared so they can get in there? Because there were a lot of trees down in that area.
That's right. Our storm team meteorologists getting a little bit of a break as we don't have any warnings right now, but we do want to get back over to Griffin Hardy. Griffin, you have some other information for us.
I do, yes. So this is a severe thunderstorm warning that's going to
So we're going to, all right, there you go. But Dave, you're back there?
I can jump in here. Yeah, we're still, same thing Griffin was talking about. We're still looking at this severe thunderstorm warning now in effect till 8 o'clock here for parts of Greene County and Hale County here just south of Tuscaloosa. These thunderstorms not tornadic, but producing some pretty large hail with these, and also some gusty winds too with these as well too. You'll notice here I turn on the lightning tracker. You can see a lot of lightning tied in with them too. Over toward Greensboro, again, nothing severe necessarily right for you, but just those storms producing hail just to your north as well. So still watching these. These are moving off to the northeast, and of course that track would take it on toward the Brent area, same place we had those tornadoes come through earlier. Some heavy rain and hail eventually could make their way toward Alabaster, possibly toward Birmingham, depending on exactly how far they work their way to the north. Kind of giving you a little loop here. You'll see them coming out of there, kind of developing right near the Utah area with, again, some heavy rain, large hail tied in with these as well. Farther to the south, we do have some tornado warnings. This is south of our area here, eventually going towards Selma area. So Marengo County, you do have a tornado warning with this storm. Looks like that's going to continue off here to the south. May try to get close on in toward Otaga County. We'll continue watching that for Dallas County as well. Again, just far enough south out of our area here, but close enough to keep an eye on as the storms kind of work their way south. The big thinking now here is that we still have a tornado threat, and the tornado watch goes till 8 o'clock. That might be expanded here. We'll find out in about anywhere from 5 to 20 minutes or so from the Storm Prediction Center. But the better chance of those stronger long-track tornadoes now going to move to the south, more so the Montgomery area versus the Birmingham area. Not to say we couldn't get to any of these, but something we'll definitely watch. Guys?
All right, Dave, thanks a lot. We've been waiting for this news conference in Pelham right now, and we can see that they are starting to get set to bring us some information there. This is in the Pelham community where we know that there was damage to a lot of different communities there.
Yeah, we'll hear from the police chief and some of the city leadership. We'll listen in and start as they talk. The fire chief will address people first, doing some mic checks. But we know that people want to know about injuries, property damage, what they need to do tonight to be able to protect their property. So we'll listen in once the fire chief starts.
Yeah, at this point they've been getting their information from the various departments, and now they're ready to begin.
I'm fire chief for the city of Pelham. Today we established a emergency operations center around noon and expecting the severe storms that were coming through. We made a decision early this morning to close all of our city buildings. We activated our emergency operations center using a unified command system with our fire department, police department, and public works. So we were already stood up and ready for the event. The events that occurred around 1:30, we sustained tornado damage. We had to cease emergency operations around 1:25 or so. Because of the imminent threat of the tornado. So after the tornado hit our city, we then responded all of our units, police, fire, and public works to start assessing damage. We received multiple calls to the Cross Creek and Chandeleur area. We have approximately 60 homes damaged. 22 have major damage to the structures. Fortunately, we had no injuries reported to us, and we have done primary and secondary searches of both of these areas that were hit the hardest. I'll now turn it over to Gretchen DeFonte, our city manager.
Thank you. Just wanted to make a couple of comments about our city. We're standing here at Pelham Park Middle School, which is a storm shelter. It's a designated tornado shelter. We had about 200 people here today to take cover here. And we also have been working on, through the EOC, have been working on cleanup effort plans for tomorrow. And when I say this is a community that comes together, our churches, primarily Church of the Highlands and the rest of the pastors in this city, are organizing those cleanup efforts. Also, our school, so it's a partnership between the school and also our churches. They are asking that we do not do a call for volunteers, but they are really doing a focused and targeted cleanup effort and planning for that, which will begin at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. So we're grateful to them and grateful to have the kind of partnerships that we do. We're also very grateful that of all the damage done, nobody was hurt. So we're very thankful for that this evening.
I'm Pat Cheatwood. I'm the police chief for Pelham. I'd just like to start off by saying that we're very fortunate. Even though a lot of people lost their homes, there were no injuries that we're aware of at this time. So when you drive through these areas, it's very devastating. It broke my heart to see the amount of damage that these homes have sustained. And these are well-established homes that have been in part of our community for many, many years. And a lot of these folks lost their homes today. But please keep an eye out for your neighbors in the coming days. Watch out for looting. Anybody that may be doing anything that you question, please call the police department. We'll have crews out, obviously, for the next 24 hours and 48 hours and on through the weekend. We do have a curfew that goes into effect at 10 p.m. tonight, which will be 10 p.m. until 6 a.m. So that's for the affected areas. There should be no movement in those affected areas other than law enforcement or first responders. So please keep that in mind. If you see anything in those areas that alarms you, concerns you, please give us a call so we can check on it, check out who they are and what their purpose is for being there. Please continue to keep our city and our residents in your thoughts and prayers. Like I said, a lot of people lost their homes, but we're very fortunate not to have any fatalities or even injuries like some other parts of our state. So thank you.
My name is Andre Pettis. I'm the Director of Public Works. As the City Manager, Gretchen, and the Police and Fire Chief mentioned that we went on alert early this morning. We got all the crews ready to mobilize. We actually have Public Works staff out there right now, started early as soon as the tornado hit in the areas to perform cleanup, remove debris, trees, any structures that are affecting our roadways. We are removing those as we can. Of course, some areas we cannot move into until we get our power to clear their power lines. But we are going to be working through the night and through the next few days to make sure that all the roadways, all the areas that are cleared from any debris or obstructions. We're also going to assist our residents on the cleanup effort. So as the property owners start cleaning up their properties and move the debris to the right of way, we're going to pick it up and help them remove it, take it to the landfill. So we're going to make every effort to expedite that and put all the resources in place to allow us to restore that area as quickly as possible. In addition to that, we're going to send in the morning building inspectors to do damage assessment to all the structures that you've seen tonight, that they were damaged. We're going to document this, the structure condition, any damages to it, and we're going to work with the property owner to rebuild their homes. So we're going to make all the stuff available in the next few months to assist every resident that was affected by that tornado to rebuild their homes as quickly as possible.
Any questions?
Yeah, just a quick overview on the whole thing. So basically, you've got
right now with the city of Pelham, as they're addressing what the immediate needs will be for the community, what their response is to the tornadoes and the 60 homes damaged in the community for two different neighborhoods there.
Yeah, and we were listening to Pat Cheatwood, is the Pelham PD chief of police there, Gretchen DeFont, the city manager, fire chief Mike Reed, as they were reporting what they're getting from their departments. But again, the most important thing, they said that there's no loss of life, no serious injuries in the area. But what they also pointed out tonight was that this curfew goes into effect at 10 o'clock tonight and is extended until 6 o'clock in the morning. They said no movement in the area except for law enforcement and first responders. And they also wanted everyone to keep the city and the people in your prayers tonight.
And Gretchen DeFont mentioning that they have a cleanup effort organized by Church of the Highlands and the local churches in the community and the schools that starts at 8 in the morning. And they're asking that people don't come out to volunteer, that they have a group of volunteers ready to get to work first thing tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock on the cleanup.
And we always talk about preparation. They said they were prepared for this, and 200 people actually took cover. So there were people in the community who took the storm seriously as well. And when they saw the storm moving in, that they did get to shelter. And that's why we're not hearing about any major loss of life, because we certainly saw a number of structures that were damaged.
That they were inside the middle school, which is a storm shelter. So that's a beautiful thing to see. We want to go back out to Ohatchee. This is a community, another live look out there tonight as the sun has set. Here, 5 people died in Ohatchee as a result of these tornadoes that came through this afternoon, late this afternoon, violent weather, and just a horrible end to this story for this day of storms along the Coosa River in the Wellington area there in Ohatchee where these storms hit.
And we're trying to give you a look at this the best we can with nightfall in place. We're actually using the headlights of this vehicle so that we can show you what was a home on this foundation is now gone. And you can just see the debris that was left behind from where the storm moved in there, tornado that hit that area with such force that there was loss of life in that community. And so the prayers are going out for people in Ohatchee and people who also sustained serious damage or extensive damage to their homes as well.
And Ohatchee is in the Calhoun County area. They did put the word out that they had a tornado warning, and everybody was pretty much bracing for this horrible weather to come through. And these tornadoes, as we've seen, they're no respecter of community. They just come in and do what they do, and often this type of devastation is left behind. And sadly here in this community, 5 lives lost in this one storm, and they're still assessing what the situation is there in Ohatchee and Calhoun County, as still tonight there is severe weather. There's still storm warnings in effect tonight.
Like we've seen in Pelham, where the Public Works Department along with police and fire departments have done their primary and secondary searches there. Those searches are still going on in communities throughout our area, throughout the viewing area, that were impacted from the storms that hit today, a day of devastation across our area on this Thursday afternoon and now into our Thursday evening, where we are recovering from storms that tracked all across our state, moved in from Mississippi and moved into our state and then moved out over into Georgia. But it's not over yet. We still have more to come.
Several communities, several counties dealing with this. Hale, Calhoun, Shelby, parts of Jefferson County, Greene County. We haven't even gotten a chance to go into those parts of Greene County to see all of what happened there. Communities like Centreville, where the mayor is able to say it's just devastation here when you see it.
And other communities like Indian Springs Village, Oak Mountain Park. We're looking at Ohatchee here. We also saw what happened in the Eagle Point community and also moved over to Highland Lakes, went down Highland Lakes Park right there at the park where so many people, that's where during the summer times families gather and they watch movies, they get together, they have food trucks out in that park, and there were homes right near the park that were damaged and then moved over from Highland Lakes, moved back on Donovan over to Shoal Creek, in the Shoal Creek area where there were homes that were damaged in that area, and then 100 homes damaged over in the Greystone community as well.
We're talking about all these numbers. We want to get to Jonathan Gaddy. He's the Deputy EMA Director for the state, on the line here with us. How widespread is the damage in Alabama?
Hey, good evening. We are still receiving damage reports as the first responders continue to cut their way into some of these areas. But certainly, we've seen a wide swath of impacts really from one side of the state to the other across central Alabama.
As you talk about the damage there, how do you coordinate all the different agencies, Mr. Gaddy, when you talk about how many different places were suffered severe damage from these storms? How do you coordinate the efforts to get these communities back in track?
You know, today is one of those tragic days, certainly, that's going to go down in history in Alabama. Unfortunately, we're all too familiar with those. We work really strongly with the local governments, with the local emergency management agencies out there in each one of the counties. You know, we've got folks, police, fire, EMS, and other local officials that work with those emergency managers really day in and day out to make sure that they're prepared. This is certainly an event that we had on our radar here for the last week or so, even after just going through what we had last week, which in itself was a very historic event. So those folks worked really hard to try to get the message out, our partnership with the media on making sure that people know these things are coming and to have the tools and resources available. The most important thing right now for folks is just to, continue to monitor the weather overnight and really listen to those local officials. They're going to be providing information in the next few days on what those communities will be able to do, how you can engage to help in the recovery, things like providing assistance, connecting with donations and volunteers. Those local EMA offices are going to be a really important resource in the next few days.
I know that to get federal assistance, there's a lot that has to happen as far as assessing the value of the damage. What would that process look like just initially from the number of counties affected? Do you think that federal assistance will be needed here?
Yeah, it's really too early to speculate on that. Certainly these are very far-ranging and severe impacts.